Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed.
At the commencement of our sitting, let us be still. advise the Speaker's ruling that members must be in the chamber to hear a statement if they wish to ask a question has been relaxed. Members participating remotely must make sure that their name is on the speaking list if they wish to be called. Members present in the chamber must also do this by writing in their place as well as notifying the business office or Speaker's table directly. Remain members to be concise and asking their questions. They also remain members that in accordance with non-standing procedure, points of order are not normally taken during the statement or the question period immediately after. And I call on our Chief Justice.
Thank you. With permission, Mr. Speaker, on Wednesday, the 26th of May 2021. I represented the Executive at the bilateral meeting with Minister Heather Humphreys, the Minister of Justice Ireland, who was attending her first meeting under the auspices of the Intergovernmental Agreement. This was the second formal ministerial meeting I have attended under the IGA since it was re-established in 2020. As I've previously said, I'm committed to keeping the Assembly informed of meetings held under the auspices of the Agreement. The meeting on the 26th of May provided Minister Humphreys and I with the opportunity to review progress against the IGA's 2020-21 Joint Work Programme. 5 project advisory groups currently provide the mechanism by which work is taken forward. They are focused on the areas of public protection, youth justice, forensic science, support for victims, and criminal justice and social diversity. In spite of the challenges presented to cross-border working by COVID-19 travel restrictions, the project advisory groups have continued to promote and support cooperation across the broad spectrum of criminal justice agencies in both jurisdictions. The Public Protection Group, for example, has been involved in joint training on the management of high-risk offenders. Staff meet regularly, albeit virtually this year, to review offending behaviour programmes and opportunities for joint work in the area of domestic abuse and sexual offending. The Youth Justice Group has developed a cross-border information sharing system to share information on child or young persons subject to statutory supervision. The Support for Victims Group and human trafficking teams in Northern Ireland facilitated engagement with health and social care trusts. It was a very positive and useful meeting and helped health and social care colleagues understand the role they will be asked to take on as part of the proposed revised national referral mechanism. In the area of forensic science, a memorandum of understanding between Forensic Science Ireland and Forensic Science Northern Ireland was refreshed, and an operating protocol concerning sharing resources in the event of significant loss of capacity or capability was signed in January 2021. Regarding criminal justice and social diversity, the PSNI is currently developing an information sharing agreement with An Garda Síochána to ensure that there is consistency and clarity around information sharing that will support effective cross-border working. This is being taken forward under the auspices of the EU Exit Working Stream. It was encouraging to note the progress that has been made against the current work programme and the positive engagement that has continued across the project advisory groups. The value of our cross-border relationships is evidenced by the excellent cooperation in sharing experience and practices across a range of areas, including training to deal with high-risk offenders, sharing information in relation to youth offending, ongoing work in relation to support for victims, and tackling issues such as hate crime. The IGA meeting, amongst other things, provided us with an opportunity to discuss the impact of the COVID pandemic on our criminal justice systems and how, looking forward, we can build on what has been achieved and learned as we face the challenges ahead. I also want to take the opportunity to update members on the Joint Agency Task Force, which was instituted under the Fresh Start Agreement. The task force is led by senior PSNI officers, An Garda Síochána, and the Revenue Commissioners and HM Revenue and Customs. A number of other organisations, including the National Crime Agency and the Irish Criminal Assets Bureau, are also involved in the Joint Agency Task Force's operational activity. This is overseen by a Strategic Oversight Group and an Operations Coordination Group. The objective of the JATF is to build on existing frameworks and to increase the collective effectiveness within existing operational and financial constraints in addressing organised crime, which recognises no borders. The most recent report highlights the continued high level of cooperation and operational activity between all the law enforcement agencies involved in tackling the 6 priority areas. These are rural crime, drugs, financial crime, trafficking in human beings, including children, excise fraud, and organised immigration crime. The foundation for success in joint policing activity has been and will continue to be the strength and depth of trust and cooperation between police services and statutory agencies at all levels. During the COVID-19 pandemic, both An Garda Síochána, the PSNI and the PSNI have shown their determination to continue in the prevention and detection of crime with a focus on protecting our communities. I'm happy to note that cross-border operations have continued along the whole length of the border during the pandemic. With the United Kingdom having exited from the European Union, the priority area of rural crime continues to monitor rural crime developments closely and respond accordingly. Criminality continues to occur on an island-wide basis, and close cooperation and island-wide responses are critical. In January 2021, a cross-border operation resulted in the arrest of 3 prolific cross-border burglars, a father and his sons. They were linked to multiple burglaries in both jurisdictions, targeting the elderly and the most vulnerable over a 2-week period. During this reporting period, the PSNI and An Garda Síochána also conducted a joint operation targeting the importation of heroin from Dublin to Belfast for street supply. As a result of the operation, a quantity of heroin destined for street supply was seized and a suspect arrested. In March 2021, following a seizure of 41 kilos of cocaine in Donegal, the PSNI pursued a number of investigative inquiries under the auspices of the cross-border JATF, and information was provided to assist the investigation. There are currently 17 cross-border investigations being progressed through the JATF. The Garda National Economic Crime Bureau and Criminal Assets Bureau continue to maintain a good working relationship with the PSNI, National Crime Agency and Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs through ongoing cooperation and the development of mutually beneficial exchanges of information. To date, these strengthened relationships have culminated in increased success for the seizure of assets derived from criminal activity. Trafficking in human beings, including children, has been the subject of joint work by the PSNI and An Garda Síochána, detecting a 300% increase in the number of sex work advertising during April and May 2020 within both jurisdictions. On the 18th of February 2021, both An Garda Síochána and the PSNI jointly sent out SMS messages to all advertising sex workers, offering help and support if required, and providing dedicated phone lines that could be contacted if any assistance was required. PSNI Modern Slavery Human Trafficking Unit and An Garda Síochána's Organised Prostitution Investigation Unit are continuing to gather information and intelligence regarding massage parlours operating north and south of the border to establish the workings and structure of the organised crime gangs. Cooperation between Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs and Irish Revenue Commissioners plays a key role in targeting the persons and organised crime gangs responsible for excise fraud operating cross-border. Multi-agency cooperation is crucial to the process of gathering evidence to support investigations, prosecutions and other interventions. In December 2020, as part of a joint day of action between Revenue and HMRC, an oil distillation plant was discovered in County Monaghan. Oil, vehicles, equipment, cash, machinery and associated evidence linked with the illicit operation were seized. 3 individuals were arrested. Financial and forensic investigations are continuing. A number of cross-jurisdictional investigations are also ongoing into organised crime gangs involved in assisting unlawful immigration into the common travel area between Ireland and the UK. Effective collaboration between the Home Office Immigration Bureau and Garda National Immigration Bureau in setting up a covert policing operation in February 2021 resulted in a vehicle being intercepted in Northern Ireland and a people smuggling attempt detected. 3 persons were arrested and a number of properties were searched and relevant evidence seized. There is also continuing collaboration supporting the investigation into the death of 39 Vietnamese nationals found deceased in Essex. Since October 2020, 2 suspects have been surrendered to the UK on foot of European arrest warrants and have been successfully convicted and sentenced accordingly. In conclusion, the IGA mechanism continues to deliver effective cooperation and collaboration between respective law enforcement agencies. I'm committed to maintaining this excellent level of criminal justice cooperation with Ireland, which is in the best interests of our respective communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Paul Gibbon, the Chairperson of the Justice Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank the Minister for bringing this statement to the House. Minister Humphreys is someone that I've known for a long time and hold in the very highest regard, so I welcome the very constructive relationship that the Minister for Justice has with her counterpart. There's a wide range of areas that have been covered in this, but if I can just focus in on the domestic abuse element of the statement. Can the Minister outline if there have been opportunities identified for how there can be joint working around the domestic and sexual offending? And was stalking behaviour brought up in any of those discussions? So is there the sharing of information, best practice that can assist both jurisdictions in tackling these issues?
I thank the member for his questions, and indeed Minister Humphreys, who is currently covering, as you're aware, for Minister McEntee while she's on maternity leave, has taken a very keen interest. As somebody who lives in the border community, she's particularly interested in issues around cross-border crime and has been very proactive around her engagement on these issues. With respect to domestic abuse in particular and to stalking, we had no specific discussions in that regard at the most recent meeting. However, it would be fair to say that our groups continue to work in collaboration with each other, both in terms of domestic abuse and stalking, and ensuring that we're able to pursue on either side of the border any kind of incidents that may occur in either jurisdiction, because we're aware that people, for example, who are subject to domestic abuse, who live in a community that crosses and straddles the border, may be subjected to abuse on either side of the border, and it is important that all of those elements are picked up. And it's one of the reasons why the extraterritorial jurisdiction in both of those bills was so important in terms of ensuring that that protection still was able to be prosecuted in the courts in Northern Ireland. In particular, though, we have been working on issues around, for example, the work that Sir John Gillan did with respect to serious sexual offences, because there are some, I think there are some parallels between the work that he has undertaken and also the O'Malley report, which was done in the Republic of Ireland. And so what we are trying to do in that space is to identify and share mutual issues with our Irish counterparts. And I'm pleased to say that we work very closely to learn from each other, and where we have that experience, particularly in respect of the support required for victims and witnesses, we want to share that and actually build on good practice on both sides of the border.
And I call Linda Dillon.
And thank the Minister for her answers and for the statement today. Minister, in the statement it talks to the fact that there was a 300% increase in advertising for the sex work industry in April and May of 2020. I'm wondering, do you have any idea why that increase, and the SMS messages that were then subsequently sent out in following February? There's a time delay there. I'm just wondering why that time delay, and also then just in relation to follow-up work. And could I also ask that the Minister potentially look at the fact that here in the north we have people who were trafficked here for sex and now have criminal offences. In the south, in the 26 counties, those criminal offences have been expunged. They were trafficked here. They had no choice. And we have not yet moved to put legislation in place to protect those. We're actually keeping those women, potentially, and children in that industry. Thank you.
I thank the member for her question, and with respect particularly to the last part of it, as she will be aware in terms of immigration and policy on immigration, there are limitations in terms of what the Department of Justice can do by way of those offences, because they're dealt with under kind of border force and their agencies. And so I do think it is important that, however, that we look to ways that we can encourage people who may be trafficked, or indeed who may have questionable immigration status and therefore be vulnerable to coercive control, to be able not just to access support and indeed safety when they need it, but also, for example, to be able to access immediate health care where that is necessary, because I think that there is a potential risk to the wider population if people, not just those who have actually been trafficked here for the purposes of sexual exploitation, but also for those who have come here whose immigration status is not settled, who then become vulnerable to organised crime groups who drive them into that line of work. I think the delay in terms of the difference, if you like, in operations in terms of when the texts are sent, I would have to obviously refer to our colleagues on the operational side of things. However, the purpose of the text messages was to do exactly what the member has suggested, not to try to criminalise the women involved, but to reach out and offer help and support so that people were able to access support if they were in danger or under threat. The reason for the rise, again, very difficult. It would be speculation at this stage to judge why, but I think that we know that the economic circumstances that people found themselves in throughout the pandemic also drove people into lines of work they may not have considered before. And I think also the increase generally in human trafficking globally is a factor in all of this. I think the important thing for us is to get the message out to the public that organised crime in all of its forms is a serious threat to our community, and it is not a victimless crime. There are people being trafficked here in miserable circumstances, many of whom will never make it this far because they will die en route. And what we need to do is cut off the demand for those services so that the people are actually safe and are not being trafficked here for that purpose or for any other kind of abuse or coercion.
Councillor Bradley.
Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her statement. Minister, I note in the content you talked about the information sharing agreement that is being developed, and I think it's gone under the auspices of the EU exit working stream. And I would like to have an update on exactly how developed or operational is that data sharing, because it is critical in terms of the Justice family across these islands. And also, was there any conversation alluding to the fact that such precious data is unfortunately now subject on occasion to cyber attack? And has there been any consideration given to the safeguarding of that important data?
With respect to the latter point, it was not something that was discussed at the most recent IGA, but it's obviously something that our operational partners, who are the owners of that data, would be acutely aware of. With respect to the former part of the question, the issue of data sharing is obviously one that is a pressing issue. We know that there is a data adequacy agreement required in terms of being able to freely share data beyond the end of June, and indeed I would be hopeful. I think there is a data adequacy agreement drafted. However, whilst we were hopeful a number of months ago that that might be agreed, it looks less likely than not at this point in time, which does create certain challenges in terms of the immediate sharing of data in real time. However, I think there are workarounds to deal with that in terms of the An Garda Síochána and PSNI in terms of being able to share their data legally under a different mechanism. And so I think that from our perspective, what we want to do is get the highest level of agreement within the EU for sharing data, because of course, whilst we're focused, Mr Speaker, on North-South agreements through the IGA, organised crime is not focused purely north-south. It is an international operation, and it is something that has an impact way beyond that. And I think if members tune into the news later on today, they will see the work that has been done in terms of international interventions around, for example, the trafficking of medications and drugs. Something that the Health Minister and myself have been working on with our operational partners. So this is international crime, it's not just national, and it's something where the sharing of data has to be protected, but also has to be efficient and effective to allow crime agencies to be able to take on organised criminals.
Doug Bailey.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I thank the Minister. I mean, I thought it was a very positive statement that you've made, and it's clear there's a lot of work streams going on at the minute, and that can only be welcomed. And I was really interested in the update on the JATF and how that's working, and in particular linked into that is the forensic science piece. And if I can, I'm not labouring the point, but following on from what Sinead Bradley said, for a lot of people, low-level crime is what's really important to them, and those big set pieces are really important, but it's that burglary which is really important. How is it going, or what's the dangers that we could lose, for example, cross-border biometric information sharing or cross-border biometric data retention. Is there a danger with that, or do we think we have got protocols in place that will protect that in order to counter a lot of this low-level crime?
Well, with respect to the holding of biometric data, obviously there are issues, and we're aware of those from previous rulings in the European Court. And obviously each jurisdiction will have its own responsibilities to comply with that. We currently have a derogation on some of that because of the supposed implementation of the Stormont House Agreement, and so having a process to deal with legacy cases will be important in terms of securing particularly legacy biometric data, because obviously the retention times do have to be proportionate, and that is something that will need to be looked at. In terms of sharing that information across jurisdictions, as things stand at the moment, operational partners are content that they're able to share data. However, the question, I suppose, they can share information freely. The sharing of data is more complex, and that's where a data adequacy agreement is required. I think a data adequacy agreement ought to be agreed because we are using the same mechanisms and structures that we were using in the past. We are holding that data to the same standards as in the past. But I think the stumbling block in all of this is having the certainty that that will remain the case going forward. It is important in terms of being able not only to detect and disrupt organised crime, but also being able to prosecute those behind organised crime, that we're able to do that joined up operation and able to work together. With respect to, you mentioned the forensic science piece, it is an important part of what we're actually doing, because there is always a risk, Mr Speaker, in highly specialised areas of work that you could fall below capacity, or there could be a restriction in capability if there is a major event for which there is a demand for services. So having a memorandum of understanding that allows us to draw on each other's reserves at times when we need to do so is incredibly important, and it's something that we have been pursuing and now thankfully have had some success in.
Recall Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Minister, for your statement. Minister, some very serious crime takes place on a cross-border basis, so tackling cross-border crime requires meaningful cross-border cooperation. Could you perhaps outline for the House just more about the work of the Joint Agency Task Force between PSNI and An Garda Síochána, about their levels of cooperation, working to deliver safer communities both in Northern Ireland and in the Republic of Ireland?
Yes, and I thank the member for his question. I think effective collaboration between governments and between law enforcement agencies is crucial to successfully disrupting and preventing organised criminality. The practical and strategic cooperation that exists between the two police services has been enhanced because of the JATF, and it's very clear that it's adding value by producing results through cooperation and operational activity. I think it's very useful to look at some of the successes that they've had today. Members will be aware that they were set up specifically under a fresh start as part of a concerted and enhanced effort to tackle organised and cross-jurisdictional crime. At the moment, the JATF has both a strategic oversight group and an operations coordination group, and they work through that. They work through those auspices in order to be able to have impact on the ground. Cross-Border Joint Agency Task Force Strategic Oversight Group is jointly chaired by Assistant Commissioner Barry O'Brien and Garda Síochána and Assistant Chief Constable Mark McEwen from Police Service of Northern Ireland, and they provide the strategic direction. The Operations Coordination Group is chaired by Assistant Commissioner Finbar O'Brien from An Garda Síochána and Detective Chief Superintendent John McVeigh from the Police Service of Northern Ireland. And the purpose of that group is to provide oversight in respect of frontline operational activity, and it has been functional now operationally since the 4th of April 2016. It's led by senior officers, both from Northern Ireland and An Garda Síochána, also by the Revenue Commissioners and HM Revenue and Customs. Another number of other organisations, including the National Crime Agency and the Irish Criminal Assets Bureau, are also involved in the operational activities, and it has been very effective in terms of dealing with things like rural crime, drugs crime, financial crime, trafficking in human beings, excise fraud, which again remains an issue, and also organised immigration crime.
Gemma Dolan.
And I thank the Minister for her statement. Minister, what input has the Joint Agency Task Force made in relation to the Department's legislative proposals for additional powers to tackle organised crime? And do you believe that these proposals would provide better opportunities for cross-border cooperation on tackling organised crime such as drugs and financial crime?
Well, as members will be aware, there's further discussion to happen on those particular items today when we look at the codes of practice. It won't necessarily enhance our cooperation, but it will certainly enhance the toolkit that the PSNI have in terms of being able to gather information around organised crime. So, for example, the unexplained wealth orders allows a drilling down into the finances of criminal organisations that will allow us to retrieve information about the structure and organisation of some of these organised crime gangs which operate on a cross-border basis. And we will also then have operational tools in terms of being able to seize assets, account forfeiture and a whole series of other opportunities in order to ensure that they no longer can profit from the criminal enterprises that they're involved in. That will be, I think, of benefit right across the island, because I think enhanced operational capability within Northern Ireland then has the opportunity for us to be more robust in our responses in terms of organised crime, and that will have a knock-on effect in terms of its operations right across the island.
Call Cal Boylan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and could I welcome the Minister's statement. Minister, just want to go back to the section on forensic science. Just in relation to forensic science, has capacity or capability been disrupted at all by the post-Brexit justice and security arrangements? And has the operating protocol in relation to loss of capacity had to be used since it was signed this year?
Well, the Memorandum of Understanding for Mutual Support for Forensic Science Ireland was signed by Ministers in June 2011. To date, a very small amount of work has been undertaken in terms of the agreement on a reciprocal basis. At the start of the COVID pandemic, both laboratories were keen to strengthen the existing agreement as a precautionary measure to provide for urgent support in the event of a significant loss of capacity or capability. An operational protocol was then developed which considered the scope and practicalities of providing mutual assistance and set out how that work would be authorised and handled should the need arise. Forensic Science Northern Ireland have also engaged with Forensic Services Scotland to develop a similar protocol, and a Memorandum of Understanding is in place with the UK Defence Science and Technology Laboratory based in Portendown. During the COVID pandemic, there has not been a loss of capability and operational capacity within forensic science, but, Mr. Speaker, as members will be conscious, we are not yet out of the pandemic, and irrespective of what happens next, it is important that we have as much by way of robust backup mechanisms to ensure that whatever we face going forward in terms of forensic science, that we have the capability to be able to do the job well, because it's absolutely critical to law enforcement, and therefore I think that the working that we're doing on an all-islands basis is hugely important to contribute to that task.
Call Liz Kimmins.
Thank the Minister for her statement and her answers so far. Minister, just in relation to the criminal justice and social diversity, what work have the project groups done on social diversity, and can you outline any learning gained from that?
Well, as the member will be aware, the PSNI already have quite a significant information sharing agreement to ensure there is consistency and clarity around information sharing that will support effective cross-border working as part of the criminal justice and social diversity theme. That's being taken forward under the auspices of the EU Exit Working Stream. Both police services are developing measures around hate crime in particular. The PSNI are refreshing their hate crime strategy, which will involve the PSNI working alongside the Youth Justice Agency. They're also working on a victims and witnesses strategy for within the PSNI, and as part of the work stream on this are obviously taking advice and guidance along with their Irish counterparts and sharing expertise that they have built up over the years in dealing with those crimes. They're also, as you will be aware, at the regular recruitment for the PSNI, and there will, thankfully, be a further recruitment for the PSNI, hopefully towards the end of the year, in line with our targets in NDNA. They are always focused on trying to ensure that they can attract the maximum diversity possible when it comes to recruiting new members, and that is something again that they will be in discussion with An Garda Síochána about. And as you will be aware, there is also a considerable amount of cross-transfer of officers who have trained with one service and end up working for the other, which again I think is a positive advancement.
I call John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for the statement, the information on agreements reached and the advisory group set up. Mr Speaker, as my question leans towards the issue of violence against women, I want to refer very briefly, if I may, to the fact that there is further developments today in relation to the Sarah Everard case in GB, and want to put on record that I'm thinking of Sarah's family and her friends also. But in respect of cooperation on issues on this island, Mr Speaker, can I ask the Minister if he can give us any further information on cooperation between agencies that's taken place that might assist in dispelling rape myths and also addressing, through greater public awareness, the issue of consent?
I thank the member for his question, and there is clearly much work to be done to dispel rape myths around consent. And some initial work has been done in both our jurisdictions to try to identify opportunities that we might have for shared learning. The O'Malley report, to which I referred earlier, commented on the need for public awareness raising centred on consent, and I recognise the similarities with that and the Gillen review, particularly in terms of how we should combat rape myths. I understand the Irish Government has commissioned the Dublin Rape Centre to develop messaging and provide advice on what works for different demographics, and I look forward to hearing the results of that work. The member will also be aware, obviously, of the work that we are doing and hope to bring forward as part of the Justice Bill to deal with serious sexual offences and how those cases are handled in court. And that includes the ability to provide information to juries around rape myths so that when they hear those cases, they are fully appraised of the reactions that people may have in a serious sexual assault, and not to misread people's actions as a result of those rape myths. I think it's hugely important that we make progress in this area, because it is somewhere where I think people are particularly vulnerable, but there is a lot of work still to do. I think in terms of education, we need to start young. We need to make the message repeated often and frequently, and we need to change societal attitudes, not just the criminal justice system. And I think that's why the work that is happening both in Ireland and in Northern Ireland is hugely important in terms of actually delivering societal change.
I call John O'Dowd. I can call you and welcome the Minister's statement today and our answers thus far. Minister, your statement on the work of the Intergovernmental Conference concentrates on tackling organised crime and criminal gangs that operate across these islands. Minister, does it not undermine your work and the work of other agencies when there's parties in this House who are courting the likes of the LCC, who are representatives or spokespersons for criminal and organised gangs? When one day they court them in a political cause, and the next day you have to come into this House and then talk about how other government agencies are tackling their work. Would you like to comment on that and give a view as to whether your work is being undermined by those who do this?
Well, Mr Speaker, I think that our society is being undermined by the continued existence of paramilitary and organised crime organisations. I think that their structures should be dismantled. I think the organisations should be disbanded, and I think that those who are engaged in criminal activity should desist. And the only engagement that those of us who are elected representatives ought to have with those who are engaged in organised crime and criminality is to send them that message. Nothing more and nothing less. And irrespective of whatever other issues they may have on the agenda, whatever other concerns that they may have, they should not be engaged with as organisations while they are engaged in paramilitarism and organised crime. I have been clear about that, and I think it is for all members of this House to reflect on how they engage with those structures.
Thank you, members. And that concludes questions on this statement.
That I wanted to participate.
Well, I have no record of it, and you can certainly continue now if you wish.
Thank you very much. I want to focus on the Joint Agency Task Force. Apart from an answer to the last question, this statement is striking by the fact that it makes no mention of paramilitary organisations. Does the Minister wish us to believe that there are no paramilitary links or traces in cross-border crime? Is that just too uncomfortable for the process? And could she give us an assessment of what is the continuing role of paramilitarism within organised crime on this cross-border basis?
Well, I can assure the member that the only discomfort I have at the minute is a slight twinge in my back from standing for so long during questions on this. There's no discomfort from me in calling out paramilitarism or organised crime from whatever source. I can assure him that there is no mention, if you like, of organised crime or of paramilitarism in this particular report, because the focus is on organised crime, and that is much wider than paramilitarism. There are those in paramilitary organisations who continue to be involved in organised crime, including on a cross-border basis. So there's no question about that. And when I make statements to the House in terms of paramilitarism and the Tackling Paramilitarism programme, I regularly refer to that. However, there are many other organised crime organisations that have no paramilitary connections. And so that is what we're talking about today in terms of organised crime. And it is not for me, frankly, to make assessments of whether or not the individual crimes are conducted by those who badge themselves as paramilitaries. They're all organised criminals at the end of the day, and it is for our operational partners and the courts to decide whether they are done by particular badged organisations, irrespective of what badge they wear. As I said before, they should desist, they should disband, and they should dismantle their organisational structures.
And that concludes the contribution to this particular item on the agenda. The next item of business is a motion to approve a draft statutory rule. I will ask the clerk to read the motion.
That the draft Police Act 1997 Criminal Record Certificates Relevant Matters Amendment Order Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
And I call the Minister of Justice to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you, and I call the Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call the Minister to open the debate on the motions.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I beg to move that the draft Police Act 1997 Criminal Record Certificates Relevant Matters Amendment Order Northern Ireland 2021 be approved. This draft rule stems from a ruling made by the UK Supreme Court in 2019. At that time, the court ruled that the Department's filtering scheme that allows for the non-disclosure of old and minor offences held on an individual's criminal record on standard and enhanced criminal record certificates issued by Access NI was lawful. However, the court also ruled that two categories in the scheme could not be regarded as necessary and proportionate way of disclosing to potential employers criminal records indicating a propensity to offend. One of these categories was the requirement that, where an individual had more than a single offence on their criminal record, all offences should be disclosed. This is known as the multiple conviction rule. To comply with the court ruling, the draft legislation makes amendments to section 113A(6) of Part 5 of the Police Act 1997. The amendment means that Access NI will no longer be required to automatically include on a standard or enhanced certificate all convictions held on an individual's criminal record where that individual has more than one conviction. Instead, Access NI will now assess each conviction on a criminal record individually and will only disclose a conviction where less than 11 years has elapsed since that conviction was awarded. If the applicant was under 18 at the time of the conviction, the period will be reduced to 5.5 years. There are two exceptions to this. The first is where a person has been convicted of an offence that is specified under section 113A(6)(d) of Part 5 of the Police Act 1997. These are regarded as more serious offences, where the maximum penalty for that offence is a sentence of imprisonment. This would include, for example, offences involving violence, sexual misconduct and the misuse or supply of drugs. Such offences will, to maintain the safeguarding of vulnerable groups, always be disclosed. The second is where any offence was punished by a period of imprisonment, including a suspended sentence. These offences will also always be disclosed. While two exceptions remain and information about such offences will be disclosed, where any offence is spent, an individual retains the right of appeal to the independent reviewer of criminal record certificates to have that information removed from their certificate. I acknowledge that this means that less information will be disclosed on Access NI certificates than previously. I am content, however, that this change does not diminish the safeguarding of vulnerable groups in Northern Ireland. Relevant information for the purposes of employment vetting will continue to be disclosed by Access NI. Given the court ruling I approved in March 2020 that Access NI should, on an administrative basis, no longer apply the multiple offence rule pending the introduction of this legislation. While this has increased the proportion of certificates issued that have criminal record information removed before issue, from the 1st of April 2020 to the 31st of March 2021, Access NI still disclosed information in 579 standard certificates, that is 14.5% of all such certificates issued, and 4,981 enhanced certificates, 5.9% of all certificates issued. I am therefore confident that the amended legislation continues to ensure that the correct balance is struck between the safeguarding of vulnerable groups and to afford the right to privacy of individual applicants for Access NI certificates as set out in Article 8 of the European Convention on Human Rights. This rule is subject to the draft affirmative procedure, as amendments to Section 113A(6) can only be made in this manner as specified within the primary legislation Part 5 of the Police Act. At this point, I wish to thank the Justice Committee for its careful consideration of this draft rule. It is with its support that I bring the draft rule before you today, and so I commend the rule to the House.
I now call Paul Given, Chair of the Justice Committee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm just going to speak briefly because the Minister has outlined in detail the purpose of the rule. It will remove the requirement for Access NI to automatically disclose all convictions where an applicant for a standard or enhanced check has more than a single conviction on their criminal record. This brings the Access NI filtering scheme into line with the judgment that was made by the Supreme Court in January of 2019. The Minister first wrote to the Committee to advise of changes to the scheme in March of 2020. Given that over a year had elapsed since the Supreme Court decision, the Minister advised that to prevent any further challenges, the changes should initially be made on an administrative basis and that the necessary legislative changes would be made as quickly as possible thereafter. The Committee subsequently considered the proposal to make the rule at its meeting on the 1st of October, along with an update on the operation of the administrative changes made to the scheme in March. The Department did advise that the impact of those administrative changes had been significant, with around 55 to 57% of applications having information filtered compared to 27 to 30% of applications before the changes were made. Many of these related to multiple motoring offences that until then had to be disclosed on the basis that more than one offence was adjudicated at court. The Department advised that there was no evidence that the increased rate of filtering caused any safeguarding concerns, and no adverse feedback had been received from employers. So, having considered the information provided, the Committee agreed that it was content with the proposal for the statutory rule. The Committee also agreed to request clarification on the offences that would be retained on the system permanently, which the Department provided on the 20th of October. The Department laid the rule on the 6th of May. At our meeting on the 13th of May, the Committee noted correspondence from the Department advising that the delay in the rule being laid following the Committee's consideration of the proposal in October was due to drafting issues which had been resolved. So the statutory rule was subsequently considered at our meeting on the 27th of May, when the Committee noted the Examiner for Statutory Rules had no comment to make by way of technical scrutiny and agreed to recommend that the statutory rule be approved by the Assembly. So therefore, on behalf of the Committee for Justice, I support the statutory rule. Thank you.
I now call Linda Dillon.
I don't propose to again repeat what the Minister and what the Chair of the Committee has already said, but just to say, I think it is important to note that this is to bring Access NI into line with the Supreme Court judgment in January 2019, which found that the disclosure of all convictions where an individual had more than a single offence was disproportionate and would not comply with Article 8 of the ECHR. The case involved 4 people who were convicted, cautioned or reprimanded for relatively minor offences such as driving without a seatbelt in 1996, the theft of a sandwich from a shop in 1999, whilst the offender was homeless and suffering from undiagnosed schizophrenia. Disclosing their criminal records to potential employers made it more difficult to obtain jobs. The Access NI scheme is an important safeguarding scheme to ensure that people do not end up in inappropriate jobs where they might present a danger to the public or to individuals, and as already been outlined, that is still in place. But it was never intended to prevent people from turning their lives around or to prevent people getting another chance after previous misdemeanours, regardless of how minor they were. It's important that Access NI is proportionate, fair and human rights compliant, and I welcome this legislative change which will do exactly that.
I now call on the Minister of Justice, Naomi Long, to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion.
I want to thank both the Chair and the Vice Chair for the points that they have raised today. I want to thank all members in the Chamber for their consideration of the draft rule. It is essential to ensure that we can comply with the ruling made by the Supreme Court in January 2019 in relation to the disclosure of old and minor offences on Access NI certificates. I also want to put on record again, Mr Deputy Speaker, my thanks to the committee for their scrutiny of this, and I hope that the Assembly will join me in supporting the regulations. I commend the draft rule to be approved by the Assembly.
Members, the question is that the Draft Police Act 1997, Criminal Record Certificates, Relevant Matters, Amendment, Order NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business are motions to approve 4 draft statutory rules, all of which relate to the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002. There will be a single debate on all 4 motions. I will ask the Clerk to read the first motion, then call on the Minister to move it. The Minister will then commence the debate on all 4 motions as listed on the ordered paper. When all those who wish to speak have done so, I will put the question on the first motion. The second motion will then be read into the record, and I will call the Minister to move it. The question will then be put on that motion, and this process will be repeated for the remaining statutory rules. If that is clear, we will proceed. Clerk, please read the first motion.
That the draft Proceeds of Crime Act 2002, Search, Seizure and Detention of Property, Code of Practice Order, Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
I call on the Minister of Justice to formally move the first motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. I now call on the Minister to open the debate on all the motions.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The purpose of the orders before the Assembly today is to bring into operation 4 codes of practice for use of powers under the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002, as amended by the Criminal Finances Act 2017. By way of background, the Proceeds of Crime Act, which is otherwise known as POCA, is a UK-wide act designed to provide law enforcement with tools to recover the proceeds of crime and deny criminals the opportunity to accumulate assets secured by illegal means. POCA contains a wide range of provisions which deal with, amongst other things, cash seizure and forfeiture, asset freezing, the disclosure of information by financial institutions during investigations, and requirements on professionals within regulated industries to submit suspicious activity reports. Since its inception, POCA has proven to be an integral part of the response to organised criminality, which, as members will know, is driven by sheer greed and a disregard for the harmful impact the crime has on our society. The POCA regime was further enhanced by the Criminal Finances Act 2017. That Act added to the list of tools for operational agencies to use when investigating the proceeds of crime. This included the introduction of the new account freezing and forfeiture powers, new listed asset forfeiture powers, new unexplained wealth order provisions, and the ability to revisit confiscation orders. Unfortunately, those powers did not commence in Northern Ireland as planned in 2017. Whilst the provisions were included in the original bill, the Assembly's dissolution in January 2017 meant that it was not possible to secure a legislative consent motion. However, it was decided that the devolved provisions should remain in the bill, but that these would not be commenced without appropriate consents having been secured from Northern Ireland. Since the return of the Assembly, I have engaged with the Executive and the Justice Committee and with members to secure a way forward for commencing these outstanding provisions, as retrospective consent for the provisions of an Act is not possible. Members may recall that I advised the Home Secretary that these powers should be commenced last year, and while it has taken longer than I had hoped, given the pressures of EU exit and COVID, all parties are working towards a commencement date of the 28th of June. Turning specifically to the business before the Assembly today, members are invited to approve 4 codes of practice which give guidance to officers in Northern Ireland exercising POCA functions following commencement of the relevant provisions. These officers are primarily PSNI officers and accredited financial investigators in the PSNI, Department for Communities and the Northern Ireland Environmental Agency. The designation of powers is subject to training and accreditation on an ongoing basis. These codes of practice should coincide with the commencement of the relevant Criminal Finances Act provisions. Taking into account appropriate jurisdictional differences, the codes are closely aligned to those prepared by the Home Office for officers exercising POCA powers in reserved agencies or on behalf of other bodies in England and Wales. 3 of the orders relate to existing codes which have been subject to minor updates to reflect how the new powers should be exercised. One order is for a new code that advises officers on how to exercise powers in respect of the recovery of listed assets. It is anticipated, subject of course to the Assembly's approval today, that the 3 revised codes and 1 new code will take effect on the 28th of June to coincide with the planned commencement of the Criminal Finance Act provisions. Whilst I don't propose to go into the full technical detail of each of the codes, members may find a brief summary helpful. Firstly, the Search, Seizure and Detention of Property Northern Ireland Code of Practice is issued under Section 195T of the 2002 Act, provides guidance to constables and accredited financial investigators on the exercise of powers to search and seize and detain property that may be needed to satisfy a future confiscation order following conviction. Secondly, the Recovery of Cash Search Powers Northern Ireland Code of Practice, issued under Section 293A of the 2002 Act, provides guidance to constables and accredited financial investigators on the operation of the powers to search for cash where there are reasonable grounds for suspecting that it is property obtained through unlawful conduct or is intended for the use in unlawful conduct. Thirdly, the Investigations Northern Ireland Code of Practice, issued under Section 377ZA of the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002, provides guidance to constables and accredited financial investigators on the exercise of the investigation powers in POCA. Finally, the Recovery of Listed Assets Search Powers Northern Ireland Code of Practice is issued under Section 303I of POCA. It's a new code which provides guidance to constables and accredited financial investigators on the exercise of powers to search for listed assets, such as precious metals and stones, artistic works and face value vouchers that have been acquired by the proceeds of crime or will be used to support further criminal activity. It also provides guidance on applications by officers to judicial officers or senior officers for prior approval to exercise the powers. POCA stipulates that the Department of Justice must prepare and publish a draft of any new or revised code of practice. My department ran a 9-week public consultation on the 4 codes from the 1st of December 2020 to the 1st of February 2021. As no adverse impacts and no amendments were suggested, there were no changes to the codes as a result of the consultation. Officials subsequently made some amendments to the Investigations Code of Practice to fix minor errors and for stylistic purposes, but no material changes were required. Setting aside the technical detail, it is important to reflect on what these codes help to deliver. We know that criminals are motivated by greed and by personal gain. Removing the profits from criminal activity therefore reduces incentives and has a disruptive effect on the cycle that sustains serious and organised crime. In turn, this reduces the harm to individuals, families and businesses across our communities. So it is important to recognise that the POCA regime is an integral part of the overall response to tackling organised criminality in all of its forms. Enhancing the POCA framework is also consistent with what my department and our partners on the Organised Crime Task Force seek to achieve under the Organised Crime Strategy for Northern Ireland, particularly in respect of pursuing offenders through investigation, disruption and prosecution. And as the Independent Reporting Commission recognises, the introduction of these measures will broaden the range of tools available to deal with paramilitarism and organised crime, where there is often significant crossover. In conclusion, these codes are important safeguards which underpin the whole POCA regime. Collectively, we must ensure that organised criminality is both socially unacceptable and economically unviable. I therefore ask the Assembly to support the strengthening of the POCA legislation in Northern Ireland and approve these 4 orders today. We need to send a clear and consistent and collective message that crime does not pay, and that we will do everything in our power to ensure that law enforcement agencies here have all the powers they need to deny criminals the use of their assets and recover the proceeds of crime and disrupt and deter criminality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Paul Given, the Chairperson of the Justice Committee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and again I'm pleased to speak in my role as Chair of the Justice Committee on these issues, albeit briefly. As the Minister has already outlined in detail the purpose of the 4 statutory rules that is before us today. They will bring 1 new Code of Practice and 3 revised Codes of Practice issued under the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002 into operation. The codes apply principally to financial investigators designated with powers under the law in the PSNI, the Department for Communities Fraud Investigation Service and the Northern Ireland Environment Agency. Equivalent codes which apply to reserved bodies operating in Northern Ireland are issued by the Home Office and the Attorney General and Advocate General for Northern Ireland. The codes have been updated or drafted to reflect changes to POCA arising from the Criminal Finances Act of 2017. Members will be aware that this Act is a UK-wide Act which includes a mix of reserved and devolved provisions to provide law enforcement agencies and partners with new capabilities and powers to recover the proceeds of crime and to tackle money laundering, corruption and terrorist finance. Though fully commenced in England, Wales and Scotland, the devolved provisions for Northern Ireland have not been commenced as consent was not secured before the Assembly was dissolved in January of 2017. The Minister for Justice wrote to the Committee on the 22nd of May last year indicating her intention to notify the Home Secretary of her agreement to commence the provisions of the Criminal Finance Act 2017 in Northern Ireland. The departmental officials subsequently attended the Committee's meeting on the 28th of May to provide an overview of the provisions relating to Northern Ireland that it was proposed should be commenced. The Committee was advised that a public consultation would be undertaken on 9 codes of practice. The Department for Justice and Home Office would each consult on 4 codes of practice, while the Attorney General and Advocate General for Northern Ireland would consult on 1 of the codes. Written information provided in follow-up to the evidence session provided further detailed information on the consultations. The Department wrote to the Committee on the 15th of November advising of its intention to launch a 9-week consultation on its 4 codes of practice on the 23rd of November. The Committee agreed that it was content for the consultation to proceed and then would consider the matter further upon the results being available. The consultation was subsequently launched on the 1st of December. The summary of the consultation was considered at our meeting on the 11th of March. Although no amendments to the codes were deemed necessary following the Department's consultation, 1 code was updated as a result of changes made to an equivalent Home Office code in response to that consultation. The Department advised that the changes made provided clarity where it was believed to be beneficial, but were not considered to be material to the operation of the codes. The Committee noted the Department's intention to bring the draft affirmative statutory rules and finalised codes of practice for consideration after the Easter recess. The Department also indicated that the codes of practice would come into operation on the same date as the commencement of the outstanding provisions of the Criminal Finances Act. At its meeting on the 22nd of April, the Committee agreed it was content with the proposals for the statutory rules to bring the 4 codes of practice into operation. The draft statutory rules were subsequently considered at our meeting on the 3rd of June. The Committee noted that the Examiner of Statutory Rules had no issues to raise in regard to technical aspects of the 4 rules and agreed to recommend that they be approved by this Assembly. So therefore, on behalf of the Committee, I support each of the 4 motions that are before us. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call Linda Dillon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I don't intend to repeat what the Chair has already outlined, but just to say that the motions will amend a number of statutory codes of practice under the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002 to take account of the commencement of the provisions of the Criminal Finances Act 2017. The Criminal Finances Act includes a number of important provisions which will assist the police and others in tackling organised crime and criminal gangs. It's an important piece of legislation, and this first came to my attention actually whenever I was on the policing board, and we went to a presentation in Grosvenor Road where the police outlined why they needed these codes to be put in place and this legislation to be put in place. We need, and in saying that, it is necessary to ensure that we equip the police with the proper tools that will enable them to tackle this crime. Armed criminal gangs are involved in serious crimes such as murder, extortion and drug dealing. They threaten, bully, intimidate and coerce our communities, and they have no place in our society. For these criminal gangs, their main motivation is financial. They want to make as much money as possible, mainly off the backs of communities and those who cannot afford to do so. For the police and other law enforcement agencies, it's important that they have the power to target these gangs where it will hurt, tackling their assets and their pockets. The Criminal Finances Act introduces 2 new forfeiture powers which will allow the police to do just that in cases where property, assets or money derives from or is intended for use in an unlawful conduct. I would like to see the PSNI tackle organised crime in my constituency of Mid-Ulster. I'm sure many other members across this House will share the frustration of those who live in my constituency, who see drug dealers who destroy our communities, dealing drugs to our children and young people, living lavish lifestyles while families and communities are left to pick up the pieces. So I commend this to the House. Thank you, Minister.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and indeed thank you, Minister, for bringing these regulations to the House today. The Minister has already used one of my lines when she said that it is indeed an old cliché to suggest that crime doesn't pay, and that's true because the Justice Minister is working hard to ensure that that is the situation for all of us. The Proceeds of Crime Act 2002 has been amended by the Criminal Finances Act 2017, containing provisions that relate to asset recovery, and these are due to be commenced later this month. But it's worth noting, Deputy Speaker, that these powers have been available in England and Wales and Scotland from early 2018. And despite the efforts of the Department of Justice to bring forward a legislative consent motion, the Assembly dissolved before the motion could be debated in January 2017, so the powers were not commenced in Northern Ireland at that time. Sadly, another example of lost time. There was 3 years when this chamber stood empty. Lost time when it was necessary legislation to make Northern Ireland a better and safer place couldn't be progressed, something which we must all pledge not to repeat. Time for criminal gangs to continue in business is never a good place to be. Although new provisions to the Proceeds of Crime have already been commenced, a number of elements are still to come into operation later this month. These include considerable powers to tackle crime and the cutting of funds for ill-gotten gains. Perhaps the most well-known element of this will be the unexplained wealth orders, meaning that police agencies can make applications to the High Court for orders. So I understand that although these will not cover the PSNI, ultimately the PSNI will be able to refer this to an agency to enable the work to be done. We often in our constituencies wonder how some people lead a life of luxury with no means of visible support. Hopefully those days are coming to an end for many of those people. Unexplained wealth orders will provide a tool to investigating agencies requiring those assets in excess of £50,000 to explain how this was obtained and how it can be explained by their known income. Fancy cars, houses and lifestyles hopefully will be coming to an end. It also includes account freezing and forfeiture orders. These have been particularly valuable in England and Wales, where over £200 million was frozen in the year 2019-2020. Other provisions are forfeitures of listed assets if all of the parts of the asset are recoverable property or intended for use of unlawful conduct. If you haven't gained it illegally, then you should have no difficulty explaining why you've got it. Other serious and useful provisions will introduce disclosure orders in money laundering investigations, which will require anyone answering questions and provide information with regards to money laundering investigations. Finally, amendments provide for an extension of the moratorium period that will allow investigators to take evidence to determine whether further action should be taken following suspicious reports by a bank or other companies. And it is important that financial institutions which are trusted by the public should also play their part in helping to expose criminal activity. This extends the current period from 31 days to 186 via court order, allowing for considerably more time for investigation by financial institutions. Mr. Speaker, these are really meaningful provisions to tackle organised crime in Northern Ireland, and I believe that they will make a major difference. However, I understand that due to this amendment of the Proceeds of Crime Act, we now must update the codes of practice, and that's what's happening today, to ensure a standardised approach across the United Kingdom. Codes of practice are, as the Minister has stated, technical in nature, but they fall into 4 key areas: search and seizure and detention of property, search and seizure of cash, search and seizure of certain listed assets, and general asset recovery investigation powers. They may be technical, but everybody on the street will understand what those headings mean. Some of the specific changes that are included in this revision of the meaningful cash to be included in a wider range of items, such as gaming vouchers and betting receipts. These are welcome changes being progressed today. They will go some way to ensuring that no one profits from crime. So I want to commend the work that the Minister has done in bringing this forward today. From today forward, there are paramilitary crime gangs and others who will have to fear further the knock at the door. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I call Sinead Bradley.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and on behalf of the SDLP, I too rise to welcome these revised codes and the new code, albeit late, and that's through no fault of the Minister's, but it does standardise the approach we take going forward in disrupting and seizing any proceeds of crime. I won't reiterate what has been said, but I do think it is worth noting at this stage that the purpose of the statutory rule, as presented, does include that it will be a proportionate, consistent approach and a focused manner. And I think it's really worth of note saying that this is also in the interest of the person who may be subject to these powers, because it does bring a standardised proportionality to the discussion. So any person who, for whatever reason, may have been subject to these at the outset because there was a perception, and they can prove that they have got legitimate access to these means, that they then will have very clear regard to these proposals and how they can defend themselves. That said, I think that is important, and it is an important proportionate piece that is built in. But it is without any hesitation of saying this is about disrupting those who try to benefit and live off proceeds of crime. So, like the SDLP, like any law-abiding citizens, will have no hesitation in welcoming these codes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I shall be brief. This is a good day for justice. This is a good day for tackling crime and those who make a living by criminal activities. The Ulster Unionist Party have always been strong on justice. We've always been strong in supporting victims. We've always been strong in tackling crime, and we've always been strong in tackling the causes of crime. And we will stand with our Justice Minister to rigorously force this through, to make sure that we can engage these criminals where it hits them hardest. That is in their pocket, and that is in their bank accounts, and that is in the fancy cars that they drive around our streets on, and that is the fancy watches that they have on their wrists, while the people who are the victims of that crime sit at home in fear because of what is happening to them. The Proceeds of Crime Act is a tool in dealing with crime, be that through paramilitaries, be that through criminals, be that through organised crime gangs. It's just another tool. But it is simply untenable that we would not support this to be able to tackle these individuals. Accredited financial investigators are key to this. Because as this crime gets more complex on each day, every time they try to show that what they have got is something that they have gained legally, as they try to launder money or sell on goods, it's important that these accredited financial investigators, along with the PSNI, have the tools to hold them to account. We cannot have criminals in our society without working, standing there in their Armani suits and their gold watches and their BMWs. Of course I will, yes, absolutely.
Would the member agree with me that it is not acceptable to have people in balaclavas marching through the streets of Portadown either?
Of course, and I'm sure that the member will have heard me say so on multiple occasions, that it's not tenable to have people walking through the streets in balaclavas. It's not tenable to have people in the gutters in balaclavas murdering citizens of this country. So there's no point trading insults across the room here when you know full well that I am not standing supporting anybody who wears a balaclava, and you know full well that I do not support paramilitaries in any shape or form, and you know full well that I have received threats from loyalist paramilitaries, and you know full well that there are also Republican organised crime gangs out there as well. So play your games if you want, when I'm making a point, a positive point about what our Minister is doing to tackle criminals.
Can I bring you
I was not anywhere near that parade when it happened, or see anybody with a balaclava.
Order. I would ask the member to return to the motion in front of us, despite the distraction. We are here to debate a piece of legislation. I would ask you to return to it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will maybe apologise for getting a little bit carried away, but when you stand up against these criminals, and somebody tries to belittle you for doing that, you may just get a little bit passionate about that. So I will finish by saying quite simply, this is good legislation in dealing with criminals on our streets, paramilitaries on our streets, and criminal gangs on our streets. And I will be supporting the Minister in this, and I will be supporting her in rigorously ensuring that it is applied through our offices. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Paul Frew.
Deputy Speaker, I rise also to support the Minister of Justice in her endeavours here today, bringing these changes to the codes of practices that we most definitely need. And if you speak to the police force, police service, they will tell you the same. A modern police force needs modern legislation. There's absolutely no doubt about it, because one thing's for sure: criminality moves on at a pace. It adapts and overcomes troubles and barriers that are presented before them, and it's only right that our police service, a service dedicated to protect people, has powers then to combat that. And of course, organised crime comes in many guises, but all guises impact greatly and incredibly on society, on its peoples, on family units and on businesses. I am probably one of a few here who grew up in a working class estate, and whilst I said a few, I said one of a few, and who's seen probably at hand, first hand, some of the impacts that organised crime has on young people, being trapped into organised crime, being cajoled and coerced into organised crime. And sometimes that happens through pressure, but sometimes that happens through lure. And big flashy cars, big houses, buying up homes that are badly needed for their criminal enterprises adds to the spectre of the kingpin, which will strike fear into the kitchens and the living rooms of every single working class home in this country, whereby it will restrict freedoms of that family, for husbands, for wives, for children. And there is, if you like, other laws and other rules that people have to abide by when a kingpin takes hold. So it's good that we can now proceed with these changes to the codes of practice. It is a shame, and I will agree with my colleague across the way in the Alliance Party when he said it is a shame that it has taken so long for us to get these through. And it is a shame, Mr Deputy Speaker, that this place was down for so long. And I think over that period of years, 3 years, how many people could have been protected? How many assets and how much cash could have been confiscated and seized in that time duration? And these are things that we must consider whenever we ask, when people ask, and when journalists ask us about the worth of this place as an instrument to make change to people's lives. This is just one example of the benefits of having a devolved assembly. And it is vitally important that that is not misused or abused or taken for granted. And that's why we should value this place. Organised crime, Mr Speaker, comes in many guises. It could be just drug dealing, and that's not, I don't mean that just drug dealing, I mean that it can be drug dealing, racketeering, smuggling, paramilitarism also. And it is not acceptable that anyone that would sit in this devolved assembly, a political party, would have or be controlled by an army council that then not only looks upon the political party, but looks upon all arms of activity, and that could well include organised crime, criminality and terrorism. Yes, I will. Yeah.
The member may be appointed later today as a minister in the executive, and in doing so he'll have to sign a pledge of office. And that pledge of office, it makes it quite clear that they have to tackle criminality and paramilitarism. So if the member is going to stand by his words, will he therefore not meet with the Loyalist Communities Council until the gangs they are associated with disband?
Order, members. Interesting debate, but I suggest for another day. Again, I ask members to discuss the legislation that is in front of us today.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I abide by your ruling, despite the diversion from across the chamber, when we should be tackling the issue around organised crime, paramilitaries and shadowy outfits, albeit named in any what guise you want, one being the Army Council. So it is important that we tackle all aspects of criminality. There is no justifying criminality or organised crime. There is no justification for any of it, and it all should stop forthwith. So again, Mr Deputy Speaker, I support the Justice Minister in her endeavours here today, and I support these codes of practice being changed. Thank you very much.
I call John Blair.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Proceeds of Crime Act, which is a UK-wide act designed to provide law enforcement with tools to recover the proceeds of crime and deny criminals the opportunity to accumulate assets secured by illegal means, is an integral part of our response to tackle organised criminality. I should, Deputy Speaker, at this point refer to my membership of the Northern Ireland Policing Board, where these matters were recently discussed. Organised crime, as members have pointed out, causes harm, misery and fear within our communities, and tackling this has remained a key priority throughout the Minister's tenure, and I commend her for progress she has made in protecting individuals, communities and businesses in Northern Ireland from organised crime. Although good progress has been made, we are still well aware that countering the lingering illegal, persuasive nature of paramilitarism requires a long-term, genuinely collaborative approach across government, working closely with community partners. As a Policing Board member, Deputy Speaker, I wish to put my commitment on record that I will do all that I can in that capacity to disrupt and prevent organised criminality. It is completely unacceptable for this coercive, controlling influence of these structures to prevail or try to prevail or operate in our society. Details of significant interventions and successes against organised crime by NCA, Border Force and the PSNI have all been well publicised in recent weeks, and we welcome these measures that have been taken in the interests of public safety. It is not only appropriate but also absolutely necessary that suitable legislation and codes of practice are in place to enable and enhance future success. From a law enforcement perspective, I support the strengthening of the proceeds of crime legislation in Northern Ireland and the 4 orders laid before the Assembly today. In addition to that, the support from across the House for the Minister and the matter she has brought before us is very welcome. I too support it, Deputy Speaker.
I now call on Justice Minister Naomi Long to conclude and wind up the debate on all 4 motions.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This has been mainly a positive debate, and I very much welcome the contributions that members have made to it. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is an opportunity for us as an Assembly to make clear that organised crime is not a victimless crime, and it is not conducted within a vacuum. Its detrimental impact can be seen and felt within our communities, where it causes real harm and it wrecks lives and livelihoods. It diverts money away from public services that we need and use every day, and it undermines the legitimate economy. It puts lives at risk by peddling substandard goods, often dangerously, to a public who think that it's a bargain, who believe that what they've got is a deal that is too good to be true. And it is indeed too good to be true. I will, yes.
Will the Minister also give a public message in relation to not only some of the items being dangerous, but actually the cigarettes and the alcohol can quite often be poisonous in nature?
And the member is, of course, right, because only today, as a result of Operation Pangea, we were with the Health Minister this morning and with the PSNI, looking at the haul of goods that were seized during Operation Pangea. Significant numbers of, for example, medical devices and pills that were taken off our streets. And people order them online. They don't know what they're going to receive from these organised crime gangs. It may be what it says on the packet, it may not. But if you take that medication in combination with other medication, even if it is the real deal, and you take it without the supervision of a medical professional, it can kill you. There is no question about that. And so what you are doing is putting people's lives at risk. And people may think that these things are a bargain, they may think that they're getting a great deal, but it is because somewhere somebody is paying the price. Whether that is people who are enslaved in terms of actually producing these goods, or whether it is those who at the end are the consumers and will find their lives destroyed. So we need to take a stand against organised crime. We have to recognise that it is completely unacceptable, and we need to do all we can in this Assembly, but also more widely in society, to stop it. Working with partners in the Organised Crime Task Force, I am committed to tackling organised criminality in all of its forms. We've had a considerable debate in the middle of this about paramilitaries and organised criminals. Indeed, it was raised during the last debate as well. I don't care how these organised criminals brand themselves, whether they do it as paramilitaries or whether they do it as simple organised criminals. Either way, they are parasites who are feeding off our communities, causing misery and destruction. They need to desist from their activity, they need to disband, and they need to let the rest of us get on with our lives in peace and free of the coercive control and intimidation that they exert on our streets every day. Not just in parades and shows of strength, though that is significant, but every day in those housing estates to which the member referred, where people are afraid to speak to the police for fear that a neighbour might see them doing so, where people are afraid to report suspicious activity because they're worried that that will lead to a brick through their window the next day, or worse. So we need to be real about the impact that these organisations have in our communities, and we need to stand united in our opposition to their continued existence in our community. Removing the I will indeed.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way again, but on that note, Minister, we are meeting tomorrow in terms of the political reference group End in Paramilitarism and Criminality. So does the Minister agree with me then that it's time now for more stick and less carrot? Because people are fed up.
Well, I think the member will see from what I've brought forward today that I believe that there has to be stick. I think there has been sufficient carrot in terms of giving people time. There's certainly been plenty of time to consume the carrot, because we're 23 years past the Good Friday Agreement, and yet we still wrestle with these issues and with clarity on them. One of the key issues in terms of dealing with organised crime is to build confidence in communities that these are not the people who control the neighbourhood. These are not the people who are in charge. It is the forces of law and order. It is the people in those neighbourhoods. It is the local legitimate communities who are in charge, not paramilitaries, not organised criminals, and not their cohorts. And we need to get that message out clearly. And I hope that these tools will help the PSNI and our other partner agencies to deal in a way with these people. Because let's be clear, whatever badge of convenience people wish to fly under, the only thing that motivates these people is their pocket. The only thing that motivates these people is their pocket. They don't care about local communities. They don't care about local people. They don't care about people who can't make ends meet. They don't care that families are broken over drugs and illicit materials being trafficked through their estate. They don't care. They care about their money, they care about their own luxurious lifestyles, and they peddle the material that they bring into our communities in order to sustain that, and often at the expense of some of the poorest and most vulnerable people in our community. So absolutely there should be stick, and I trust that with these measures in place we will be in a position to start actually seeing increased seizures. There has been some incredible work done, Mr Deputy Speaker, in this space, in terms of seizures of drugs, in terms of seizures of criminal assets, in terms of seizures of cash, in terms of arrests and prosecutions. And instead of quibbling about whether there's a balance and how they're labelled and what they're called, let's just collectively celebrate the fact that those drugs, that money and those individuals are off our streets. Removing the proceeds of crime is therefore absolutely crucial to our combined efforts. Investigating and removing criminal assets has a powerful disruptive effect on organised criminals. It can impact on their so-called status within communities, and of course the member is right when he talks about people swanning around in their luxury cars, in their luxury clothes, whilst they feed off the poorest in our society. And by removing that status, hopefully we can disengage another generation of young people from following in their footsteps. It also can cause problems between criminal groups when we remove their resources, and that restricts their ability to be able to fund further criminality. These orders debated today ensure Northern Ireland officers with functions under the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002 can exercise their powers underpinned by up-to-date and effective guidance. These orders also ensure that safeguards are in place for those who may be the subject of a POCA-related investigation. I'm therefore pleased, Mr Speaker, to be in a position to be able to say that we are moving forward in terms of the Criminal Finances Act, and to ask that these orders be accepted and that the motions before the Assembly today be approved. It is a step forward for Northern Ireland, and I hope a step backwards for criminal enterprises.
Members, the question is that the draft Proceeds of Crime Act 2002, Search, Seizure and Detention of Property, Code of Practice Order Northern Ireland 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now move on to the second motion on the draft Proceeds of Crime Regulations, which has already been debated. I'll ask the Clerk to read the motion.
That the draft Proceeds of Crime Act 2002, Cash Searches, Code of Practice Order Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
Now call on the Minister to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Members, the question is that the draft Proceeds of Crime Act 2002, Cash Searches, Code of Practice Order Northern Ireland 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now move on to the third motion on the Proceeds of Crime Regulations, which has already been debated. Again, I ask the Clerk to read the motion.
That the draft Proceeds of Crime Act 2002, Investigations, Code of Practice Order Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
I call on the Minister to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Members, the question is that the draft Proceeds of Crime Act 2002, Investigations Code of Practice Order Northern Ireland 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now move on to the fourth motion on the draft Proceeds of Crime regulations, which has already been debated. I ask the clerk to read the motion.
That the draft Proceeds of Crime Act 2002, Recovery of Listed Assets, Code of Practice, Order Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
I call on the Minister to move the motion.
So moved.
The question is that the draft Proceeds of Crime Act 2002, Recovery of Listed Assets, Code of Practice, Order Northern Ireland 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I would ask members to take their ease for a few moments.
Okay, members, we'll resume the sitting. Thank you. Members, the next item on the order paper is the second stage of the Budget Number 2 bill, and I call the Minister of Finance.
Moved. Can't call it.
Thank you. And the second stage of the Budget Number 2 bill has been moved. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this debate, and I call on the Minister of Finance to open the debate on the bill. Minister.
This second stage debate today follows the Assembly's approval yesterday of the supply resolution for the main estimates 2021-2022. Accelerated passage of the bill is necessary in order to ensure royal assent before any departments reach the cash limits for the 2021-2022 set in the vote in account. I am very grateful to the Finance Committee for confirming that, in line with Standing Order 42, the bill can proceed under accelerated passage, and I thank the Committee for agreeing to that. The Assembly's agreement of the Executive's final budget for 2021-22 on the 25th of May allows me to bring this Budget Number 2 bill to the Assembly to seek the legislative authority for the expenditure of the departments and other bodies for the remainder of the financial year. Cancorla, the Assembly's Standing Order 32 directs that the second stage debate should be confined to the general principles of the bill, and I shall endeavour to keep to that direction. The bill will authorise the cash and use of resources on services to allow departments and other bodies to operate for the remainder of the financial year, carrying out the functions and delivering the services set out in Schedules 1 and 2 to the bill. The detail of how the cash and resources will be used is set out in the main estimates, and this document was laid in the Assembly on the 27th of May. The bill will authorise the issue of the sum of £10 billion, £342,800,000 from the Northern Ireland Consolidated Fund, and the use of resources totalling £11,843,690,000 by the departments and certain other bodies listed in Schedules 1 and 2 of the bill, ending in the year ending the 31st of March 2022, that is, this financial year. The cash and resources are to be spent and used on services listed in column 1 of each schedule. These amounts are in addition to the amounts previously authorised by this Assembly in the Budget Act NI 2021 in March. These amounts represent the Executive's up-to-date expenditure plans and include the in-year allocations which the Executive has agreed as part of the final budget process. In addition, as I explained to the Assembly yesterday, it includes some of the items not in the budget, namely the New Decade New Approach and confidence supply funding now confirmed by Treasury, and funding for extension of business support schemes delivered by my department and the Department for the Economy. This bill will ensure that all departments have the statutory authority to spend the cash and use the resources that they will require to deliver services for the remainder of the financial year. Clause 2 of the bill provides for the temporary borrowing by my department of £5,171,400,000. This is approximately half the sum authorised by Clause 1 for issue out of the Consolidated Fund. I must stress that Clause 2 does not provide for the issue of any additional cash out of the Consolidated Fund or convey any additional spending power. It simply enables my department to run an effective and efficient cash management regime. The bill also repeals a number of budget acts from 2018 and 2019. This is a normal process to remove legislation from the statute book once they are spent. This legislation is required to ensure that all public services can continue to be delivered for the remainder of this financial year. It gives legal effect to the budget agreed by all executive ministers. To be clear, no minister objected to this budget and no minister proposed an alternative allocation. On that note, Mr Speaker, I will conclude, and I will be happy to deal with any points of principle or detail of the budget bill that members may wish to raise.
Thank you, and I call Steve Egan, Chair of the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, the Minister, for his opening remarks and his opening comments. My remarks on behalf of the Committee for Finance will address the second stage of the Budget Number 2 Bill, Northern Ireland 2021. With your indulgence, however, I would just like to briefly comment on the question of accelerated passage. As this House knows, the Committee for Finance is in a unique position in respect of the requirement for it to provide confirmation on the level of consultation on the public expenditure proposals covered by this budget bill. In that regard, the committee has received oral and written briefings from the Department. It has participated in plenary debates. It has sought clarity from Assembly Research, and I must thank Assembly Research and Raise for their work that they've done. and commissioned feedback from other statutory committees in respect of the 21-22 public expenditure proposals. Despite all of this, it is still a struggle to understand the complex data, to appreciate the assumptions underpinning the budget process, and to really get to grips with the methodology by which public expenditure decisions are made. It is also a complexity that officials and academics also struggle with, not just MLAs and committees. I will confess that, despite this being the committee's second go at a budget, members are still often surprised by what we learn from officials about all of this. The committee understands from the Department that delays to the passage of the bill would lead to an interruption to the funding of public services. Given that we are still emerging from a public health emergency, it is not surprising that members are unwilling to risk this. Consequently, the committee agreed, and I must say with considerable reluctance, Mr Deputy Principal Speaker, to again grant accelerated passage for the Budget No. 2 bill. Mr Allister raised another matter in respect of the funding of the Northern Ireland Centenary, which I have no doubt when he is back in the Assembly itself, he will be raising that and will expound further than this during the course of this debate. Mr Deputy Principal Speaker, as you can imagine, the accelerated passage situation is a highly unsatisfactory outcome, which to some degree replicates the experience of nearly every other year. I again anticipate, therefore, that some members may seek to remedy this situation in the future through a suitable legislative vehicle. The bill before us today provides legal cover for the balance of the expenditure of 2021, which was not covered by the previous vote on account. I understand that the bill refers to cash and resources, and indeed accruing resources, which is income which departments receive from outside of the Northern Ireland Block Grant. However, the bill, if I have understood it correctly, doesn't cover capital, even though this is referenced in the main estimates. Perhaps, Minister, in your response, you might clarify where the legal authority for capital expenditure comes from, given that it doesn't come from this bill which we're debating, and despite all the budget bills and supply bills that we've been debating. Perhaps the Minister could also explain where legal authority for accruing resources come from, where these are in excess of that which is set out in the relevant schedules of the bill. Again, this is another area we need to have clarity on. Turning now to the substance of the bill and the associated public expenditure proposals, the committee has gratefully received feedback from those statutory committees who, despite the considerable pressure of other work, have done their best in quite difficult circumstances to interrogate departmental submissions. The chairpersons of those committees will undoubtedly, and I see many of them here now, will undoubtedly and eloquently make reference to the pressures their departments face. I will therefore merely give the House a few key points. In respect to the Committee for Communities, unmet bids, including around half of those relating to support for the vulnerable, including additional welfare mitigations and support relating to the reform of the Housing Executive. However, I think the committee also warmly welcomed confirmation that additional universal credit staff will now be provided for and recruited. We're also looking forward to seeing the details and the plans for the building of much-needed social housing, and the sooner the Minister can bring this forward and the Minister of Communities can bring this in front of the Assembly, that would be much appreciated. The Committee for Infrastructure welcomed the allocations to Northern Ireland Water, which were mentioned in previous debates, but highlighted the pressures on the Department to make the capital work actually happen with a challenging resource settlement. Again, we also look forward to finding out how we're going to get Northern Ireland water onto a sustainable basis in the future, because the challenges that we have with wastewater in Northern Ireland are acting on a real drag on our economy and our ability to get ourselves out of COVID-19 and reboosting Northern Ireland. The Committee for Justice now sound a little more hopeful in respect to the trajectory of PSNI numbers, but had some important medium-term concerns regarding the prison service and support for rehabilitation services. I think, Mr Deputy Principal Speaker, there may also be other issues in respect of the Civil Service Injury Benefit Scheme, which both Justice and Finance will have an interest in. and particularly when it was put to us the issues around time-limited proposals and issues to do with mental health. And anybody is aware of the challenge of PTSD. That should not be an issue that should be looked at lightly. And indeed, that's an area that I think Justice and Finance will have a close interest in going forward. The Committee for Education welcomed a commitment to a childcare strategy, but urged the Department to seek additional funding to address children's mental health waiting lists. The Committee for the Executive Office again sought clarity on the Victims' Pension Scheme. Mr Deputy Principal Speaker, much of the feedback from committees is generally positive and refers to some of the concerns surfaced at previous debates now being addressed, at least in part. But that indeed has helped, as we've seen from comments in the press today, of over $6.2 billion that came from our exchequer to Northern Ireland to help us through this COVID crisis. Having said all that, the absence of clarity on some of the new decade-new approach and confidence supply issues is regrettable. I am thinking particularly of the Victims' Pension Scheme. Like some of the above, appears as headrooms in the estimates. The committee noted the departmental assurances that at least 19, and the Minister's assurances yesterday, that at least 19 million of allocations will certainly follow for these many important expenditure items which have such significant community impacts. Mr Deputy Principal Speaker, 2021 was a very unusual year, with a global pandemic challenging many aspects of the governance of Northern Ireland, including the budget process. There is much that is commendable in terms of the Executive's response, including its support for the professionalism of our vital health service, educational and other frontline workers. I think it's also correct to welcome the additional measures for hard-pressed businesses and families, which is hoped will support the jurisdiction's post-pandemic recovery. But as I've said before, the budget process, the debates, the estimates, the delays, quite frankly, Minister, it just isn't satisfactory. The Committee's recent evidence we have received from the Republic of Ireland and indeed from Scotland show that there is a better way of doing this process. Maybe on the next occasion we debate these matters, some of these better ways will have already started to happen. In the meantime, and may I thank the hard work of all the members of the committee so far, and indeed the committee clerk and the staff that have been helping the committee, I would like to commend the second stage of the Budget No. 2 Bill Northern Ireland 2021 to the House, and hope next time we will begin to get it right. Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Principal Speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Can I call Mr Paul through?
Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I rise again to speak on a budget debate, as always. Yesterday I spoke about direction that this Executive and this Assembly, who will support or otherwise today this budget, and how we can direct our people at this time, a time of great trauma, a time of great worry and concern for their health, the population's health with regards to a very dangerous and novel pandemic, and then also the restrictions that have been imposed on business and the impacts and the effects that that has had on well-being, enterprise, business and jobs. And I fear that we haven't really saw the horror of that and the damage of that fully displayed as yet, because of the support mechanisms that the government has been able to implement, not least the rates holiday, which was very essential in keeping businesses alive, but also the furlough scheme that have kept jobs alive. But there is this sense that there is a life support mechanism and that businesses are still tied up with that. And I fear for the future of some businesses when those life support mechanisms are removed. So I do believe that there is a duty on all of us, not least the Finance Minister, to keep pressurising, keep talking to the Government in Westminster with regards to support mechanisms going forward in the future. It will not be needed for all business, but for some business that are still directly impacted on the restrictions that we have placed upon them, and also for the businesses that have been indirectly impacted by restrictions, and maybe their markets have fell through, their custom base is non-existent. So there are businesses out there that need support and will continue to need support in the weeks and months ahead. And it is very important that we then don't rely on government help coming down from above in Barnett formula, Barnett consequentials, in order to then push that money out. There will come a time when we will have to be creative as an Assembly and an Executive as to how we pursue the objectives and goals that will help and enhance business and create jobs, not try and save them, but to create jobs in the future as we adapt to any new changing environments. And there will be changes, I have no doubt of that. But before I move off the issue of restrictions, let me say this, that we should never be, as politicians, we should never be comfortable with restrictions on our daily lives and business. They should never be classed as a default position. We should always be striving to remove them where and when we can, in order to allow people to live their lives and get on with their business. And it is clear in my mind that sometimes businesses can obstruct, yes, I will.
Member for kindly giving way. Will the member agree with me? I totally agree with what he said in terms of restrictions. When they can be removed, they should be removed. Any barrier to business should be removed to support those businesses, and have had a very, very, very tough year, as the member will agree. But will the member also agree with me that the flip-flopping of the executive, the poor decision-making, the uncertainty from the executive has all led to further difficulties to these businesses, and ultimately restrictions being in place for longer?
Yep, I thank the member for his intervention, and I think I welcome the fact that he agrees with me. But yes, I think that there have been times when the executive has not displayed the logic of some of the decisions that they have taken. I think it was very harsh on people, business owners, when they were restricted, but yet could not see the logic or even the fairness in some of those decisions. And I think it will have to be the case that the executive moving forward will have to consider how they become more transparent and get that information out to the people, in order that they then will be able to understand the decisions that the executive makes. And with that, there might be more compliance. So it's very important that those measures going forward, any decisions being taken, should be open, transparent and accountable to the people who we serve. Can I say that, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, that it is disheartening that even within this massive document and the budget bill, the blue pages, that the Finance Minister missed the opportunity, and it is a missed opportunity, to reach out the hands of friendship to everyone in this society, when we could have been celebrating everyone in this country with regards to the centenary year. When I think about Northern Ireland, I think first and foremost about its people. And that's what we should all be celebrating. No matter what your background is, what your political philosophy is, or the experiences you've had in your life, we should celebrate all of our people. And I do believe that the Finance Minister missed an opportunity to reach out the hands of friendship. And he may well add in his submission that no departments made bids. There was money produced from other means that helped and assisted departments. Other departments have put into their own budget streams funds and money and capabilities to celebrate in some guise or another the centenary of Northern Ireland, and I welcome all of that. But the Finance Minister could have reached the hand out for us all and did something within his department and assisted and made clear to other departments that there was funding coming forward to celebrate the diversity of this place and all of its people, and all of the achievements that Northern Ireland has been able to produce over the last 100 years. I think that would have been a lovely gesture to make, but yet we are in a place whereby we couldn't even lay a stone and we couldn't even plant a rose. No, I will not give way again to the member because he will get time later on. And he couldn't even...
Can I ask the member just briefly to resume his seat? I appreciate that in a budget debate there's going to be a very wide-ranging discussion. What I would say is the advice that's been provided to me by the bill clerks is that whilst members may wish to consider provision and funding allocations for topical issues which have come up for discussion, for example, language provision, confidence in supply, victims' pensions and the allocation of funding for marking the Northern Ireland centenary, prolonged debate on specific projects is likely to be beyond the scope of the bill. If I could encourage the member just back towards the scope of the bill. Mr.
I thank the Principal Deputy Speaker for that ruling. Of course, I could never be accused of prolonging debate in this place. So I thank the Principal Deputy Speaker for that ruling. There are major issues of concern that should concern us all because it affects us all and our people and our families. And that is, and the Chair of the Finance Committee has already alluded to it, and that is our wastewater problem. Just because we can't see the pipes underneath the ground, just because we can't see what flows, doesn't mean that there's issues there. And these are massive. They're massive because they not only affect our water treatment plants, but they also affect development. And if we can't have development in this country, we will not have growth. We will not have new homes for our people. We will not have new business facilities for our companies. And we will not be able to create jobs out of that. And that is a massive issue for us going forward. We also, as I've alluded to, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, we need better housing for our people. When you look through some of the estates, some of the homes that people live in, I despair. When I knock doors, when I go round helping people, doing visits, sometimes I despair at what people have to live in through no fault of their own. And that's something that we need to be very, very cognizant of going forward. And we need to be ensured that we can create and bring in and attract foreign direct investment in the months and weeks ahead. It's going to be challenging, very challenging. It's going to be difficult even to travel and to bring people over. But we need to strive to do that as soon and as safely as we can, because that's where we'll be able to create jobs and assist businesses, providing jobs here, but also to assist the businesses that are already here. And that's something that worries me when I look at the budget bill here today. And I talked about it yesterday. I do not see direction. I do not see where the Minister is directing us and leading everyone here in Northern Ireland, including the businesses, to a better place. We need to get to that better place sooner rather than later, because lives depend upon it. The other big issue, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, which we cannot ignore, is our health service. The massive amount of people on our waiting lists, waiting for, in some cases, operations that could impact their life greatly, but shouldn't really be that big an issue for a health service. And that then leads on to further health problems and complications in the future, which then only adds to the health bill that we all have to pay for. So it's vitally important that we get moving on with the reforms needed and required for our health service, so that we have a health service that all of our people can avail of, not just the rich, not just the rich who can afford to go private, but for everyone who can't. We do not want a two-tier system. We do not need a two-tier service. We need a health service that's free at the point of delivery, that will help every single person in our communities, every single person, no matter what age they are, and no matter what place in the spectrum they reside and they experience. Those are the massive issues that will be affecting us all in the weeks and days ahead, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, that we will all have to put our shoulder to the wheel. We'll all have to put our hand to the plough, and we shouldn't and can't look back. We need to make sure that we, as an Assembly and the Executive, delivers for the people that we're here to represent. And that starts with a programme for government, and that's populated and funded by a budget that will support that programme for government going forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Mr. Melissa McHugh.
Cormagat, Preolas Concarla. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Agus Boynomsa Buihas Yanu Lishan Ira Foster Fahanya and Ratchets. And I'd like to thank the Minister as well for his statement. I welcome the opportunity to contribute to this debate on the budget bill, and I will comment on some of the key allocations contained within the budget. In the last year, over $3 billion has been spent in COVID support. Thousands of businesses benefit from schemes such as the Localised Restriction Support Scheme, the COVID Restriction Business Support Scheme, the newly Self-Employed Support Scheme, and grants to businesses to support their reopening. This was in addition to a 2-year rates holiday for many and an 18% reduction for others, which has been extended for another year. We saw huge levels of funding directed towards our hospitals and other frontline services to ensure the resources they needed to provide care and tackle the pandemic and to administer the vaccine, an administration that has been so successful. The pandemic in itself has shown just how vulnerable our healthcare system is after a decade of budget cuts. A waiting list before the pandemic, and we are now at the stage of breaking point as those waiting lists extend further and further. In addition, there are other long-term structural challenges within our economy that include significant regional imbalances. There's been a decline in our productivity and competitiveness and growing levels of income inequality and deprivation. Tory underinvestment has been devastating to all of the communities here in the north of Ireland. Now, to kickstart our economy and to encourage the investment in the north, a greater level of spending envelope is required to finance an ambitious programme that will lead to recovery. However, despite the limited level of funding available, there is much to be positive about within this budget, and I believe it does provide steps towards a recovery. The Minister has allocated $300 million towards an economic recovery package, which is to be welcomed. It is hoped that the voucher scheme will be the stimulus needed not only to encourage shoppers, but will also allow our local high street businesses compete with the many multinationals offering their goods online. I am delighted to see the £20 million allocated to the Department of Communities for the Job Start Scheme, which will assist our young people back into work. None have suffered so much in this pandemic as our young people, whether it is that they are restricted even in terms of socialising, but in particular in terms of job opportunity and that they would have depended on to support them whilst in college and things like it. Note, $722.5 million of capital DEL, which is the biggest allocation in years, has gone to the Department of Infrastructure, along with $170 million of RRI borrowing, which will provide a major boost to our construction industry and will provide, hopefully in the future for us, many jobs. We need to see delivery on key flagship infrastructure projects, such as the A5 in my own constituency, Casement Park in West Belfast, and more social housing units and major repair works on our rural roads. Sinn Féin welcome the $42.8 million that has been allocated to the Department for Communities, which will allow the continuation of existing welfare mitigations that protect the most vulnerable in our society. Parents in receipt of SEN will welcome the $10 million allocated to the Department of Education to assist with special educational needs provision. The draft budget also contains a £30.6 million allocation of COVID-19 money to education to deal specifically with the issue of holiday hunger. Children from low-income families that rely on free school meals will greatly appreciate this in every respect. This allocation will go a long way to ensure that parents have the means to feed their children when school is closed. The final budget contains limited opportunity for revenue-raising measures. Currently, the regional rate set by the Executive is the only significant revenue-raising power the Executive holds. It represents about 5% of the total draft budget settlement, equal to about £500 million. Now, the lack of any devolved tax power leaves the Executive in a position where it is almost entirely dependent on the Westminster Government to provide the funding needed to pay for our public services. And as we have seen over this last 10 years, this leaves us particularly vulnerable to Tory austerity. In particular, as so evidenced once again within our whole health service. The Executive needs to look at the issue of further devolution of tax variant powers as a means to better set out our own priorities when it comes to public spending. And I welcome the Minister's confirmation that the Fiscal Commission will produce a report on this issue before the end of this mandate. Given the limit, all right.
I thank the member and my constituency colleague for generously giving away. I note that he mentions the importance of revenue raising and the consideration of such in order to provide greater support and funding for our public services. But the member may remember that under the ministry of Chris Hazard, water meters were placed right across the north, more so under his ministry than any other. Does the member believe that that is the route for revenue raising, and is that the position of his party?
Can I just say that water meters in themselves only but monitor the amount of water that has been consumed one way or the other, but they do not imply straight away just that they are necessarily an imposition of another tax on people. But given the limited resources at the Minister's proposal, there are some good news items, including the extra allocation for health and education. The regional rates freeze and the continued rates holiday will be a vital boost for businesses as we transition into a post-COVID-19 position. Now, without an improved block grant allocation or the devolution of tax variant powers, the current budget represents the best available option available to the Executive. Short of constitutional change within the Good Friday Agreement, I don't think we're likely to see any other change in that respect.
Thank you. I call Mr Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Yesterday we debated the supply resolution and the main estimates. Today we are debating the budget bill itself. Though I've been an Assembly member for not quite 18 months, I think this is the 5th budget bill I have debated, and obviously there were associated estimates documents with all of those. We never stop, it seems, debating financial matters and fiscal matters. But as I said yesterday, it sometimes seems like the volume of debate is in inverse proportion to the quality of the scrutiny. But first, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, before I go any further, I just want to put something on the record. We had a robust debate yesterday, and the Finance Minister took strong exception to us in our party scrutinising and challenging. The Finance Minister is entitled to do that. He's entitled to be robust in his response, and I wouldn't expect anything less than him. But we aren't, and I don't think any MLA should be prevented from doing our job in terms of scrutiny. And in part because, as I'll come on to, these are first of all, they're vital subjects. They're completely critical to how we do government here, but they are also pretty dense and difficult. We have to do a job of unpicking, explaining how our financial reporting and how our budgeting works for a difficult for a public that doesn't always understand these arcane matters. That may not always be comfortable for ministers in terms of scrutiny, but that's the way it's supposed to be, I'm afraid. And indeed, there is a soon-to-be new minister, I believe, in this chamber who recently left, and we've all enjoyed listening to him over the months as the DUP finance spokesperson. It looks like we could be hearing from him as Economy Minister. I look forward to challenging him robustly on his plans for getting us through COVID and into long-term economic recovery. As the Finance Committee Chair has said, the committee granted accelerated passage to the budget bill despite having concerns about the level of scrutiny that we were able to complete. There has been speculation in the past year I think in relation to nearly all of those 5 budget bills that I've mentioned about whether or not to grant accelerated passage, including in the 3 that were required for financial year 2020-2021, a year that I'm sure we'd all agree was unique and unprecedented. But I must admit that I had a greater degree of reservation about granting this budget bill accelerated passage than I had previously. There are, as I and my colleagues have laid out in previous debates, genuine concerns about budgeting this year and the robustness of the scrutiny with which we have been able to apply. We have talked in particular and at length about the lack of a visible strategy, and in particular about the absence of a vision for addressing our waiting list crisis. I'll say it again, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, 1 in 4 of our citizens is on a waiting list. I'm glad to hear the previous Speaker, my Finance Committee colleague, Mr. McHugh, acknowledge and recognise the need for us addressing that and having a long-term financial plan that addresses our waiting list crisis. But we need, as well as that, we need a strategy which is matched to our long-term economic recovery from COVID and indeed improvement in our public services, because we do have a waiting list crisis in more than just our health service. It's in special educational needs, it's in housing. But to move on from the questions of strategy that I talked about in recent debates, there are also questions of clarity. This budget bill, as I said earlier, is the 5th budget bill which I have debated in less than 18 months as an MLA. We are averaging a budget bill little more than once every 2 months, and that's in addition to the formal budget statements we have, monitoring updates and indeed resolution motions. As I said, it should of course be acknowledged that most of those budget bills happened in the unique and unprecedented circumstances of the COVID crisis. Others have talked about the level of allocations that were required, sometimes with more than a little political or constitutional topspin, shall we say. So there were particular circumstances in financial year 21-22. But I think the truth be told, and I think everyone in this chamber would acknowledge, that we slightly lost the run of ourselves in terms of scrutinising spending over the past year. The sheer volume of fiscal events, financial reporting, has, I'm afraid, made it quite difficult to offer the public a robust service, as it were, as MLAs in terms of scrutinising how money is being spent. I do have concerns about the budget statement and the lack of strategy that was presented a month or 2 back and that we debated a couple of weeks back. But the truth is, I don't lay it all at the Finance Minister's door. It's something that we structurally need to look at, and I will come on to talk about the financial reporting bill that is before the Assembly in weeks to come. As I said, why is this so important? Because, as I have said repeatedly, in the absence of a fully rolled out and agreed programme for government that is properly rolled out across the executive and being delivered on, our budget process is the de facto strategic decision-making tool for the executive. And yes, it is true, again, that COVID has meant a unique year, as indeed has the end of the Brexit transition period and the beginning of our new arrangements. But at every point in this year, and by this year I mean financial year 2021-22, more than the exceptional and unique 2021, it has been next to impossible to point to a single consolidated statement of financial priorities and allocations and scrutinise it. The initial draft executive budget published in January has long been superseded by events and further allocations. The final budget we scrutinised a couple of weeks back was not really the final budget, because there were further allocations on, I believe, both the 1st and 27th of April, which were not incorporated into the tables in the final budget document, but are incorporated into the budget bill we are voting on today. I accept, I'm sure the Minister will say, that that is as a result of commitments not being confirmed by either the Treasury or the Northern Ireland Office, and indeed late allocations or allocations coming through at irregular times. I get that, but there is a job for all of us, from the Minister down, at communicating better our priorities and how we are budgeting for them. Indeed, additional headroom designed to accommodate further allocations or reprioritisations is included in the estimates that we debated yesterday and that we are formally voting on today via the budget bill. The issue, and it is something we should consider, and it's a perennial subject, but it's become particularly sharp and acute, if you like, over the past year, is that we have the constantly moving target of our budget position presents a real challenge when endeavouring to scrutinise how we are spending money and give clarity to the public that we are delivering on their priorities. So, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, what of the Financial Reporting Bill, which we are due to debate in the coming weeks? Well, the Financial Reporting Bill is a very modest first start in seeking to align how monies are reported. It won't, I'm afraid, go anywhere near what we need to in terms of offering clarity and consistency and information to the public about how budgeting is done. It in fact relates to, unless I can be corrected, I'm happy to be corrected, a relatively technical piece of accountancy clarification. So we need both the two new fiscal structures that have been announced by the Minister to mark a proper step change in how we do budgeting here. Many of us have engaged already with the Fiscal Council, which I'm glad to say does have serious people appointed to it. Of course, Robert Choate, formerly of the OBR, is the chair. But there is also a Fiscal Commission that has been announced. It would be good to hear more about the Fiscal Commission. I'm aware they are beginning the process of engagement, but I would be keen to see their terms of reference, understand what they will be looking at in terms of...
Order. I'm sorry. I'll ask the member to resume his seat. This is the budget bill debate. There will be on other occasions to discuss the fiscal responsibilities bills and the work of the Fiscal Commission. But if I could ask members, again, I know that budget debates, generally there's a very wide remit, but if we could try just to get back onto the content of the budget bill. Mr Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Who could forgive me for trying to vary things up a bit? I was simply doing it out of an act of courtesy and humanity to the Minister, who I'm sure is fed up listening to me say the same things over and over again. So I decided to offer a little commentary on the Financial Reporting Bill and the Fiscal Council. Anyway, I've made my point. We need to see a step change in how we do reporting, because I agree, and this is critical to the budget bill. I agree with the previous speaker. Indeed, I'm pleased to hear the previous speaker and Sinn Féin talk more and more about this, the need for us to have a proper look at how we do revenue raising. And that is, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, completely related to the budget bill. So, in conclusion, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, there are always allocations to welcome. There are always things that individual bits of expenditure that we welcome, but we shouldn't kid ourselves that we have yet since we've returned here landed anything like a properly thought through strategic budget, and we also critically need to see much more in the weeks ahead, and I hope we do, on a better joined up approach to not only how we scrutinise budgets but how we present them to the public and explain what our priorities are, and I very much hope that the new institutions that are being created can help us do that. Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Before I call the next speaker, which is Mr Chris Little, the Chair of the Education Committee, I would remind members that the sitting will be suspended at 1 o'clock for the Business Committee to meet. I'm not suggesting to Mr Little that he has to finish before 1 o'clock, but he should anticipate that he may be interrupted some way through his remarks. Mr Chris Little.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I think this is one of the rare occasions where I actually have quite a lengthy debate or speech, unfortunately, but I'll do my best. I welcome the opportunity to speak on the second stage of the budget bill as chairperson of the Education Committee. I would take this opportunity to continue to pay tribute to the teaching and non-teaching staff and students across Northern Ireland for the innovative and courageous way in which they are responding to the COVID pandemic, and to ask that the Executive ensure that they are supported by this and future budget bills. The COVID pandemic, financial crisis in public services and the unreformed budget process has made the monitoring of in-year allocations in 2020 to 21 extremely challenging. The timings to which this Assembly is being asked to work represent an inadequate budgetary process for proper transparency and scrutiny under any circumstances, but particularly so during a time when the education and well-being of our young people has been placed under such exceptional strain. A draft budget and final budget had issued by the time the Education Committee was briefed by the Education Department this year. These were, however, subject to pending authorisations, and approvals of a myriad of additional funding lines, and the Finance Department had not yet issued guidance and a timetable to govern the in-year monitoring process. Under these circumstances, the Education Minister overcommitted on the opening education budget by £81.2 million. I understand £64.7 million of this funding has now been received, and the remaining £16.5 million relates to confidence and supply funding, which is anticipated to be funded at the June monitoring. Despite the Minister's decision to overcommit on his opening budget, it is assessed that pressures of approximately £146 million, excluding COVID-19 pressures, remain across the education sector in 2021-22. £146 million. The Education Department has increasingly relied on in-year allocations secured via in-year monitoring rounds, and will again engage closely with the Department of Finance throughout the year to continue to assess these pressures and bid for additional funding as required. In line with previous years, the Department is relying on further in-year allocations to fund the education of children. The Education Committee raised concerns in April as to how it could carry out effective scrutiny in these circumstances. The Committee has also consistently expressed its concern at the consequences of the 1-year as opposed to 5-year budget framework. The Finance Department issued its in-year monitoring guidance on the 19th of May. I don't doubt that education officials have worked and communicated as best as they could with Department of Finance in the in-year process, but passage of a budget bill is supposed to be predicated on meaningful, full and timely consultation to allow Assembly insight and influence. In fact, the vote on account that has taken place allows the Executive to get on with executive spending proposals, while committees attempt to mine the granular detail from bundled spending programmes. Deputy Principal Speaker, this model of budget scrutiny makes us one of the few legislative bodies in the OECD countries that fail to authorise spending plans prior to the start of the budget year. I hope in the next mandate the Executive will bring the Assembly in from the sidelines of public spending decisions. The new Fiscal Council must play an important role. I'll not dwell on that particular point, Principal Deputy Speaker, but perhaps the Minister will reference this matter in his remarks later within the warning that you've given. I know that he recognises the need for reform also. In March, I referenced the Committee's priorities in terms of special educational needs, recovery initiatives and mental health support for pupils coming out of lockdown, and issues of digital equity raised by the pandemic context of blended and remote learning. The Education Committee was seriously concerned about governance and value for money in the provision of special educational needs support by the Education Authority. And although the Education Authority's budget has not been finalised, the Department assisted with providing some greater detail, and hopefully when the full reform plan and budget has been agreed, we will have greater insight and security into the arrangements to ensure compliance with special educational need and disability order commitments. The Education Committee welcomes the £28.3 million made available to the Department of Education to meet pressures in relation to recovery, support, re-engagement for children and young people, but will monitor the effectiveness of the implementation of this investment. And members of the Education Committee have expressed serious concern with regards to the extent of controlled assessments and effectively examination of so many pupils on their return to school, and the lack of monitoring of the impact of this approach on the mental health recovery of children and young people. In terms of confidence in supply, £20 million of confidence in supply resource funding for deprivation and £10 million for mental health were anticipated but not confirmed at the time of the Committee's briefing. However, I understand that the Minister has accessed £5 million of this for mental health and counselling initiatives. The Education Committee has urged the Education Minister to seek further funding of this provision, given the waiting list for child and mental health services, already at 400 pupils.
I think that's actually quite a good point to stop. The Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 p.m. today. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend this sitting until 2 p.m. The first item of business when we return will be questions to the Minister for Finance. This debate on the second stage of the Budget No. 2 bill will resume at 2:45 p.m. The sitting is by leave suspended.
Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed.
Right, members, the sitting is resumed and it's time for questions to the Minister of Finance. Tashinam Dunya, Keshtiani Dun Aragidesh. I can see him, Sir Daniel McCrossan. I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Deputy Speaker, question 1, please, Minister.
Here, Sir Naira on Frigarha. Call the Minister.
My department is committed to creating more jobs for young people in the civil service. To enable younger people and other unrepresented groups to apply for posts, Nick's HR in my department has led a high-volume open recruitment exercises rather than internal promotion exercises that confined applications to existing civil servants in the grade below the vacancy, which were previously the norm. I recently launched a number of external recruitment campaigns, including one for more than 500 executive officer posts. These campaigns specifically target young people using social media platforms such as Facebook, Instagram and Snapchat, and advertising on digital platforms such as Spotify and DAX, and on radio stations known to appeal to younger markets. Later this month, I will be launching a student placement scheme which will give over 100 students the opportunity to work across a range of areas in the civil service, as well as giving the students an opportunity to develop their skills and experience. It will encourage them to consider the civil service as a potential career path in the future. In addition, work to expand the number of civil service apprenticeships is also ongoing, with 2 apprentice recruitment exercises for procurement and civil engineering now live. Further civil service apprenticeships are under development. We are also developing a new management trainee scheme aimed at graduates.
Daniel McCrossan, supplementary for Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Minister, for the answer to that question. Minister, people in my constituency of West Rome want to know about the Connect 2 regional hub in Omagh. Can you, Minister, confirm if it will be open indeed in 2022? And can you also guarantee that there will be high-value jobs for people in the area? And will the Minister also add if there is any consideration given to such a hub for the Strabane area?
Well, there is a scheduled engagement, and as he correctly identifies, Omagh was directed as one of the 10 areas being looked at first, and that was based on a number of factors, an assessment of where people were travelling into headquarters in Belfast from, an assessment of where workers were actually coming from to locate these areas. So they are all moving at different speeds. Downpatrick, I suspect, will be the first one on board, and after that then they will roll out. I'll be very happy to get them the estimated time frame for Omagh. Can I say in terms of relating it to the first question, these are jobs so that people who can apply, who perhaps traditionally didn't apply for constituents such as his own and my own on border areas, where the prospect of driving 5 days a week into Belfast was off-putting for people. This gives people the opportunity to work a number of days from a regional hub, and therefore I think makes that a prospect of that type of career more attractive for people. So they will be at whatever value the people who get the jobs in the area. What we're providing for is the base to allow them to have a more flexible working approach, and I do think in time that will change and continue to change the make-up of the civil service, both in terms particularly for women who would struggle with that amount of time travelling in and out, given the burden of responsibility in the home often falls to them, unfortunately, but also for younger people and for people from more peripheral areas who traditionally wouldn't have been seen in the civil service.
I call Steve Aiken.
The Minister for his reply so far. One of the things that the previous Permanent Secretary of the Department of Finance said before she left was the lack of a fast stream for bringing in high-quality graduates into the Northern Ireland Civil Service to change that. And in fact, we haven't had a fast-stream programme, I think, now for nearly a decade. Would the Minister say where he's considering introducing a fast stream, and if not, why not?
Well, there is a report, as he will know, the Audit Office report in relation to capability and capacity within the civil service, and one of the suggested responses to that would be the idea of a fast stream to make sure that you get the right people in the right place at the right time. And I think there's clearly a need for a civil service to be much more agile, to be much more flexible, to be much more representative of the community we all collectively represent and it works for. And so I'm open to any of those ideas. I know it's something that the previous Permanent Secretary was keen on. We are in the process of developing a reform process for the civil service, acting on the back of a number of reports, including that Audit Office report. And I think those objectives are ones that we will want to have to the fore when we're developing new ideas and new ways of dealing with civil service in the time ahead.
Sir Nicola Brogan, Fáinne Ceist, I call Nicola Brogan.
Good last Concorla, and I thank the Minister for his answer so far, and I welcome that information about the regional hubs in Omagh. It will be very welcome to people in Omagh and across West Tyrone. Can I also ask the Minister to outline what steps he's taken to ensure that job opportunities are job opportunities for those furthest from the labour market, please?
Well, the civil service as an employer is supporting the Department of Community's recently launched Job Start scheme, and that's open to all employers and provides paid work placements opportunities for 6 to 9 months for young people aged 16 to 24 who are at risk of long-term unemployment. The next HR in my own department is supporting the Department of Communities as they pilot the scheme with a specific focus on people aged 16 to 24 with disabilities in preparation to rolling it out across the civil service in due course. So, as well as offering opportunities across departments to young people with disabilities, to propose to broaden the scheme to include other young people at risk of long-term unemployment, such as those leaving the care system. The expansion of a number of apprenticeship schemes in the civil service will also be important in supporting those furthest from the job market and providing an entry route into the civil service. My own department is committed to expanding the number of apprenticeship schemes within the civil service to provide an alternative career entry routes into the civil service and help ensure it is reflective of the society it serves.
I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Minister has referred to the Northern Ireland Audit Office Capacity and Capability Report, which obviously was recently considered by the Public Accounts Committee. Within that, it also highlights we've got an older workforce within the Northern Ireland Civil Service. Is the Minister satisfied all actions are being taken for succession planning and for recruitment for those vacancies, so we have a civil service which has the right skills and capacity to go forward?
Well, I think the report has highlighted a number of areas, and that could well be considered to be one of them. There is a retirement policy currently at the civil service which allows people to partially retire but to stay and work for potentially an open-ended number of years in that post. And I've asked people to look at how that is being implemented. There are legal rights to avail of early retirement, but the question of whether that fits in with the work scheme in departments is something that I think line managers and permanent secretaries need to look at again. I've asked for some advice in relation to that. So there is a big improvement exercise there. I mean, let's not forget the civil service have done remarkable work, and particularly over the last year across a whole range of departments. But there is identified a need for, as you say, getting the right skills, the right balance, the right age profile into the civil service, and that's a very significant undertaking, but it's one that we are prepared and indeed keen to embrace in the time ahead. And as the department with responsibility overall for the civil service, we will be wanting other departments to come along that route with us.
I call Jim Allister.
The civil service has been without a permanent head now for almost a year, and now we have a proposition of a twin-headed approach. Does the Minister think that the absence of a head of the civil service has diminished the lack of strategic direction and leadership in the civil service? And will the twin-headed approach worsen that or improve it?
Well, I don't think so. To be quite honest, regardless of what strategic direction and approach was being developed within the executive or indeed across the civil service, we were all in response mode this year. So the priority was responding to the pandemic, getting support to people that needed, getting support to the health service. So it was very much focused on the day-to-day over the last year, 15 months. It isn't a twin head role that's been developed. It is someone to head up TEO as a distinct department, so that the head of the civil service can have that more strategic approach across the entire range of all of the departments and all the civil servants in the public sector and the arm's length bodies. So I think in many ways it allows that more strategic approach rather than day-to-day management of the Executive Office, and that's been passed down to a newly created permanent secretary post. So I think, in my own perspective on it, I think it will be helpful in terms of what he is suggesting is required. And I go back to the debate this morning, and I'm sure we'll continue the afternoon, in terms of getting us into a strategic approach, multi-annual budget programme for government outcome. I think that's the type of work I would want the head of the civil service to be focusing on, rather than day-to-day management of the Executive Office.
Call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Question number 2, please.
Last Concordia, with your permission, I'll answer question 2 and question 12 together. Multi-year budgets are essential to help plan services not just in health but right across the public sector. The Health Minister and I have both called on the British Government to provide the Executive with a multi-year budget. I raised this with Chancellor Rishi Sunak when I was in London last month, and he indicated his intention to announce a multi-year spending review later this year. On this basis, the Executive will shortly begin preparations for its multi-year draft budget. Budgets are agreed by all ministers, not just the Finance Minister. However, I will be arguing for priority to continue to be given to health, both to assist with the immediate waiting crisis and to fund longer-term transformation.
Supplementary for Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his response. Does the Minister agree that health will need a high priority in terms of budgetary allocations in future to properly address the horrendous waiting lists and to deliver the health transformation that's so badly needed, which may mean tightening of the purse strings for less important political projects?
Well, I think I think the Executive has agreed and has agreed for some time now, right back to previous Executives and the adoption of the Bengoa report, that we would try and take the politics out of health, that we would have a collective approach across the Executive. So in that sense, it didn't matter who the Health Minister was. It was a collective Executive approach. And we have endeavoured to continue that through very, very challenging times. And you will see the Health has received over half of the revenue budget available to us. Of course, in a standstill rollover budget situation, that's not what health needs. Health needs quite a lot more just to stand still itself. But we have then been able to supplement that with COVID spending. And we are having a discussion, the Executive, in the not too distant future in relation to the waiting lists themselves, to see is there further work we can do in year to try and bring focus and support onto what's needed. Now, I have given the Health Minister an additional, I think it's £250 million of COVID money this year for rebuilding the health service coming out of the pandemic, of which I think £40 million of that has been allocated by the Health Department to waiting lists. So I'm hopeful that that obviously will help, but what we know in the longer term transformation process, what health needs is recurrent funding which is guaranteed into the future over a multi-year budget scenario, and that's the place that we all want to get to.
Colm Gildernew for Honeycast.
The Minister for the answer. Minister, does this year's budget provide the Health Department with funding to allow it to progress much needed transformation?
Yes, the Executive has prioritised the Department of Health and receives, as I said, almost 50% of the budget. We met all the COVID-19 bids and we set aside funding at the budget pending a health assessment, and we subsequently allocated further funding in the recent May exercise. So allocation provides some £6.4 billion to the Department of Health, including £380 million for COVID, and that's broken down as £25 million for the COVID-19 vaccine deployment, £105 million for ongoing operational response, and £250 million for rebuilding. As I said, £40 million of that Health has decided to use for waiting lists. So I think we're all in agreement that what health needs, and I think that's the point of the question, is an ability to plan over a number of years, to have certainty in terms of the resource, to have recurrent funding, to employ the people that it needs to see that transformation through in the health system. But the Executive is committed to that, and we only hope that the arguments that we're making with the Prime Minister during a recent meeting that the Deputy First Minister attended and with the Chancellor about the British Government resourcing the rebuilding of the health service coming out of the pandemic is one which bears fruit for us.
Matthew O'Toole, for your question.
Thank you.
O'Toole for a question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, we might not get the Treasury multi-year spending review until close to the end of the year. If we're then waiting on a process for a multi-annual budget in the springtime, that will, with the best will in the world, be caught up in our political cycle here, and there will be an election. Would it be better for all the parties here, led by you as Finance Minister and the Health Minister, to agree on what was needed before the spending review and then bring it back to the Assembly immediately afterwards, and then other departments can be filled in afterwards?
Well, I'm arguing I've spoken to the budget team in our department and only just this week to kick-start the discussion as to how we plan and prepare for a multi-year budget, and I think we have to begin that preparation. I'm hopeful that the Executive can do that over the summer, beginning in early summer, to start to look at the priorities in time ahead. We won't know what the funding envelope is, as he correctly says, and we hope that will be earlier in the autumn, but last year it didn't come to the 25th of November. But nonetheless, I think the Executive do have to prioritise. I think that is probably a more useful exercise in the scenario where we are running to the end of the mandate and no party or minister knows whether they'll be back, or indeed whether what party may hold any certain portfolio in the Executive. So I think it's much more of a blank sheet approach to actually agreeing priorities across the 5 parties that make up the Executive and trying to set a course ahead, which hopefully we then get the budget as part of that comprehensive spending review announcement to match our ambition in that regard.
Steve Aiken for a question.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Mayor. I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, bearing in mind that from what you've said from this and looking at multi-year budgets and the rest of it, can we now say that the threat of top slicing of the Department of Health's budget is no longer on the table?
Well, as the member knows, I had said that if we were to end up in a scenario where we were paying out the entirety of the victims' payments, and we're still in discussion and dispute with Treasury in relation to that, one scenario in that if we had to meet all of those costs was to take it from across all departments. That's one way of doing that. We have created the headroom for sufficient funds for this year to cover that cost from the Executive. But of course he will understand that the Executive are in agreement that it is not our responsibility to cover that cost. Now, there is a discussion which has been prompted in recent times about the immediate action in relation to waiting lists, and that may well result. I noticed one minister had offered to reduce her own budget in accordance to meet any challenges with the waiting list. So if the Executive decide to go that approach, not that that would be taking money from health, it would be putting money to health. But what health needs is recurrent funding. They need not just money in this year's budget, they need money going forward to recruit people to tackle the waiting lists and the broader transformation issue.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Speaker. Minister, one of the reasons why we have such horrendous waiting lists here in Northern Ireland is due to the vacancies, and if we were paying our health and social care staff better, I don't think we would have such a big problem. You'll be aware of Unison's campaign for all health and social care staff to receive an immediate £2,000 per year pay increase, and obviously that would need to come from the UK Treasury. I'm just wondering what conversations you've had with them around that. Thank you.
Well, we have had broad conversations about supporting providing the necessary support to rebuild health, and if the Prime Minister is hosting and he has been discussions across the different devolved areas about what needs to be done in the time ahead. I know the Deputy First Minister firmly put that on the agenda with him, that it is about rebuilding the health service, because if a lesson was needed, and for those of us who complained about those ongoing cuts and cuts and cuts, which saw people leaving their jobs, being asked to work longer hours for less pay, and inevitably that led to people leaving the service, or people not wishing to join, and a difficulty in recruiting, then I think we need to get that sufficient resource into rebuilding, and that will include the issue of wages and fair working hours for health staff.
I call Alan Chambers for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Question 3.
In December 2016, the Executive agreed to the commencement of the review of the financial process to simplify financial reporting and to better align budgets, estimates and accounts. Since that time, a project team within my department has been working with colleagues across all other departments to implement that review. While it was initially planned that the changes would be implemented in 2021, this was unfortunately delayed, firstly due to the lack of a working assembly and so an inability to progress legislation, and subsequently by the coronavirus pandemic. Implementation is now planned for 2022-23. Legislation is currently in progress to help enable this implementation. The Financial Reporting Departments and Public Bodies Bill is introduced in the Assembly on the 1st of June.
Mr Chambers for a supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. Can the Minister tell me, in his conversations with the Independent Fiscal Council, what recommendations they have made on reporting standards, and will he also commit to following OECD standards? Thank you.
Well, the Fiscal Council is not long in place, and they are engaged in an exercise now in terms of consultation, discussion with various interested parties, and they'll soon be with the committee this week, I think, the Finance Committee this week. So they haven't as yet made recommendations to me in relation to the outcome of that, and they also expect them to consider enhancing further the terms of reference. We give them essentially a start-up terms of reference and allow them as an independent body to examine the scope of what they want to deal with. So I would expect that reporting and a range of other matters in terms of sustainability of our finances and analysis of all of that is something that they will turn their attention to, but I'm not being prescriptive. If they have their independence and if they've engaged in a consultation exercise, I will expect them to come back to us to tell us what they intend to do and what recommendations they will intend to make in the longer term.
Melissa McHugh for I call Melissa McHugh.
Gramagat las Concarla agus Buhas Ira Foster for the Ratches. Minister, just staying with the Fiscal Council, an issue which I alluded to in the debate prior to lunchtime, and what way do you think that the Fiscal Council in itself will improve financial reporting?
Well, the Council, as I say, it is yet to fully confirm its own terms of reference and how it will work, but our intent in terms of establishment has been to assist, obviously, in scrutinising processes and decisions involved in the executive management of the budget, and that would mean they would be interested in the review of the financial process, how that will work, and how that will assist in changing the reporting to the Assembly and to the wider public, and that's a discussion we've had not just this morning but at many times over budget debates here. As you know, the Fiscal Council is an independent body, and it's there not for me to say how it may approach this task or how involved they may be in the oversight of this work, but I do want to say I welcome anything which brings transparency to the financial processes.
Here Mayor Pat Catney for I call Pat Catney.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, there's 500 million in the 21-22 allocated funding for COVID funding. What guarantees do you have that the money can be and will be reallocated?
Well, I mean, what we've done with the COVID money is we made an initial allocation to health. We waited on health actually to bring forward their assessment for the year before we allocated some of the rest of it, because they had first shout in relation to what their needs were. And once we got that, we then were able to meet the bids from other departments. So departments make bids for this money on the basis that they can spend. And we will monitor that as the year goes on. If it's not been spent for the intention that it was, it will have to be resurrendered and then redistributed at a later stage in the year. But I think we proved last year with a much more significant amount of COVID funding that the department, it's our department itself and all of the other departments were able to spend out that money about before the end of the financial year. Something I think that there was quite a degree of scepticism around this chamber, maybe in January or February, that would be achieved, but nonetheless it was. So I don't anticipate that money not being spent in some useful fashion in order to assist us in our COVID response.
Call Paula Bradshaw for a question.
Number 4, please.
A civil service-wide survey has indicated that the respondents in most departments have made financial savings as a result of working from home, for example as a result of reductions in travel cost. Nevertheless, employees who incur additional costs may be reimbursed by the civil service for costs incurred in the making of business calls on a personal mobile phone or home landline, additional home broadband costs, whether it's installation or increased data charges required solely for work purposes, desk costs up to £100, IT equipment and chairs already provided by the civil service. The staff that have incurred additional costs can also claim tax relief in line with HMRC rules. HMRC publishes guidance on how to claim tax relief on any home working expenses incurred that are not reimbursed by the employer. In October 2020, they set up a new dedicated working from home microservice, recognising that the tax years 2021 and 21-22 are different and making claiming the tax relief quick and easy.
Paula Bradshaw for a supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for your response. I had been contacted about this, so I'm conscious that maybe the communication around this maybe isn't as clear as you would like in the department. But just to echo what you'd said there earlier, that many of them have been working so hard during the pandemic, and I'm just wondering, is there any special recognition scheme that you're going to introduce for the civil servants? Thank you.
Well, the Executive did agree to support a recognition scheme of £500 payment for healthcare staff, and we have endeavoured in terms of our pay awards for civil servants not to follow the model that was adopted in London, where they went for a 1% pay increase for healthcare staff and a freeze for all other public servants. So we have brought forward an increase over 2 years for civil service. Now, of course, we are on a very fixed budget. And that's very challenging across all other departments. We have to balance what we could give in terms of pay increase with what was affordable across the departments and other demands on public services. So we are keen to support where we can our public service. We do recognise the efforts that have been made, in particular over the last year. We have provided an enormous amount of support in terms of IT support to people. And the general feedback in terms of that blend of working from home and coming in has been very, very positive. And sickness levels have dropped and productivity has gone up, but we want to ensure that people do have a good working experience and feel well supported, both financially and in terms of whatever other measures we can. And if there is a communication issue in relation to that, I'm very happy to raise that with the department and make sure that's looked at.
Iram Sir Gemma Dolan, Fáinne I call Gemma Dolan.
I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, can you just clarify where employees have incurred extra costs can find out more about what support is available to them?
Yes, as I said to the previous questioner, if that is an issue, I'm certainly happy. But the guidance in relation to home working expenses for civil service staff is available on the COVID-19 hub on the Finance Department's website. And so I would suggest that people go there in the first instance. But if we are finding that there is some breakdown in that communication, I'm happy to have that looked at to make sure that people do understand what they would be entitled to.
Sinead McLaughlin, Fáinne I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. And we do know that this blended and flexible working is particularly welcome for those that have young families or caring responsibilities. Can I ask the Minister what he is doing to close that gender gap among the civil servants?
Well, I appreciate the member might not have been in earlier, but we did have a fairly lengthy discussion in the first question about reform to civil service, about attracting new people, about making the working experience such that it does, throughout the Connect hubs that we're talking about, where people who live in peripheral areas such as Derry and in the border areas, who would otherwise would not have been attracted to go on 5 days a week to work from a headquarters in Belfast, and that particularly, I think, is a disincentive for women who bear the burden, unfortunately, of managing family life. That it can become more attractive if we present those different options. So I think we are very conscious that there are a number of steps which have told us that the civil service, while it has been working and performed heroically over the last year, certainly, that there is need for substantial change and a greater diversity in terms of gender, in terms of age profile and disability, ethnic minorities. There certainly is much room for improvement, and we have a range of measures which we hope to bring forward to try and achieve that.
I call Andrew Muir for a question.
Question 5, Mr Deputy Speaker.
A report by Deloitte in 2007 estimated the cost of division at £1.5 billion. In 2016, the University of Ulster Economic Policy Centre estimated the cost of division at a lower figure, between £403 million and £833 million. The report outlined that the significant complexity in the cost of delivering services in the North, costs that cannot solely be attributed in the context of a divided society. For example, delivering services in such a small region means we don't benefit from economies of scale. The report also found that while on average the cost of public service provision tends to be higher than in Britain, across most areas the costs here typically fall within the range of costs identified in other regions. The one exception to this is the cost of policing.
Here for a supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his response. As the Minister is aware, during a multitude of budget debates, it is often mentioned the need to provide much more finance to deal with our witness crisis and for other services, also the need to consider revenue raising. Does the Minister not agree that none of those arguments carry any weight or credibility until we are prepared to look at our own finances and tackle the cost of division in Northern Ireland?
Well, as I said, it isn't a straightforward issue. There is a complexity in that and attributing what is actually cost division. And of course, one of the ways that we can, I think, deal with it is to deal with the division itself, is to try and cut down and reduce down the divisions in society, to reduce the policing costs associated with that, which is significantly higher here than in other areas, and to try and encourage that reconciliation process that is necessary. So it is, I would say, an ambition to try and reduce that, but it's an ambition for society, not just for the public purse, albeit it has that knock-on effect into the public purse. And we will obviously strive to do that as best we can. The Executive Office lead on some of these reconciliation measures, and we have been challenged this year in terms of providing the level of support that they have wanted to go into those programmes and projects. But nonetheless, I think it's incumbent on all of us to try and heal division society and promote reconciliation, and thereby reduce the cost that it takes to sustain division.
That ends the period for listed questions. We will now move to 15 minutes of topical questions. Agus Ian Sir Jerry Carroll von Newcastle. I call Jerry Carroll.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Minister, can you give any update on any plans to review, change or amend procurement legislation to include human rights clauses?
Well, we're looking at a range of measures, as he will know, probably from listening to me in previous appearances in the Chamber. We did reconstitute the Procurement Board. We brought on practitioners, including people from the social enterprise sector as well. We have been engaged with the community and voluntary sector. There is a sector within my department which look at ethical procurement, and we will be seeking advice from them. And one of the early objectives we've set ourselves, and actually the Procurement Board will meet tomorrow to consider a paper on this, is around social value. And social value isn't just about that job creation, it is about environmental impact, it's about ethical procurement, it's about human rights in the supply chain. And the further you get from where we are, the more difficult some of those things are to measure in terms of companies who supply companies, and eventually ends up with us. But nonetheless, there is an attempt to strive and to improve, not just in what we do in terms of value for money, that's important, but also we have responsibility as an organisation that spends £3 billion a year to make sure that when we're procuring, we're doing so in a way which does support human rights and does support ethical procurement, environmental objectives and social value objectives.
Jerry Carroll, supplementary question for Jerry Carroll.
Thank the Minister for his answer. Would he agree with me that it's not only immoral for the Executive and departments to take contracts or services from states with terrible human rights records and breaches, but he will work to end that practice by changing the legislation? Is that type of area included in the social value method that he talked about?
We will look to legislation to underpin social value. We are trying to get the procurement policy right in the first instance, and get the part of the change that we made in terms of the Procurement Board was to make the adoption of policy an executive adoption, so that gives it an imprimatur right across all departments. But certainly I know from our own department's objectives, we want to be advising other departments on ethical procurement. As I say, the further you get down the supply chain across the world, sometimes the more difficult it is to get accurate information, but that shouldn't stop us trying. And where we have a sense that either companies themselves or countries are involved in anti-human rights or unethical behaviour, then I think we should be considering that very strongly in terms of our willingness to spend money on their products.
I call Roy Beggs for a question.
During the past year, there's been new working practice, people working from home. So my question to the Minister is, what assessment has there been of the effectiveness of civil servants when working from home, and the corresponding reduction in office requirements where there's potential for savings?
Well, I think the member hits on what was a developing question, but like a lot of other things, the pandemic has accelerated that on somewhat, because what became, if you like, a growing practice then became a necessity for a period of time, and that obviously has given us an opportunity. There has been, as I referred to in a previous question, an assessment of the civil services survey carried out in terms of people on their working from home experience, the costs associated. It has been a very positive response. People have enjoyed that ability to work from home. I can't speak for all departments, but there is a broad sense that sickness levels have gone down and productivity has certainly gone up in certain areas. And we are looking to what is called a more blended model of people working, a mixture of working from home, availability of those connect hubs around the north that I have talked about at previous times, and so we can have a different. That will have the effect of reducing travel time, but also reducing the carbon footprint. In terms of the civil service estate, then we have to consider the knock-on effect of that. That doesn't mean wholesale shutting up of offices in Belfast, but I think it does allow us to consider how we rationalise the estate, and the cost of the estate for each department is a very significant cost, and I would hope there would be savings in the longer term in relation to that. So I think this is an exercise that we are well into now. We need to assess the impact on the estate. We need to make that assessment going forward in terms of what the office requirements will be, and to try and minimise the cost so that that money can be used for public services instead.
Mr Biggs for a supplementary.
With that change in working practice, there has been a reduction in commuting levels and the pressures on our roads. So my question to the Minister is, will there be a review of all new roads development to ensure that it is justified by the actual traffic levels that are developing, and also enable perhaps additional money to be directed towards green infrastructure in our towns and cities to allow people to walk and cycle more often to their work?
Well, that would be a question, I suppose, for the Minister for Infrastructure, but I'm sure, as with he will know with any significant road building exercise, a business case is based on the volume of volumes of traffic, and if that does reduce and if that pattern is the same, I have to say, while traffic is not back up anywhere near the levels it was pre-pandemic, you certainly, as people like myself who commute in to here on a daily basis, do notice a significant increase in traffic over the last number of months. But I think the objective in changing the working arrangements is to try and reduce travel time, the carbon footprint. We, of course, should be encouraging more people onto public transport, and investment in that green infrastructure, he says, I think does point to a better way forward into the future.
I call Joanne Bunting for a question.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Could I ask the Minister what engagement his department has had with the Department of Communities to ensure there's necessary funding available to progress the sub-regional stadia programme, please?
Well, we have discussed with the Department of Communities in relation to the budget process pre-Christmas, when we were waiting, and then post, when we set the initial draft budget, as to what the department's requirements were. Of course, in a standstill budget scenario, and particularly a department like Communities, which is a big department with a lot of staff and costs attached to it, then that in effect means a reduction. So while we have had some increase in our capital budget, and we did give some departments an increase in the capital budget, I'm sure not all got everything they had wanted or would like to have brought forward. The specifics of the sub-regional stadia programme, I wouldn't have the figures as to what was bid for or what was received. It may be a matter for the question for the Department for the Communities themselves. But certainly there was an increased capital budget this time, and it's obviously up to the departments then, when they receive that, to prioritise it accordingly.
Joanne Bunting for a supplementary.
Thank you, sir. And could I just ask then, on the back of that, the Minister will be aware that local football clubs have now been waiting some 10 years to see the benefits of this programme. And given that sport plays a huge role in the general well-being of our whole society, does he agree that it's time to make vital capital investment into sport, and in so doing benefit the construction sector?
Yes, well, I'm all for, and that's why, with overall disappointment, I suppose, in terms of the budget allocation we got, there was some ray of hope in terms of the capital allocation was an improvement, and I'm all for putting that into sport. I'm a sports fan myself. I represented some of those clubs in the couple of years when the executive wasn't functioning and trying to get access to the sub-regional fund. And there was difficulty in distributing them because permanent secretaries were not prepared to take decisions they thought ministers should take. So I would love to see that out on the ground. I know the benefits that brings, not just in terms of construction jobs, but the much broader benefit to the community and to younger people in particular from access to and involvement in sport. So I'd be a keen supporter of all of that, and I hope that the department has sufficient to be able to invest all that it would want to invest in supporting sport in the time ahead.
The member is in his place for the next question. Agus Nishiram Sir John O'Dowd for Honya Cast. I call John O'Dowd.
Thank you, Laskin Corley, and thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, the grants provided to businesses over this last 15 months has been a lifeline not only to the businesses but to their employees in keeping roofs overhead and paying bills, etc. Though some of the schemes judge businesses regardless of the number of premises they had as a business with a single premise. Is there any way that the Executive or your department can offer further support to those businesses?
Well, we've had quite a number of engagements with what are known as the multiples, and it has been very difficult. It's proved difficult in other jurisdictions as well, and different administrations have come up with different schemes to try and provide support for them. And it wasn't possible in the last scheme as we were rolling it out with the time frame involved because particularly at the lower level of premises, it's quite complex to differentiate them from other schemes. They don't all come under just the one banner. They're not all the same business franchise. They're kind of multiples within that again. So what we have done is we have asked LPS to go off and look at the possibility of doing a scheme later in the year, once we get clear of all of the schemes that LPS are currently running, to devise a scheme. We will be talking to the representatives from the multiples in the next week or so to advise them of what we intend to do, and I am hopeful that we will be able to devise a scheme which provides some level of support to them, because they are one of the groups that while they have got support for one business premise, obviously with owning arranged, and they haven't got support for the rest. So they are one of the groups in that sense that have been left out, and we're determined to try and do something if we can to support them.
Okay, Darlene Tackig, John O'Dowd. Supplementary question for John O'Dowd.
Thank you. That'll be very welcome news to those affected, and the £10,000 and £25,000 grants that have been announced and will hopefully be issued over this month to businesses who also missed out on some of the grants will also be very welcome. But there's another group, though, despite the economic downturn, there were still businesses opening up within this last year. Those businesses may not have been able to avail of any of those grants. Will there be support coming forward for those businesses?
Well, the people who are currently availing of the top-up grants, the 5,000 and the 10,000 grants, were people who were able to open, but it was a recognition that footfall had been down. So, the shops that operated dependent on office workers in the vicinity to, keep them ticking over, for instance. And so those grants were specifically for those people who didn't get LRS. Or the Department for Economy's similar scheme, that those £5,000 and £10,000 top-up grants are made available to them. Of course, all of the retail and hospitality sector and quite a lot of other sectors will enjoy another full year's rates holiday as well. And then we have the economic package which has been supported for the Department of the Economy, including the High Street voucher, which will hopefully have a stimulant effect in terms of people shopping in local retail in particular. So there are a range of measures, and we recognise that all of that will not, and never could replace lost earnings for people over the course of this pandemic. But what it is trying to use the finances we got, limited as they were, to try and target those as effective as we could, try and keep people alive in the time ahead so that they can get back to full trading and recover their businesses.
Sir Matthew Toole for Honya Cast. I call Matthew Toole for a question.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can the Finance Minister indicate when he expects to update the House on the terms of reference of the Fiscal Commission?
Well, the Commission, like the Council, is out off doing some of its work at the moment, and I am sure he and others in the Finance Committee will be engaged in it in due course. As he acknowledged, I think, in one of his earlier contributions, there are some very experienced and able people involved in both the Council and the Commission. And what we wanted to be doing, particularly in relation to the Council, which is an ongoing remit in terms of reporting, but what we wanted to do in both of them was to give them the space to do their engagements, to establish their own independence, so that they weren't just becoming a tool of the department to do our bidding. And I think he'll know with the people that are involved in it that that will not be the case. So I look forward to them coming back to us with their initial findings. The time frame that we have given them in terms of providing a report to us is the end of the year. It will be for an incoming executive to act on, I would imagine, but I think it will inform a debate which brings us beyond, as he would see, the annual budget cycle and that into what the future holds and what opportunities there are for us in terms of raising our own revenue.
Matthew O'Toole, supplementary question from Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister confirm that when the Fiscal Commission formally respond to him, that their findings will be published and laid in the Assembly, i.e. there won't be a report that goes to the Executive and has to get on an Executive agenda, but that will be laid in public and debated here in the Assembly?
Well, my intention about creating a Fiscal Commission, and some people were not hugely warm to the idea of it, it's an exercise that both Scotland and Wales have gone through, and I think a debate and an informed discussion such as that is beneficial to us all. But my intention in relation to that was to assist in a public debate, a debate in this Assembly, a debate outside this Assembly. So I would want, obviously, to make sure that any report that they produce is available to this Assembly and to the public, so we can have a proper and informed debate in the time ahead.
We have time for a brief question from Paula Bradley.
Mr Deputy Speaker, can I ask you then, Minister, what discussions you've had, if any, with the Minister of Infrastructure in relation to rolling support for the taxi, bus and coach industry, just to counteract the ongoing challenges they're going through while we build up public confidence?
Well, the member will know that, particularly in that there was some financial support offered up specifically for those projects, and there was quite a bit of wrangling between a couple of departments as to who had responsibility for all of this. And when eventually infrastructure stepped up to take that responsibility, there was finance made available. I think not all of it was used, and certainly in relation to coaches. But we did insist at the end of the financial year we had additional COVID money, and we tried to get departments to come back in where they felt more money could be used to bid for more. But that wasn't the case from the Department for Infrastructure in relation to that. So I'm happy to discuss it any time if there's additional support required. We have allocated most of the COVID money that we have available to us. We're not expecting any more to be made available, unlike last year where we received updated tranches over the course of the year. But if any is not used and surrendered, or if more is made available to us, I'm very happy to look at any urgent schemes that a Minister might think important to tap into that.
That concludes topical questions. If members just take their ease while we change to the next item of business, that's the budget bill.
Thank you, members. We now return to the second stage of the Budget Number 2 bill, and I call Mr Chris Little to resume his contribution. Mr Little.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I'll try to move this along as quick as I can. I understand this speech has now potentially spanned 2 different education ministers, so I'll try and keep it moving. Principal Deputy Speaker, our children and young people have made a significant sacrifice to protect all of us during the COVID-19 pandemic, so we must make sure that this budget, particularly the education budget, invests in their education and future. It's my understanding that £42.3 million of confidence and supply capital money is anticipated for ultra-fast broadband, which the Education Committee trusts will go some way to address the issue of rural connectivity, which acted as a barrier to digital equality and equal educational opportunity for many families during the period of blended and remote learning. The Education Committee had an informal meeting with Apple at which it considered the introduction of 1 digital device and internet connectivity per child, and heard of projects of this nature that had been rolled out across Scotland, particular local authorities, including Glasgow, to some effect. This would certainly address some of the many issues that we've heard in relation to difficulty for children to access education during periods of remote learning and disruption that caused to families with variable capacity to provide such circumstances. I note the Department of Education also anticipates a teacher's laptop refresh and has a Priority 1 capital bid of £19 million for this. I understand, however, this is as yet an unfunded COVID-19 bid for 2021-22, and would be eager to hear more in relation to that. A need has also been identified of £64.7 million, but not included in the final budget, as far as I'm aware, for teachers' pay, the Bright Start scheme, school summer schemes, youth services, summer programme and the Engage 2 programme, and Sure Start, and it would be useful to hear more in that regard. In terms of capital, Principal Deputy Speaker, the Fresh Start Agreement provided funding for a number of initiatives aimed at building a shared future. I note that the Secretary of State confirmed provision of the additional amount of £28.4 million in 2021-22 in Capital DEL for shared education and housing. I look forward to exploring this with Department of Education officials on the 23rd of June at our next budget briefing. And I note the Secretary of State's comments with regards to integrated transformation of schools referenced in recent media. The Education Committee also hopes to engage in the near future with the Construction Employers Federation to hear their perspective in relation to major and minor works at schools across Northern Ireland. School accommodation must be fit for purpose. And indeed, in terms of the minor works budget for our schools, it is my understanding that there is a 40% gap between the final budget of 2020-21 of £74 million for minor works and £47 million for minor works in the initial budget for 2021-22. This is obviously a serious concern in relation to what impact this deficit will have on the condition of school accommodation in which we educate our children and young people, and that is already in a dangerously poor state of repair. Principal Deputy Speaker, the allocation of so much additional money to address COVID issues may well be masking the underlying financial crisis in education. Education continues to face extensive, unavoidable cost pressures and rising service demands associated with delivering statutory and policy obligations. The Institute for Fiscal Studies' annual report on education spending found that real terms cuts in school spending per pupil since 2009-10 have been largest in Northern Ireland at around 10%, and that the total budget fell in real terms by 5%, meaning that pupil population growth of 6% led to larger cuts in spending per pupil. The financial crisis affecting the education of our children and young people need an education minister capable of decisive action to address these issues, and also to implement the independent review of education agreed in the New Decade New Approach, which will focus on efficiency and movement towards a single education system. As per the 2021-22 budget education distribution table provided to the Education Committee on the 22nd of April, the Minister had provisionally set aside £4 million from the education budget to progress, where possible, in 2021-22 the actions arising from the review. Since this is a New Decade New Approach commitment, the Executive may decide which actions it supports and is prepared to fund. The Education Committee welcomes the review, and the committee will hear from its panel in due course. I note the outcome is anticipated to take 18 months, which brings it into the ambit of a new Assembly, and I wish the panel well in delivering the education reform our young people need and deserve. Principal Deputy Speaker, there are a few other urgent issues in education: investment in a childcare strategy, holiday hunger, period poverty, and initiatives are needed to address these systemic impediments and barriers that people experience on occasion according to gender, and that can have long-lasting impacts on their quality of opportunity. The Education Committee welcomed the funding for holiday hunger during COVID-19 and hope that a more sustainable footing can be found for this measure. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, there can be no further delay in relation to investment in a childcare strategy, and indeed the failure to deliver on this to date is an unacceptable record on the Education Minister and Department. We need to see urgent action in that regard. Principal Deputy Speaker, the Education Committee has also engaged with young people on various occasions, and a dedicated investment in a children and young persons recovery plan and budget is urgently needed. Speaking very briefly, Principal Deputy Speaker, as an Alliance MLA, there is obviously considerable interest in the people holding ministries today. The interest of, and I wish Peter Weir all the very best for the future and welcome Michelle McElveen to her post as Education Minister. But the interest of the Alliance Party is very much in the decisive action and fundamental reform that is needed to arrest the financial crisis, inequality and separation that exists in our education system. There can be no further delay in the childcare strategy, funding formula review, the emotional health and wellbeing framework, the new SEN framework, including the SEN regulations and code of practice, and the Alliance vision of a well-resourced, innovative and integrated education system to deliver high-quality educational opportunity for all is more relevant than ever. The people of Northern Ireland demand better, and we must work together in this Executive and Assembly to deliver it. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Mrs Paula Bradley, the Chair of the Communities Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this budget bill on behalf of the Committee for Communities. In the debate on the 25th of May, I highlighted that the Department is allocating its resources to protect key services in the first instance. On that occasion, I did not get the chance to say all that I wanted to, so this is my opportunity to highlight those issues I did not cover and to reiterate some key points. I would reaffirm the commitment of the Committee to work with the Minister and her Department within its budget allocation, and also reiterate the Committee's dissatisfaction with the overall budget process. It does seem somewhat pointless having these debates now and not earlier in the budget process, and as we know, some aspects of timing were outside the Executive's control. With regard to the Fiscal Council, at our meeting on the 3rd of June, the Committee highlighted its general support and hopes for its positive input to budget scrutiny going forward. However, members noted that there was a need for focus on the scrutiny of cross-cutting expenditure and its effectiveness in improving outcomes. We also discussed the futility of making bids or allocating spend if departments do not then bring forward relevant legislation in a timely manner. Moving on to the budget itself. Let us continue to hope that this one-year budget is indeed the bridge to a multi-year budget, and that we can soon get to the stage for a programme for government with agreed outcomes so that resources can be directed to achieve those outcomes. Mr Speaker, I am going to quickly remind members of the allocations for the communities and then move on to the specifics that I did not get to in my last speech. The Department's 2021-22 allocations total around £876 million resource DEL, which thankfully is an increase from the £824 million in the draft budget. Almost £225 million capital DEL, which again is an increase of over £10 million on last year's allocation, and £38.8 million in fiscal transactions capital. The Department submitted resource bids of £301.6 million, but was allocated only £109.6 million. So although the final communities budget represents over a £55 million increase from the baseline draft budget, it remains very challenging, and there is absolutely no funding to take forward many of the NDNA commitments. The pressure was eased somewhat by the recent confirmation of additional funds of £50.3 million to address a range of COVID pressures. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, at its meeting on the 20th of May, the committee expressed concern that the resource bids not met covered a range of key areas, and I will highlight more of those areas today. On supporting people, the budget for supporting people is £73 million for 21-22. Unfortunately, the almost £6.5 million inflationary bid has not been met, so the decrease in real terms for this vital programme continues. The bid for almost £6 million for COVID pressures, although has been met as one of the confirmed in-year allocations. On homelessness, the committee was pleased to note that the bid of £9 million for homelessness has now been met as one of the confirmed in-year allocations. On New Decade Year approach, I am at a loss to know where we begin with the lack of allocations. The Department made over £139 million, or made bids totalling £139 million for the NDNA, including over £57 million for new welfare mitigations. Only the £42.8 million bid for existing welfare mitigations is met, so that effectively means no money for any progress on NDNA commitments. The committee has raised on many occasions the lack of progress on developing new mitigations and closing the loopholes. We know the Minister is proposing to bring forward draft regulations to amend the bedroom tax and benefit cap mitigation schemes by closing the loopholes as soon as possible. But we have been hearing this for many months and still have no timeline. The committee has requested a briefing on this issue before recess. With regard to the terminal illness rule, the committee was pleased to hear that the Minister is committed to the issue of policy development, and it's underway. Members expressed the hope that Westminster may yet provide for this under annual managed expenditure. Despite being busy with the licensing bill in recent months, the committee made time to hold an informal stakeholder event in January on welfare issues and one last week on issues for the community and voluntary sector, which highlighted the need for community wealth building. Members remain concerned about the slow pace of action, the lack of finance to take the welfare reform issues forward, and the impact on very vulnerable people and families. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, on other important NDNA bids also not met, including to take forward social strategies, language strategies, and the sign language framework legislation commitments. The amount of planning it took this year for the committee to hold an evidence session with members of the deaf community clearly shows the need for urgent progress in this area. We had an update from the Department at our meeting of last week on progress to develop a regional video relay service and would like to see action as fast as possible on this. On the Northern Ireland Housing Executive Reform, I also wish to highlight that the bid for £3.4 million for housing transformation was not met in the draft budget, and sadly, this still remains the case in the final budget. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, moving on to capital allocations, a £10 million increase when compared to last year, plus the £38.8 million of FTC to support the co-ownership housing scheme. The capital budget is allocated to deliver on priorities such as social housing, building targets, as well as meeting statutory and contractual commitments. The committee supports the aims for remaining funding to be used for prioritised projects in areas such as regeneration, housing, culture, arts, sports and libraries. The committee knows there are risks when delivering capital budgets, particularly with one-year budgets, and is pleased that the department has projects such as urban regeneration that can be used to backfill any slippage. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, regarding the regional stadia Casement Park, the project cost is now estimated at £112 million. So the total committed by the previous executive plus GAA partnership funding falls far short of what we will need. The committee is concerned that there will be a similar increase for the sub-regional stadia programme also. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, to finish, the committee looks forward to engaging with the department on addressing priorities throughout the year and also shortly on the June monitoring round. Although it is a substantial pot, it is expected that much of it will already be spoken for. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call the Chair of the Health Committee, Mr Colm Gildernew.
I rise to speak on behalf of the Health Committee, and then I'll make some brief comments and in my role as party spokesperson on health. As the Minister of Finance outlined yesterday, the Department of Health has been allocated almost half of the entire resource budget, with a resource allocation of almost £6451.9 million. There is no doubt that this is a significant amount of resource funding for the Department. However, the Department has indicated that despite the large allocation, this is a standstill budget and there is no space or funding available to tackle backlogs and waiting lists. We do have to be honest and say that our waiting lists are among the worst in developed nations across the world. An example of this is in relation to cataract operations. OECD figure provides data showing that the longest average wait for cataract surgery in 17 OECD countries is in Poland at 250 days, with the average wait in England, Scotland and Wales approximately 60 days. Yet we have received correspondence from an individual just this week telling us that they have been advised that the waiting time for a cataract surgery for their father presently here is 4 years. The length of waiting lists is having a significant impact on the quality of life of our constituents and our families, and it is having a massive effect on the health outcome for patients. We need to do more. We need to help people like this person who's waiting for their cataract surgery to have a better quality of life, and this can be done by funding the implementation of the transformation programme and by listening to the experts. That is those health and social care professionals that are working in the system. A good example of this is the recent report by the Royal College of Surgeons, 10 Steps, Not 10 Years Action Plan. We also need to work with the unions and with those who receive these services to come up with the solutions that are so badly needed. As I mentioned yesterday, only 0.7% of the health budget has been allocated to transformation, and this allocation is to keep already implemented programmes resourced. We already know that investing money in the system now will provide further savings further down the line. We know that an investment in waiting lists, early interventions and prevention provides significant savings and better outcomes for patients, and this has to be a priority in the coming years. In relation to the scrutiny of spending plans and priorities, I do need to comment that it can be difficult, first of all, to identify spending on priorities and then to track that spending over the financial year, particularly within the complex area of health. With such a large budget in the department, we tend to get the headline figures with no real detail on total spend to tackle waiting lists, total spend to tackle health inequalities, and spend in relation to mental health. Further work needs to be done both in the department and at executive level to provide more information, which will enable the committee to fully scrutinise spending plans and priorities, and indeed to track how effective those plans and those programmes are in delivering the outcomes that we are looking for. We need to be able to identify how much is being spent to address waiting lists rather than having to write to the department to request that information. We recently received a briefing from NISRA on health inequalities here in the North, and the information provided was hugely concerning. We are seeing an increase in health inequalities in key areas such as mental health and drug misuse. We are seeing a life expectancy gap in males of over 7 years between the most deprived and the least deprived areas. So we are in a situation today that where you live has an impact on your life expectancy. And if you're in the most deprived area, you will live on average 7 years less than someone who may live just a couple of miles from you. I understand that this isn't solely the responsibility of the Department of Health and that there does need to be an executive approach to tackling inequalities. But the Department is paying for the outcomes of these inequalities. We need to be able to identify and track spending on the key issues. How much is being spent to address waiting lists? How much to address inequalities? How much on mental health? And is the spending on waiting lists, inequalities and mental health making a real difference to people's lives? Activity is easier to measure, but outcomes are much more difficult. However, it is outcomes that really do matter most. Transparency should be based on the issues rather than finance headlines, which can be difficult to understand and track. I do need to say that the Department has been very good at identifying and tracking COVID spending and pressures, and we need to see the same approach now being applied to these other priorities over the coming year. The Committee will continue to engage constructively with the Department to ensure scrutiny of its spending over the coming year, and I would like to thank the Clerk and the staff of the Committee for the huge amounts of work that they have put into the Committee in general in what has been a hugely busy period, but also in relation to supporting the Committee's scrutiny of the budgeting procedures. So I'd now like to add some remarks as Sinn Féin MLA. As an MLA with a busy constituency office, I can safely say that health and social care queries is the #1 issue that we are encountering, and I'm sure, members, that is the same for each and every one of you. It's about people having difficulty accessing their GPs, difficulty accessing care package to get a loved one home from hospital, and on that wide range of waiting lists, with 1 in every 4 of our population on some sort of a health waiting list. I don't wish to dwell over much on the obvious problems. We all know and recognise those. However, what is being done to address and fix those problems is what is key going forward. The Bengoa report and the Ministerial Action Plan delivering together not only set out the need for transformation, but some of the areas to start with in terms of delivering it. As I mentioned before, only 0.7% of the budget has been allocated to that transformation. The double running and funding of services has not been seen or anywhere near sufficient to support a long-term transformation, and that is a fundamental problem which we are all going to have to grasp. There also needs to be, as has been referenced often here in this debate and yesterday's debate, progress on multi-year budgets, and the staggering levels of workforce vacancies remain a huge difficulty for the health service in terms of delivery. The health and social care system need to address workforce pressures and staffing as a matter of emergency. If there is no staff, there is no service. And if there is no service or capacity to be seen, you are placed in a waiting list, and until capacity increases, that waiting list will continue to grow. So even if we had money to throw at the problem, it wouldn't immediately or automatically solve it. The staff are the health service, and that's where we need to put our effort and planning and urgency into. Yesterday, I covered some issues facing carers, but in this Carers Week, it is worth recapping. Without carers, members, there is no health and social care system. It is that simple, and I believe that unless we address those practical issues facing carers, then we are at grave risk of seeing carers stop asking about breaks, but talking about care arrangements breaking down. We need to give carers a break. I would urge the Minister to look at what he can do now to increase provision of respite and daycare services which have been run down for such a long time now as a result of the pandemic. This week is also Infant Mental Health Week, and I would like to encourage the Minister and his officials to consider what can be done within the mental health strategy to ensure that early years, and in particular infant mental health needs, are not only considered but included within the final strategy. Yep.
Would the member agree with me, as a member of the Education Committee, that this is something which needs a joined-up approach across government, not just in reference to the Minister in this particular debate, but in terms of the Education Minister, the Health Minister, Communities Minister, local councils, Public Health Authority and so on, to get a multi-agency approach to tackle a huge issue in our community?
Yes, and I thank the member for his intervention, and I absolutely agree. And in fact, the Health Committee 2 weeks ago called for an emergency summit to take place right across the Executive to deal with health and social care. I believe, and I think the committee believe, that we need to take the same urgency and the same level of attention and action to deal with waiting lists and the other problems within health as we did with COVID-19. So I absolutely agree. I also want to acknowledge that this is a one-year budget, but when we look at how that one-year budget, even last year, was pivoted to emergency action around COVID-19, that gives a level of what can be achieved when everyone is working together, when staff are involved and are delivering the service that they can do so well, and when they are given the tools to do so. So, although COVID-19 is certainly not gone, and we cannot be complacent about that, I want to pose the question that the Department of Health, the wider executive, and collectively this House must find an answer to. What can be done now within this year to address the public health emergency that is facing the entire health and social care system, and which we see daily in our constituency offices and clinics, and which our people are suffering as a result of?
Thank you. I now call Mr. Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. And I think I agree with the chairman of the committee that I'm going to speak as a member of the Education Committee. It's not every day that you start a debate with one minister in place and indeed end a debate with another minister in place. I would initially like to pay tribute to Peter Weir and indeed the service that he has given since the Assembly was brought back into operation after our 3-year out. He has been unstinting in both his attendance at the committee and his attendance within the chamber, and where other ministers have perhaps had to be, I'll use the word encouraged, to attend the committee and to be questioned by the members of the committee. Not only did he attend, but he indeed gave generously of his time at the committee. We'd also be remiss of me not to wish the incoming minister from next Monday all the best for her tenure in the position. I welcome Michelle's appointment and indeed wish her well as she sets about how she will deliver, perhaps in a different style, but indeed delivering on the same priorities that we all know, and which the Chair indeed on behalf of the committee outlined the very serious problems, very serious challenges, the financial challenges of education, and wish Michelle well as she delivers on those in the coming months. This is a debate, and I think the Minister indicated that he was wanting a debate or suggesting a debate which was around the general principles of the main estimates, and indeed that was a direction he was hoping members would follow, and I will follow those directions. And I would just, in terms of the introduction to the Department of Education, and the estimates, the Minister's estimates provides the vision for the Department of Education. The vision for the Department of Education to provide an education system that is recognised internationally for the quality of its teaching and learning, for the achievements of its young people, and for a focus on meeting their needs. And I think I have raised in this chamber previously where I do believe that our, by and large, our pupils and our young people do indeed get excellent teaching and excellent educational facilities. Not only does that continue at primary, as we're discussing here, primary and second level education, but indeed it continues up into third level education, and indeed many of our students, having had that good foundation in primary education and second level education, continue on to university level and are sought by universities in GB as pupils, as students to take up their education there. Given the academic year that we have been through, and this academic year, I suppose we could call it even the pandemic year, as opposed to the academic year, but given that pandemic year, I think it would be only right that we pay tribute, and I'd like to go just a bit further than where the chair of the committee went in paying tribute to every single teacher, all our teaching staff, and indeed not just the teaching staff, but those who support the teaching staff, school assistants, classroom assistants, even down to the ladies and gentlemen who are the caretakers and the providers of the food for the children. And I think we owe a debt of gratitude to every single one of them, and indeed the leadership that has come from the principals, because they faced huge challenges in this year, challenges that we have never experienced before, whether it be classroom learning, remote learning, or how indeed to combine the two, and then how to get back into the classroom and how to conduct the examinations, or indeed what was an alternative to the direct examination. Our teaching staff and support staff have risen to those challenges. And indeed, I suppose I've already paid tribute to Peter Weir, but indeed very much under his guidance. The Education Department also needs, because they rose to challenges, along with the Education Authority. And we know on the Education Committee the challenges that the Education Authority faced, and indeed the Education Department faced, and indeed particularly in the area of SEND children, where indeed the assessment time for pupils to be classified was taking twice as long as it should have taken. And under the leadership of Sarah Long, I think every member of the committee has been impressed by how that challenge has been taken on board, how she has risen to the challenges, and the progress that she and her team have made. The Education Committee, obviously made up of the very disparate attitudes of each party that's represented on the committee. But by and large, I think it would be fair to say that we have carried out the scrutiny role very much in a positive way. We certainly have had differences. We've had differences of emphasis. I would be supportive of transfer testing and grammar schools in general, and others on the committee are not supportive of that approach. But indeed, by and large, we have risen to the challenge. We have placed the emphasis on really doing what is right for each of our pupils and each of our young people. And I suppose it is not too strong to say, Chair or Principal Deputy Speaker, that we have indeed come through what can be described as a crisis. And thankfully, hopefully, we are coming out of it a much stronger educational system than indeed when we went in it, with a huge amount of learning by the principals and the teaching staff that will undoubtedly be of benefit to them in the longer term. In terms of what the Minister has put forward, and under the title, the subhead Detail and Resource to Cash Allocation, again he starts his outline by saying that the purpose of this is to ensure that all young people, through participation at school, reach the highest possible standards of educational achievement that will give them a secure foundation for lifelong learning, employment, and to develop the values and attitudes appropriate to citizenship in an inclusive society. Now, many of us, Chair, would recognise that we work in a difficult society, but indeed we have an opportunity, as the review of education is undertaken, to look at how and what role schools, primary schools, second level education, can play in addressing those last few words: appropriate citizenship in an inclusive society. And I think that should be where we get from the review of education provision, should be one of the objectives. The Minister also raises the question or outlines where the resource and cash reconciliation should go. And under the annually managed expenditure AME, there are 10 categories of expenditure outlined: Education Authority, Voluntary and Grant Maintained Integrated Schools, Council for Curriculum, Examinations and Assessment. And one down, Middletown Centre for Autism Limited. And I remember when we were first in this chamber debating the support for Middletown Autism Unit and being supportive of that. But one of the big challenges that the Education Committee has faced, and which the Education Authority and Department have faced, is the provision of SEN education. Now, SEN education, and perhaps there is the case for special educational needs school to be a new AME category. It is an area that is in need of investment. It is an area which has faced challenges, and we as a committee, both formally and informally, met with the principals of special educational needs, the leadership principals, the leadership group, and indeed in listening to the principals group. You couldn't have come away from those meetings without actually having an appreciation of the very difficult job that they were doing, the fact that they were rising to the challenges, but the fact that they needed more support than was being given, and a special understanding of those challenges that they were facing. So I do believe that a special educational needs AME would indeed, Minister, be helpful as we move into the next budgeting period. Now, I think it's right to say that of all the issues, the one that has united the committee more has indeed been the support for school places for children with special educational needs and disabilities. And indeed giving the families and the carers, helping them to meet the increasing demands that they face each day. And I think the outgoing educational minister did need the support in this area, and indeed the incoming educational minister will need the support of additional investment to create more school places in both primary and indeed at secondary level education. And I would say that there are particularly those children, and we know that as science continues to make progress, we know that children who a relatively short number of years ago may not have lived after birth.
Could I ask the member just briefly to resume his seat? I'm terribly sorry. Could I encourage the member just to return, and I've done this with other members, to return to the core principles of the bill, and rather than focusing on the substance of issues not addressed directly in the bill. I am, as you know, always loath to interrupt members during a budget bill debate, because in many cases this will be the only chance that members get to speak on particular issues. But if I could encourage all members to return to the core principles of the bill, and I don't want to act as a tyrant from the chair. I hope all members understand that, but I don't make the rules. I'm simply here to enforce them. Mr. Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I do understand, but the point I am coming to is the need for additional investment in, and a recognised need for additional investment in, from the budget, from the Minister, on the provision of SEN resources. And indeed, it is, and I'll quickly move on, Chair. There is already a temporary provision in school buildings for special educational needs in North Belfast. Temporary in that it's in a not entirely suitable building, and indeed that there is a site adjacent to mainstream schools in East Belfast where I believe with the appropriate investment, a high-tech, state-of-the-art, new build specialist need, which is primary to addressing the need for children of specialist needs, can be provided. So we need the Minister to look at and how he can effectively spend money towards that type of provision. Within the Minister's budget, get the right title of it, Budget 2021-22, and here, Mr. Speaker, and Principal Deputy Speaker, I hope you won't rule me out here, but indeed within this budget, the Minister sets out were under the confirmed in-year allocations not included in the final budget departmental outcomes. He lists a number of areas appropriate to DE. Teachers' pay, Bright Start, summer scheme, youth service, summer programme, Engage number 2, Engage 2 programme, and Sure Start programme. And those are all extremely relevant and meaningful areas of expenditure. And my colleague, Mr. Humphrey, raised with the Chair of the Health Service about the need for a holistic approach, and certainly a holistic approach to engage with the Summer Scheme 2021, which is based on addressing the mental health of many of our pupils who we believe, will have faced challenges over these days. So within those areas of the budget, there is a need, I believe, for the Minister to support the New Decade, New Approach Fair Start programme. Because you can't address those issues, you can't expend money on those issues, you can't just do one-offs to those areas if you're not prepared to invest in and accept the expert panel on educational underachievement. Those need to be addressed from the investment in these areas, leading on to the investment as outlined by the expert panel. Because each of these will give way.
Member for giving way, and I endorse entirely and pay tribute to Dr. Purdy and his team for the work that they did. I endorse his remarks entirely. But the member agreed with me that it's statistically proven that early intervention is both cheaper and much more effective in terms of end product and results. And young people will benefit from that early intervention if the Minister can find the money to do so.
I thank the member for that intervention, and absolutely, I think the case for early intervention is unchallengeable. And obviously, if we don't make the early intervention, or the early investment, don't make that intervention, then what we get at the other end is much more costly to try to put right, and indeed the negative impacts that it does have on our society as a whole. And the member made reference to Dr. Purdy, and I pay tribute to him, and indeed every member of his expert panel, who really rose to the challenge and worked within a very tight time frame to deliver what I think overall has been accepted as an excellent approach, and hopefully This is the last approach that we will see to having, because I, in my political life, can quote at least 4 other reports that were to address the underachievement, the lack of investment in and how we go forward. And hopefully this is the last report that will be necessary, and that we will implement the recommendations. And indeed, the point that Mr Humphrey has made is indeed the key area 1 within the report, redirecting the focus to early years. And indeed, the expert panel have said, by implementing the actions outlined below, and that is summed up, and there's a page and a half of that, but it's summed up in this way: by ensuring all children get a fair start, that will lead to more equitable outcomes for all children, families and communities. The benefits of effective, the point that Mr Humphrey was making, the benefits of effective early intervention will be in terms of physical and mental well-being, educational attainment and longer-term employment prospects. Now, I don't actually expect, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, that the Finance Minister giving a dollop of money to this will be the magic, will be the only thing that will be required. I do believe that if we are going to succeed in this, we need to move to the key area number 4 that Dr Purdy and his team have highlighted, and that is promoting a whole community approach to education. Now, that requires, and the chair of the Health Committee accepted that indeed there is a need for a holistic approach, and I hope other members, particularly from the Communities Committee and the Communities Minister, would accept that promoting a whole community approach to education is what we want to achieve. And there are excellent examples to follow. Describes it as a whole community approach to education, has a place-based focus that coheres the greatest concentration of effort in those localities with the greatest level of educational underachievement. Now, if it can be done, and Dr Purdy and his team gave a number of examples, if it can be done under a programme delivering equality in schools in the Republic of Ireland, the Flying Start programme in Wales, the Scottish Attainment Challenge in Scotland, and the Children's Zones in West London, or Harlem, New York and USA, an international approach that came from America into West London. And in doing so, the interventions that we put in place will be more targeted than before, encouraging a partnership with the voluntary and community sector, particularly in areas which currently lack capacity, as well as between schools. And you can see the connection from what Dr Purdy is saying to what the Minister is laying out in his in-year allocations. Summer scheme, youth service, engage, sure start. Feeding it back, this report feeding back into what the Minister is already intent on funding. I'll be very quick, Mr Speaker, or Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'll highlight just the point that, again, Mr Humphrey and the Chair of the Health Committee indicated. Key area number 8 from Dr Purdy's report, ensuring interdepartmental collaboration and delivery. Ensuring interdepartmental collaboration and delivery. And ask what Dr Purdy asked, what do we want to achieve? And he indicates that there was considerable consensus amongst stakeholders, those who the expert panel engaged with. There was considerable consensus among stakeholders about the need for government departments, local government, voluntary and community sectors to be more joined up in terms of how they approach issues associated with educational underachievement. And there are opportunities for resources to be implemented more effectively than at present, and in a way which requires more collaboration between the departments. And I'll finish with this point, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Principal Deputy Speaker. Dr. Purdy outlines the costs, the budget that is required. And he says that within the budget, and it's over a 5+ year term, within the budget he lays out all of the actions, 47 actions that are required, and up to the long term, 5 years plus, £73 million is required. Now, if we don't invest, having invested these relatively small amounts of money, if we don't invest in these areas today, but in addition invest via this expert panel, then we may as well not invest in these areas. The budget for these areas on a one-off, 1 year, if it's not invested over the time span that Dr. Purdy estimates, then we may as well not invest in these areas on a 1-year budget. There are two areas that, and I believe, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, that have holistically brought the Education Committee together, and that is supporting those children who face the most difficult challenges, those families who face the difficult challenges of special educational needs. We do need to support them. We do need to provide the additional facilities. We do need to provide the up-to-date, high-tech schooling and premises. And indeed, those young people who, I think it's been agreed on both sides of the House, do need the investment, do need that investment to address this underachievement and provide them with the good start in life that will indeed allow us to gain from the benefits of their expertise in longer life. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call the Chair of the Economy Committee, Dr. Kiva Archibald.
Gurmaga Prevlas Cancorlia, and I rise to speak firstly as Chair of the Economy Committee, and then I'll make some brief remarks as Sinn Féin Economy spokesperson. You end up repeating yourself quite a bit in budget debates, but we continue to live in exceptional time, and that impacts very much on our budgeting process. Since I last spoke on the budget at the end of May, the Economy Committee has received the Department's bids for the June monitoring round, which the Committee considered at its meeting last week, and I'll comment on those following some more general remarks. I've put on record in previous debates that the context in which the Economy Committee and other statutory committees scrutinise departmental budgets is less than ideal. Annual budgeting, a dramatic increase in the use of ministerial directions to implement COVID relief schemes is less than ideal, and a heavy reliance on in-year allocations to meet essential spending, and particularly in the case of the COVID response, also is. Despite this, the Economy Committee has received regular budget briefings from the Department, and members have engaged robustly with departmental officials and indeed the Minister who briefed the Committee last month regarding her Economic Recovery Action Plan and the first of the 10X economy papers referencing innovation. The economy budget has flatlined in 2021-22, resulting in the realignment of budget lines and beginning the financial year with an overcommitment of £7.3 million. The Department has received £12.2 million from Treasury to manage protocol issues, which the Committee will scrutinise carefully. Regarding the Economic Recovery Action Plan, the Executive has agreed to fund this at the cost of approximately £290 million resource funding, with £11 million capital spending. Roughly half of the resource allocation for the Economic Recovery Action Plan will go on the High Street Stimulus Voucher Scheme. This obviously puts a lot of eggs in one basket, which I've referred to in my own contributions previously. The committee is not fully convinced as yet that the scheme will deliver to the degree that is necessary and will continue to engage with officials and the Minister on this. The Department has secured £23 million from the NIO, £8 million to support the development of Invest NI locations overseas over the next 2 years, and £15 million for skills spread over the next 3 years. This funding is welcomed by the committee and should help undertake vital skills development work in the months ahead as furlough ends and as we seek to turn around our economy. The Department leads on a range of New Decade, New Approach commitments, and the committee believes that it is important that these are closely aligned with the Programme for Government and a range of other strategies, both within the Department for the Economy and with other departments. Failure to do this runs the risk of duplication or failure to maximise the impact of spending. The Department has suggested that the Economic Recovery Action Plan, the recently published 10x Economy and the trade and investment papers have the potential to be game changers for our economy. However, the committee will be looking for clear delivery on what remain very high-level statements of intent. There are also issues around securing of funding. So just to turn to the June monitoring paper from the Department that the committee considered at its last meeting. Members welcomed the news that departments will have greater flexibility in reallocating non-ring-fenced budgets in year without executive approval. Members hope this will mean less budget having to be returned and reallocated in haste, which was a theme last year in the Department for the Economy's COVID response. The Department's bids of just under £12 million are modest in the context of the times in which we live. However, members are concerned that almost £11 million of this is required as a result of a change in the treatment of depreciation in the FE colleges. Members' view is that surely this could have been anticipated. Of the £19.5 million resource DEL reduced requirements, the Department has managed to reallocate £15.5 million, leaving £4 million to use against inescapable pressures that will arise in year. Again, this level of movement in year does not make scrutiny any easier for the committee. However, as I indicated previously, the flexibility to reallocate internally is somewhat welcome in this context. The Department has also flagged up £14.2 million of unallocated capital DEL that it hopes to utilise further into the financial year thanks to the increased flexibility. However, the Department is still waiting for capital DEL allocation of £42.3 million for Project Stratum and is also waiting for capital DEL funding for city and region growth deals as well as Magee Medical School. The committee would urge the allocation of this very necessary capital DEL proceeds without delay. Another key area of concern for members is the number of vacancies that the Department continues to carry. As a department right at the heart of the COVID response and the recovery and rebuilding of our economy, it is vital that it is properly staffed. Funding is available, therefore members would strongly advocate that recruitment proceeds at speed. As I have outlined, the committee welcomes the funding of the Economic Recovery Action Plan, as we are keen to ensure that the Executive funds skills-related commitments, including within New Decade, New Approach and the 10x Economy papers, as well as those flowing from the energy and skills strategies, particularly job-creating aspects of the Green New Deal. The committee believes that the work of the High Street Task Force and any funding that it deploys will need to be aligned with the Economic Recovery Action Plan and other strategies, and this is why members are joining with the Executive Office and Finance Committees on the 16th of June to receive a briefing on the work of the Task Force. And the committee will play its part in the delivery and scrutiny of departmental strategies and legislation to support our recovery and rebuilding from COVID and in moving our economy to a place of greater prosperity for all our people. So on behalf of the Economy Committee, I support the motion, and I'd like to now just make some brief remarks on behalf of Sinn Féin. I've already outlined many of the issues in respect of the Economy Department's budget, and obviously it has been well rehearsed throughout the course of other budget debates. Just, I suppose, to reference the British Government's budget has in no way provided the stimulus that's needed to drive the type of recovery that we need, and that certainly members here in this chamber have been calling for various proposals and suggestions of things that we think should be included and that need to be included. Concerns also remain about what point austerity measures will kick in, which is contrary obviously to the recommendations from financial institutions around the world, some who previously championed austerity. I think it's widely accepted that we need a stimulus-driven recovery, to reboot the economy and to give businesses and workers the opportunity to get back on their feet collectively. My party colleague, Mr McHugh, earlier on outlined the significant support in grants and rates holidays that have been made available to businesses here to help them survive and to protect jobs. And I think it's very clear that we do need a recovery that is about protecting jobs and creating jobs and opportunities, which promote greater equality and prosperity. And obviously that means promotion of greater health and well-being supports as well. It's important that our recovery plans and strategies aim to deliver on these things and align, as I have said previously, with our programme for government commitments and New Decade, New Approach commitments. And obviously, as other members have also referred to, we do need to see really strong cross-departmental working and budgeting. And I'd like to congratulate the newly announced incoming Economy Minister on his appointment, and I look forward to working with him. I hope in his new role that he'll be honest enough to recognise the potential of the protocol in attracting investment and creating jobs and helping to drive forward the type of recovery from COVID that we need. And obviously, we do face the loss of EU funding, and I think beyond this financial year that remains a huge concern, particularly in the context of the Economy Department's budget beyond 2023 when the ESF runs out. So I think we do need to see some longer-term clarity around the shared prosperity funding, including its design and delivery. I suppose it just... Yes, sure, I will.
The member for her kind words, and I give her this commitment now that I'll work with her and all the rest of the committee, the Economy Committee. I enjoyed my time on the Economy Committee, and I'm glad that I'll be working alongside you guys in trying to make the economy better. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for that, and hopefully we'll get you in front of the committee in the not too distant future as well. Just, I suppose, to mention again today the British Government's so-called levelling up agenda, which, as concerns have been expressed, that it bypasses the Assembly and the Executive, and there's no guarantee that projects funded through it will align with our programme for government commitments or executive priorities. And it's my strong view, and I imagine the Finance Minister agrees with this, that if the British Government actually wanted to level up our economy, it would return some of the hundreds of millions that have been stripped away from our block grant over the past decade. Other members have mentioned in their remarks health funding, and like many others, I have too many constituents who are concerned about being able to get access to GP appointments or who have been on waiting lists too long. And my party colleague Colin Gildenew earlier referred to a constituent. Last Thursday night, I was contacted by a constituent who's been on a waiting list for a surgery for quite some time. She was taken into hospital because she's been taken quite sick with her condition, thought she'd need emergency surgery, was put on IV antibiotics, and I'm not sure whether you would call it fortunately or unfortunately for her, the antibiotics brought her condition under control, so she was deemed no longer to be an emergency and sent home to remain on a waiting list. Kind of at her end of her tether, she sought a private consultation. Told her surgery was very urgent. She could pay £6,000 and have that surgery before the end of the month, but she doesn't have that sort of money. And as far as I'm concerned, it's not okay that those who can afford to get treated and those who can't stay sick. So I'm really glad to see that the Finance Minister has provided additional funding to the Department for Health, and I think all of us here recognise that we do need to see much needed system change there as well. We've all talked about taking the politics out of health. And I think that when we talk about the type of system change needed, I think we all recognise there does need to be additional investment before savings are going to be realised. And I think this is one of the issues that we all talk about, needing to see multi-year budgeting processes to be able to plan for the type of change in our health system is really where we do need to see that multi-year budgeting process. So hopefully the promises that the British Government has made in respect of multi-annual budgets will be realised this year. And I suppose just also finally to say I do welcome the establishment of the Fiscal Commission by the Finance Minister as part of that broader conversation about how we fund our public services and what the potential powers that we might need or could have access to in respect of that. And I very much look forward to the work of the Commission and to engaging with it. So I'll leave it there for my bit.
Thank you. I call Mr Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Just when
Minister Frew got to his feet, I thought he was going to state his support for the protocol. I nearly bit my tongue off. But listen, on that point, I want to congratulate him on his appointment and wish him well going forward. There are many challenges in that department, as there are with them all. Mr Principal, Deputy Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to participate in this debate and make my comments as the SDLP spokesperson for education and as the MLA for West Tyrone. For the outset, Mr Principal, Speaker, and to reiterate concerns raised by my party and others in yesterday's estimates and supply debate, there is great dissatisfaction with this budgetary process. It is a complex process not properly explained, and we are essentially debating decisions that have already been taken with little input at this stage in the overall budgetary allocation. It is short-sighted, it lacks aspiration, it lacks any form of prioritisation of key challenges that our community face, and I will go into more detail as we go forward. Mr Principal, Deputy Speaker, as noted by my colleagues in yesterday's debate, we are and continue to miss out on the importance of multi-year budgeting, which would set a longer-term, joined-up strategy to better deliver in the greater interests of our people right across Northern Ireland. Mr Principal, Speaker, I would first like to focus my remarks on the education budget before outlining concerns regarding the impact of this budget on the wider issues facing my constituency in West Tyrone. And just before I discuss the education budget, I would like to pay tribute to outgoing Minister Peter Weir. Many in this House will know that Peter and I didn't always see eye to eye on matters of education or the challenges that have been faced this year. I do appreciate the Minister had a mammoth task, that there was no blueprint, there was no rule book, and we were reacting as the situation emerged. And I do appreciate that's an extremely difficult situation to be in, and I do genuinely believe that the Minister was acting in what he believed to be in the best interests of children and always doing his best. However, that said, there will always be a record set in this House in terms of ministers and their performances, and I do believe that Peter will be remembered in office as someone who has been quite courteous and approachable and always has responded to me in my role as SDLP Education spokesperson. But I cannot leave out the fact that this House had to be recalled on 3 occasions to hold the Minister to account over failures to put the interests of young people first. With that said, I wish him well for the future and also wish well Michelle McIlveen as the new Minister for Education. I do look forward to working with her on the many challenges that exist. Education, Mr Principal, Deputy Speaker, has been on its knees for a number of years. We often talk about cuts to education. We should be talking about investment in education. Education is not a cost, it is an investment. It is an investment in our children and our young people. It is an investment in this place. It is an investment in our economy, because with better skilled and educated young people, children that have been supported through schools that have had access to adequate facilities and support ultimately benefits the outcomes of our children in the long run. These budgetary cuts and challenges to education obviously pre-exist COVID, and we've had the distraction this year of the huge challenge, and no one in this House can underestimate the challenge that COVID has presented to each and every minister, to this executive and to this House. And I know all of us wanted to act in the best interests of doing all we could to save lives and save livelihoods as well. The COVID pandemic has absolutely compounded the issue and highlighted how far behind we are in terms of properly funding and resourcing our education system. This has been said many times in this House over the course of the last 14 years, the 14 years of the DUP Sinn Féin-led executive. The Institute of Fiscal Studies reported last year, Mr Principal, Deputy Speaker, that in real terms cuts schools spending per pupil since 2009 have been largest in Northern Ireland, 10% reduction in overall spending, a 10% cut to our children's education. And no one in this House will agree that that is appropriate. That is not appropriate, and is having a direct impact on our children and young people. Yes, I've heard it said many times in this House by members to my right that a decade of Tory austerity has been disastrous to this place, but we have to take some responsibility for the lack of prioritisation and strategy and focus and planning and prioritisation, because education should never face cuts. We should always be striving to improve the educational outcomes of our children. And we have to remember, whilst the Tories have been no friend to this place, and no one knows that better than the DUP of recent times, that the budgets of recent times have been rolled out and administered. These cuts have been rolled out and administered by a Sinn Féin and DUP-led executive. It has crippled our education system, Mr Deputy Speaker, and indeed has absolutely affected the educational outcomes of so many young people. While we've witnessed cut after cut after cut, in England there has been additional funding provided through the pupil premium policy, and in Scotland they have spent £1,500 more per pupil, £7,300 compared to the £5,800 per pupil in Northern Ireland. And in the South there is the Delivering Equality in Schools programme, which also aims to address the issues around funding. I remind the Finance Minister and indeed the incoming Education Minister that spending on education is not a cost, and we cannot reiterate that strongly enough. It is an investment in the future of our young people in this place and our society, and we should be doing everything we can to ensure that we fund our schools and provide the necessary resources that is absolutely vital for the development of our children and young people. It's high time that education was treated as seriously here as in other jurisdictions. And yes, this place has challenges, but we have to recognise that this place is quite small and manageable. It is 6 counties and 11 constituencies. This is not rocket science. This is about planning and strategy, and this is about ensuring that money goes to the right places, that we're not simply throwing money at pet projects, throwing money at wish lists by parties, particularly in the face of an election, and we may see that evolve over the course of the next few weeks and months. In the context of today's debate, Mr Deputy Speaker, Principal Deputy Speaker, it remains extremely concerning that the education budget faces pressures of £146 million. Again, not a new figure, something that was discussed largely in this House prior to the pandemic. And it is hoped that this will be made up this year as a result of the monitoring funds. But it has absolutely shown and shed a very bright light on the fact that a lack of proper planning, a lack of proper cross-departmental working is damaging the educational outcomes of our children. That brings me to a very important point, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and it has been mentioned by other members in this House, and there is no deviating on the debate around this subject, and that is special educational needs. This is something that impacts us all. It's something that has come to each and every one of our offices and on our desks. There are young people, children, absolutely being failed by the system. And when you look at the figures and you look at the amount of money that has been allocated, you have to scratch your head and go, is this an issue with actual funding, or is this an issue with complete and utter incompetence on the part of those who have been responsible for resolving the issue? And when you look at the block grant of the Education Authority, and you can see the £359 million that has been allocated to special educational needs and the additional £22 million, you know, what is going to take to resolve this issue? There hasn't been enough done, there hasn't been enough planning or prioritisation, and certainly the interests of these young people have not been put first. We've heard serious revelations in recent times with the Education Authority. It was revealed by whistleblowers that in the Education Authority statements were literally not date stamped to delay the process because they're so inundated and the system was so fractured and broken. And it took an immense amount of pressure from the existing Education Committee when this place was re-established to get to the heart of that problem. But as we all know in this chamber, special education needs children are continually being failed by the system currently in place that is not delivering for them. We can talk about reviews, we can talk about reform, we can talk about money, we can talk about how we think this can be fixed, but it is absolutely needed now more than ever that this issue is prioritised. Far too many children are stuck on a waiting list for an assessment, but yet we have hundreds of millions of pounds been rolled in to resolve this issue, and we still have 5,124 children waiting on an assessment. We've seen that go on for years and years and years. That is not good enough. We cannot fail our children. The test for this place is about how we prioritise their needs and what we do in a crisis situation. And rest assured, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, the situation facing special education needs children is a crisis. I will indeed.
Thank the member for giving way. Would the member agree that That addressing that particular issue from a budgetary point of view will obviously require close cooperation between not only the Department of Education but also the Department of Health, and indeed that pooled budgeting perhaps should be explored in order to address that completely unacceptable waiting list in relation to assessment and awarding of Statement of Special Educational Needs.
Member for his intervention. Absolutely welcome his remarks. He's absolutely right. There is a desperate need for cross-departmental working and cooperation. In fact, a lot of the issues that have been identified to date point to the very fact that health and education are not working closely enough or effectively enough, and indeed finance is absolutely vital. We can talk about all the things this needs, but without the necessary investment from the Minister of Finance, it is impossible to resolve these issues. And it's not in isolation. You know, we could fire money at these things, and rest assured, in relation to SEN, there is a desperate need for investment, but there is also a need for prioritisation and to properly deal with the issues that are there. I'll finish on a point in terms of SEN by saying that children have absolutely been failed. We've all seen the tears. We've seen parents in absolute desperation. We've seen parents who literally have never had 1 minute of respite. We've seen parents throughout the pandemic who have spent 7 days a week over the course of the last year without any support, literally on their knees, pleading for support and help, and that hasn't happened. And that is unforgivable for this House. As I've said, we're quite a small jurisdiction. It could be dealt with very, very easily with a proper focus and plan and prioritisation, and to ensure that where those who fail, those who are in positions who should have been responsible for this, are held properly to account, because if we fail to do that, we'll repeat the mistakes of the past. Childcare, the childcare strategy was mentioned by a previous member, and Mr. Deputy Speaker, over the course of the pandemic, the childcare sector was also hit very hard, and it's very, very clear that there is a need for a long-term strategy for the sector, which includes additional investment and resources from the Minister. Now, I have heard members of the Minister's party, and indeed other parties, mention about the serious issues that are affecting the childcare sector, and I've heard and seen the fancy graphics that call for action. But when their colleagues are sitting in positions of power and fail to actually deal with that issue, then that begs serious questions. Is this just lip service, or are there actually meaningful intentions to deal with these serious issues? The childcare issue needs to be addressed. It can be addressed and should be addressed by, again, cross-departmental working and indeed money from the Minister for Finance. It's very disappointing on that point, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that today's budget contains insufficient funds to enable the development of a comprehensive childcare strategy. The famous childcare strategy that we talk about and talk about and talk about. And again, there is no action, no money, no follow-up. We just talk and talk and talk. And people are fed up with it and want that to change. Given the issues and pressures facing the sector, members, I'm sure, will agree that this childcare strategy is absolutely needed immediately and needs the investment that is so vital. Robin Newton has mentioned in great detail the educational underachievement recommendations in the report, and I too would like to put on record my sincerest appreciation to Dr Purdy and his team for the immense work that went into that. This is a vital piece of work. And the report, Mr. Deputy Speaker, was absolutely very damning on educational underachievement. It didn't shock any of us, because we knew, certainly from an Education Committee point of view, we knew how serious the issues are and the major failures that exist here in tackling this issue of educational underachievement. And the vast majority of these failures emanate from a failure to properly fund and resource an already stretched education system. And I see no effort to rectify that in today's budget. None. In this House, we've had many reports. We've had reports suggesting all sorts of reform. You know, you talk about bingo and everything else. You know, this report is vital to addressing this very serious issue. But will this just be another report? The only way to address the issues in that report is that the Minister for Finance put the money in place to ensure that the recommendations can be addressed. And let's be clear, whilst there is an issue with underachievement in Protestant boys, there is an issue with underachievement generally across all of our communities, and it needs to be addressed. No child should pay the price for political failure. And make no mistake about it, there's a political failure in this place to address this issue, and that is on the shoulders of us all. And it should be addressed and must be addressed. The report is very, very good. Today's budget only sets aside £4 million to take forward the plan by this panel, costed at £36 million per year. It hardly even scratches the surface. It's like throwing a deck chair off the Titanic and hoping that it will work out. It's not going to work. We need the meaningful investment. I know the money is tight, but what is more important than addressing the educational underachievement of our children? What's more important than that? And £36 million is money well spent. It's certainly better spent than the £100 million that's going to be fired into tokens for the high street. This is a better value investment, and it should be prioritised at all costs. So I ask the Finance Minister, where is the shortfall, and does he believe that educational underachievement merits additional funding, and what his department is going to do about it? This is a political problem that can be fixed by prioritisation. It's a serious issue, and it's concerning that it's not been taken seriously enough, given the work that's went in by that expert panel, and I have to say I've thoroughly enjoyed working with them. But again, I'll reiterate, this can't be a report to gather dust. These recommendations are very good. They're critical. We know what the problems are. It takes money to resolve it, £36 million, and we need to see the money put up to resolve it. Again, I've heard other members, Mr. Prince Deputy Speaker, mention holiday hunger, and I would like to say that I thank the Minister and the Minister for Education at an earlier stage for addressing the issues of holiday hunger during the pandemic. This is an issue that is having a huge impact on many disadvantaged children from across the north, and I have welcomed the interventions to date. I do believe that was a positive intervention and one worth making. It's also concerning that there is no long-term plan to deal with this issue, and I would hope that it is addressed going forward. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I would like to focus my remaining remarks on my constituency and on the issues that are facing everyone in the beautiful West Tyrone constituency. And I have to say, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, there are many, many challenges that we face. There's infrastructure deficits that are long predate this
Could I ask the member just briefly to resume his seat? Before the member decides to take us on a rhetorical tour of West Tyrone, could I suggest to him that his remarks, insofar as they relate to his constituency, must also relate to the core of the bill that the House is considering presently? Mr. Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Yes, absolutely. And in relation to the budget, there are key issues and challenges that face constituencies such as my own in West Tyrone, such as a lack of investment and delivery of the Strull Education Campus, of the A5, of our roads infrastructure. And despite the once famous hokey-cokey politics of the DUP and Sinn Féin's dragging down of this Assembly, Sinn Féin and the DUP have been in power for 14 years. This arranged marriage delivered very little, but it is high time that it did, and did for places in the west of the Ban, such as West Tyrone. Promises are good, aspiration is great, but money and delivery vital. And what we need to see now more than ever is properly funded departments that can address ministers in place. Yes, you can. Yep.
The member for his intervention, or for taking the intervention, but I would ask the member, what would his proposals be for finding the money that he is suggesting is required? Because there is no low-hanging fruit with our budgets. It has been decimated by Tory austerity, as you referred to yourself, over the past decade. So where do you propose finding the money from? Where do you want to take it from?
I thank the member for the intervention. The starting point, I suppose, to answer that intervention is that collapsing the institutions is not an option in resolving the challenges that we face. People need politicians in place to deal with the challenges of our society, be it waiting lists, education, housing, all those challenges that we face on a daily basis. And to collapse these institutions for 3 years is an unforgivable situation, and to have any form of entertainment of a debate or discussion around doing it again will be entirely unforgivable, particularly when so many are suffering. So, yes, I understand there are budget restraints. I understand that there is not an endless pot of money. But what we do have is people in political positions now that we didn't have for 3 years that could prioritise and address the issues of need. And that there's no greater starting point than the waiting lists when we have so many people suffering as a result of what I can only describe as political failure. Yes, I will. Thank you.
Thank the
Member for giving way briefly. Would the member agree that meaningful action to address the upwards of £100 million cost of division or separation in education be a good place to start in terms of releasing funds that can be redirected to the front line?
I thank the member for that very good intervention. I have to say yes, and I go back to prioritisation. We have a terrible habit, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, of simply sticking a plaster on something and hoping it resolves the problem instead of actually dealing with it. Bengoa does that with health. What have we done? It's gathering dust. The educational underachievement document will do it with education. Let's hope it doesn't gather dust. Sticking plasters no longer work. This political institution hopefully has matured over the course of the last number of years, and hopefully will know that we need to prioritise these issues before they spiral any worse out of control. And can I also remind the Minister, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, that there are many areas dotted across Northern Ireland, the north of Ireland, that have very high levels of deprivation. People that are stuck, that need investment in infrastructure, that need investment in education, that need investment in good quality social housing, that need investment in our roads infrastructure. And if we don't get that, people will remain stuck, and we will continue to have high levels of unemployment and economic inactivity. And it does me no pride whatsoever to say that my own constituency is exactly reflective of that reality, where people have felt that there hasn't been the meaningful investment in the area that has been needed for so long. And, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, it brings me to a positive point. The city deal funding will be transformational. I have said it. The SDLP have long fought for that money and that intervention in the North West. It will be transformational. It will be a fantastic launching pad. And I am delighted to see that Strabane will also benefit as a result of it. But that deals with some of the issues. There are other areas, such as Omagh and Castlederg and West Belfast, that also needs serious intervention and a strategy that will help take people out of poverty. And, Minister, you are in a very strong position to do that. We need to start talking about improving people's lives. In relation to the Strood campus, I have also mentioned that the Strood campus in Omagh has the potential to provide first-class facilities to a number of local schools who are currently teaching in inadequate, and I put that mildly to cause no offence, inadequate accommodation. They have been promised and promised and promised that this project would be delivered. The collapse of these institutions led to the delay in the delivery of this vital priority, the priority that was very clearly stated by Martin McGuinness and Peter Robinson when they were First and Deputy First Minister. To date, all I have seen is the site cleared, no development. But as a consequence, we have seen an entire generation of school children go from first year right past A-level without any form of delivery in the same schools that have received no investment in their current infrastructure. So I am sitting in a constituency, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, in Omagh, where all the schools that will form the Strood Education Campus are inadequate. Some are unsafe. And unless there is going to be delivery on this now, there needs to be some prioritisation of funding given to address the school estate, because this cannot continue anymore. Children, again, paying the price for political failure. It's just not on. Nothing in today's debate or in the budget has set out anything that would suggest the advancement of this scheme, which will continue to slip further and further and further down. And as a result, the school buildings that children in my constituency are sitting in are crumbling around them. That is not good enough. And this point has been raised on many occasions, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and it cannot be said enough. Health waiting lists. This is the biggest crisis facing these institutions. The biggest crisis. And whilst parties have their own issues at the present time, and whilst there are other issues going on across Northern Ireland, Brexit, the Protocol, all of those issues, COVID, people are literally dying on waiting lists. Our health service have saved countless lives this year. A health service that has been buckled under pressure and under investment, a health service that needs reform, a health service that needs leadership from this place, and tough decisions made that actually will eventually resolve the huge issues that exist and affect our people. Con Gildernew rightly mentioned that there is no office of any member of this House that has not received correspondence or meetings or messages or phone calls from constituents in tears, in pain, suffering, that is desperate. And it makes me as an MLA feel entirely useless that I can't do anything to help that person because there hasn't been enough investment in waiting lists. 335,000 people are on waiting lists here in Northern Ireland. That is a terrible, terrible reflection of how this place has failed. I've heard people in the House today, members of the House today, say we need to put politics out of health, and I agree, because this is a problem we all need to resolve together, with tough decisions, action and investment. But what we cannot allow is the continuation of waiting lists spiralling out of control. 1 in 4 people, 1 in 4 of our population is on a waiting list. That is absolutely shocking. I will indeed, yeah.
I agree with the member. The stats are very, very concerning, but the member also agree with me the strategy of just simply throwing money at the private or independent sector to address waiting lists is unsustainable, more costly in the long run, and ultimately unfair for the people who clapped for our NHS during the pandemic.
I welcome the member's intervention. He just missed the intervention by Mr Little, and he pointed to a similar issue in education. You're right. The mentality of sticking a plaster over a problem is long gone. It's like brushing the dirt under the carpet. The carpet's literally touching that ceiling at this stage. We need to grab this head on and deal with it. Nobody wants their granny or granda, their mum or dad, their brother or sister, neighbour or friend suffering on a waiting list. I visited the house, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, of a lady a few weeks ago who's been on a waiting list for 4 years. She needed 1 hip operation. Now she needs 2 hip operations. She lives, all the bedrooms are upstairs. There's no facilities downstairs. That lady is literally crawling up and down the stairs at 77 years of age. Is that how we look after the vulnerable in our society? And when this lady presents to me as an MLA, or indeed to any other MLA, what are we supposed to say to that person except, you know, it's a terrible problem? Desperate? What are we doing about it? We need to see prioritisation of this crisis, and we need to see it resolved, and we need tough decisions made. If we don't do that, more will die on waiting lists, and that 1 in 4 number will increase. But anybody looking from the outside at this place will say, is that really how they look after the vulnerable in their communities, in their society? We need to deal with this issue, and we need to deal with it now. And what is adding to the pressure, Mr Speaker, is the crisis that absolutely exists in GP services. That's not a popular thing to say, but there is a crisis in GP services. I said it publicly a few weeks ago, and I got the tail end of many GPs, but there is a crisis in GP services. And it's the responsibility of this House to deal with that. It's the first point of call that someone takes when they're in need of medical attention. And how many phone calls will it take to a surgery before someone gets an answer? 100? 120? People desperate to speak to a doctor. Doctors obviously under huge and immense pressure. When you consider that 5,968 GP shifts for out of hours wasn't filled in the last year. It's only going to be resolved by proper planning and investment. And on the opposite side of it then, I'm having managers of A&E in Altnagelvin and other places saying, Daniel, there must be something could be done because what we have is huge levels of people coming that can't get a GP appointment that are now appearing at A&E. There is no siphoning out process. And Mr Speaker, when I was a student in Liverpool, if I was sick, if I was unwell, I literally walked down the street from my student accommodation into a walk-in clinic. And a triage nurse seen me in that clinic, and that nurse determined whether I needed to see a GP or whether I needed to see or go to A&E. And if I needed A&E, they got me to A&E. But the system here is broken. GPs have told me in countless emails that they are under immense pressure, that the system needs reform, that there's a need for intervention. Again, in A&E, staff are telling me they can't cope anymore. And waiting lists are spiralling and spiralling out of control. This is a crisis. And it's a serious crisis that the people, the members elected in this House, need to address together. And that's my plea to the Minister of Finance and to the Minister of Health and to the First and Deputy First Minister as well. We can do this. It's not rocket science. This is a very small area. Our population isn't massive. We need to get this right in everyone's interests. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, social housing, I've mentioned, has been largely underfunded for many, many years. And when you drill down into it, again, we talk about vulnerable people, and we're not good at looking after vulnerable people. Because there's a serious lack of bungalows available for disabled people, for elderly people, for people in need, people that are blind. There's just no houses. How do you put someone that can't see into a two-storey house? They sit on a waiting list, some for 10 years, because there's no bungalows being built. And largely, 9 times out of 10, when someone goes into a bungalow, they remain there until the day and hour they pass away. So the availability of bungalows does not exist. And it's a serious issue that needs to be addressed in terms of social housing and needs to be prioritised as well. Housing generally is a considerable issue, and we need to see greater investment in housing stock to provide high-quality, good-quality housing for all of our people. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I have extreme concern. Mr. Speaker, sorry, I have demoted you. I apologise. Mr. Speaker, in relation to the infrastructure budget, I have extreme concern that the budget allocated to the Minister will not deal with the state of our roads network. It will not deal with the pressures facing NI Water, and it will not fix every single pothole that constituency colleagues of mine, particularly in Sinn Féin, are pointing into every single day of every week. I'm as frustrated about the potholes too. But pointing at them won't resolve it. Spending money and allocating money to invest in our roads infrastructure is the only way we're going to resolve these problems. And the roads, this is something that affects every one of us. Every single one of us, every one of our constituents. And we need good quality roads. We need investment in our roads. I won't at the minute, but I will afterwards. The other point I want to make, I remember as a child, Mr. Speaker, going to Donegal, and they used to say the state of the roads in Donegal were absolute disgrace. It's an absolute pleasure driving in Donegal now, compared to the roads in the north. The state of our roads is an absolute disgrace, and it needs to be dealt with. And Nicola Mallon, as Minister, is doing a very tough job with a very tough department filled with challenges. And the Minister of Finance will know this because he previously held that ministry, as did his colleague Chris Hazard. It's not an easy department. And NI Water desperately needs investment, and it needs money put into it, because what's happening now is developers cannot build houses. Businesses cannot invest because there is not the infrastructure there to deal with it. So, yeah.
Very long and interesting speech, but the member continues to highlight problems rather than highlighting solutions. Will the member accept that the Infrastructure Minister has had a 29% increase in her capital budget? Now, whilst that might go no way to dealing with all the issues you've outlined, it is a 29% increase. And in terms of Northern Ireland Water, that mutualisation is a model that needs to be considered. Otherwise, this speech will be repeated year after year after year.
I thank the member for his intervention. Absolutely, I welcome any extra resources, but to date, there should have been more. There should have been more. There is not enough money. The chair of the committee yesterday in this House said that department is underfunded, agreed with my intervention. And that department is underfunded. Anyone who looks at the figures will know that department is desperately underfunded. And as a consequence, each and every one of our constituents are being affected. And Nicola Mallon is a great minister. I'm a bit biased saying that, but she's no wizard. She can't create miracles and resolve things without money. She can't pay staff if she's no money. She can't fix potholes or street lights or the issue with NI Water if she has no money. The only way to resolve that issue is by a meaningful intervention from the Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Finance to listen to Minister Mallon and work with her in trying to address these very serious issues. And that brings me to a point. The A5 has often been debated in this House, Mr. Speaker, and there is no greater advocate for that road than me. I want to see it built. There's nothing more important to West Tyrone than the development of that road. It will change people's lives. It will create necessary connectivity and links. And it will also address decades of neglect in terms of funding from this place. The delays are frustrating, but I would hope that the Minister of Finance will work with Minister Mallon and with the Irish Government and whoever else will give money to ensure that project is realised, because it is an executive flagship priority, and I desperately, and the people I represent in my constituency, desperately need it delivered. I'll give the member an intervention.
I have to say, all I'm hearing from the member is childish politicking. I mean, if the Minister for Infrastructure cannot fix a pothole, cannot fix our rural roads with the largest, the biggest allocation, the biggest budget that department has ever received, then what is she doing? What is the point? If she can't do it with the largest budget, what is she doing? Maybe the member will enlighten the rest of the House what she's doing with that money.
The money has just been allocated, and as I said many times, she's not a wizard, she's not a miracle worker, she's just a North Belfast MLA, a hard-working mother and someone who cares about the people in this place. And Nicola Mallon will do everything she can to address the issues in terms of our roads infrastructure, but she cannot do it without the necessary funding and investment. And let's be clear to the member's intervention. Nicola Mallon is addressing a 3-year collapse and neglect of our roads network because her colleagues walked out the door and, as a consequence, left our roads network in the state it is. In fact, prior to it, didn't even allocate a budget to deal with the issues. I'll give way to the member.
Information to the member. There are two aspects of the infrastructure budget. There's the resource side, which is actually used to fix potholes, which is under-resourced. There is a lack of staff. Certainly we found that recently in terms of addressing unadopted roads. So there is a lack of resource funding. And then there's the capital funding. And there is a very healthy capital funding bank account to expend money on new roads, but not to maintain them once they're built. Our problem is we are not maintaining our roads.
Thank you, the member, for his meaningful intervention. And I also note that the previous member's intervention said, you know, this is playground stuff, but would the member rather I come in here and said, you know, people are on waiting lists, it'll be grand, or, you know, there's a big pothole the size of a crater in the middle of Omagh, but, you know, it'll be grand, or, you know, the flood issues that exist in Omagh town need investment, haven't been resolved, but, you know, they'll be grand, we'll get a canoe and get people out of their businesses. I'm not here to talk about fluffy duck politics. I'm here to paint the picture that my constituents have reflected. You know, you've had your moment. I'm here to paint the picture that my constituents have reflected, and no member of this House, except probably the members in West Belfast, can safely say that there has been a serious starvation of funding and investment. Anything with West in it. West Tyrone has certainly been starved, and no matter what picture is painted, no matter how people portray it, that I'm playing politics with this, I'm reflecting how people's lives are affected. That's what I'm elected to do. That's what I continue to do. And it's high time we prioritise these issues. We cannot drive on our roads unless they're safe. And we can talk about new roads all we like, and Mr Beggs is right to point it out, but if we're not investing in our current infrastructure, people get killed. People get killed. That's not playing politics. That's a fact. There's many issues that exist. This budget is not ideal. It lacks vision. It lacks aspiration. It lacks strategy. But I do appreciate there are challenges. I appreciate there are serious challenges facing this place. But the only way, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, that we will resolve these problems is not by pulling down this place, not by poking each other in the eyes, not by talking about collapsing or wrecking devolution. It is actually about pulling together, working together and delivering on these important issues. Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker.
The member has finished. I had noticed, I had to nip outside, I had noticed a pattern developing where the member veered dangerously away from the content of the budget bill, but then quickly veered back in. So I think he probably brought his remarks to a conclusion at the appropriate point. I call now, in his final time, I suppose, as the Chair of the Justice Committee, Mr Paul Given.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And always a pleasure to follow the member for West Tyrone, who speaks in a very forthright manner. And, well, my family are natives of County Tyrone as well, and I like to do that on occasions, and I'm sure I will in due course. But I will come some of those points later when I want to make some wider points on the budget. But let me discharge my responsibility, first of all, in my role as the Chair of the Committee for Justice. The Committee for Justice considered a written briefing on the Department of Justice final 2021-22 budget allocations at our meeting on the 22nd of April. We requested some further information from the Department of Justice on a range of issues, and that response was provided in advance of then an oral evidence session with officials on the 29th of April, and that informed the discussions that we had on the final 21-22 budget. During that briefing, the committee was advised that £8 million for tackling paramilitary activity that had been included in the department's draft allocation had been removed from the baseline to be held centrally by the Department of Finance. The department had received £7.7 million of COVID funding for allocation to the police service, the prison service, the courts and tribunal service and core smaller bodies, and there had been small technical transfers between departments of just over £500,000. As a result, the department's final budget allocation saw a small increase of £0.3 million on the draft allocation that had been announced in January. The department will also receive an allocation of £12.3 million for police staffing in year, which for technical reasons could not be included in this final budget outcome. The capital allocation for the department was £96.4 million, which is an increase of £8.3 million from the previous year. The department believes this is sufficient to meet existing commitments and progress priority projects. The committee heard that a critical examination had been undertaken on the £55.7 million of pressures identified in November, and these had reduced to £20.4 million, of which £5.9 million relates to the police service. The police also still has pressures of nearly £6 million for EU exit and £1.6 million around transformation, which brings the overall pressures facing the department to £27.7 million. The committee sought information from the department on the public services or programmes across the sector that will need to be reduced or which will not be delivered in order for the department to live within this budget. The department advised that the funding requirements far outweigh its allocation, and therefore the extent to which the priorities can be delivered and the impact on frontline services will depend on how the budget is prioritised and whether any additional funding is forthcoming in year. The impact of any shortfall will be seen across the justice sector, including policing, prisons, courts and legal aid, and would be felt across this community. I wish to take this opportunity just to reiterate the committee's main concerns that arise from the budget settlement for the Department of Justice. On the prison service, as I outlined in the budget debate just a few weeks ago, much of the discussion with officials on the 29th of April focused on the prison service, given the suggestion in the written papers that its staffing complement may need to be reduced. Officials advised that it is not expected that jobs would be lost, but rather new staff would not be recruited. This may not have an immediate impact, as the prison service is very close to being at full complement, but over time it certainly would have an impact. Although it is hoped that the shortfall in the prison service budget can be managed through easements, plans must be in place should those easements not materialise. Options that may be considered to help the prison service live within its budget include relocating working out units back into prisons, reducing learning and skills provision, or closing down policy units. The committee's view is that these approaches will clearly have an impact on the rehabilitation, which will be negative not only on prisoners but their families and wider society, as well as prison staff themselves. It is therefore of particular concern that the prison service could potentially be put into this position. On the Probation Board, based on its draft allocation, there had been some doubt that the Probation Board would be able to fulfil its statutory duties. Officials sought to assure the committee that some of the pressures for the Probation Board had been met, and it will receive £1.6 million for the Aspire and Engage programmes out of the Tackling Paramilitarism programme, and has also been allocated £400,000 to meet its COVID requirements in full. Despite these assurances, it is still not clear to the committee whether all the Probation Board's requirements have been met. It had previously advised the committee that, though aware of this additional funding, inescapable pressures remain largely relating to pay, which, if not funded, will exacerbate issues with the recruitment and retention of staff, which may impact on the ability to resource those projects. The Probation Service does important work that can save costs in other parts of the system by, for example, preventing reoffending and thus court appearances or prison sentences. It is important that it is properly funded and that any reduction in service to deliver short-term savings will not lead to costs in the longer term. The committee is also aware that there is a disparity in pay scales between social workers in the Probation Board and those in the health trusts that needs to be resolved to assist in recruitment and retention of such staff by the board. In respect of the police, a key concern for the committee in its consideration of the draft budget was the information from the Police Board and the PSNI that a reduction of 300 officers may be required this year, bringing the number down to 6,700. And it appeared, therefore, that we were moving away from New Decade, New Approach commitments to increase the number of police officers to 7,500. So the additional £12.3 million for policing staff that I referred to earlier is therefore to be welcomed, as this will enable the PSNI to retain its current numbers and allow for the recruitment of 100 new officers. There will obviously be recurring costs beyond this year, which the Department believes should be then included in future baselines from 2022 to 23. The Finance Minister has advised that future budgets will depend on funding being available, and it will be for the Executive to agree allocations at that time. It therefore does remain a concern to the committee that we could still be some way off from meeting the ND-NA target. As I have mentioned, the PSNI is still facing a shortfall in funding requirements for the European Union exit. The committee understands that discussions are ongoing with HM Treasury to secure the balance, and the Department advised that a bid for this funding would be included in its June monitoring submission. In respect of COVID-19 funding, the Department received an allocation of £7.7 million in the final budget against requirements of £25.6 million. That left a resource pressure of just under £18 million. Following reconsideration of requirements by the Department, this pressure has been reduced to £11.6 million, with £5.1 million of that reduction being transferred to a cross-justice recovery bid that had been developed at the request of the Criminal Justice Board to increase capacity in the system in a coordinated way to support and speed up recovery with the associated benefits for victims and witnesses. The Department subsequently received allocations in the most recent COVID-19 exercise, leaving a pressure of £6 million for the Legal Services Agency. The Department advised that it would submit a bid to cover this shortfall as part of the June monitoring round. The Committee's scrutiny of the COVID-19 expenditure will continue. In respect of the Troubles Permanent Disabled Payment Scheme, applications are set to open by the end of this month. Although the Department of Justice is responsible for delivery of the scheme, responsibility for funding the payments rests with the Executive Office and will not come from the Department of Justice's budget. The committee has been keen that there are no further undue delays in getting payments to victims, and while the commitment to the funding scheme is welcome, there are still some questions over the source of funding, and this is an issue that the committee will continue to monitor. The committee does, Principal Deputy Speaker, have a heavy legislative programme, and it is concerned at the lack of information that is available on the financial implications of the bills that it is considering, and the availability of funding to ensure that necessary and adequate resources are available to ensure that the legislation is properly implemented. The absence of such detail has been noted by the Finance Minister and his former Permanent Secretary in written submissions on the bills, with the Permanent Secretary advising that any financial effects should be quantified in the explanatory and financial memorandum so that the full effects of any proposed legislation are understood. It is the Committee's view that legislation passed by this Assembly requires full implementation, and anything less is unacceptable. This is an issue that the Committee will continue to pursue to ensure that there is adequate funding identified and committed so that the legislation can be fully and properly implemented. Just some final issues that I want to mention within the areas that the committee will continue to focus on as part of its scrutiny for the budget cycle and its wider scrutiny of the department, agencies and NDPBs. On behalf of the committee, I want to reiterate the importance of not seeking to cut costs for short-term gain that may have negative consequences in the longer term, and which would not just be limited to the justice system, but could impact on other parts of the public sector, including, for example, the health service, as well as wider society. The committee does expect to see appropriate funding committed to initiatives and programmes such as enhanced combination orders, problem-solving justice and restorative justice initiatives. Many of these have the potential to provide savings in the longer term and must be financed if better outcomes, including the draft programme for Government Outcomes Framework Statement entitled "Everyone Feels Safe, we all respect the law and each other" are to be achieved. The committee accepts that while it is not ideal, the main source of funding for a number of programmes and projects across the justice sector will be allocated in year because of the nature or source of that funding. In addition, the committee recognises that flexibility in financial management is required to manage easements and pressures that arise in year. However, the committee does not believe that it is appropriate to plan an annual budget on the basis that inescapable pressures could be met in year, as there is a clear risk to programmes and organisations should that funding not be forthcoming, and it is very difficult to plan and operate on that basis. The committee would also welcome a move to a multi-year budget which would assist in planning ahead for all justice sector organisations. The PSNI needs to be confident, for example, that recurring costs will be met in future years when recruiting new officers in line with the NDNA commitment, and has regularly called for a multi-year budget to be put in place. The committee does recognise the challenging budget position for the Department of Justice, which is made even more difficult by the uncertainty brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. Departmental officials have advised that some difficult decisions will have to be made, given the pressures the department faces. The committee expects there to be ongoing engagement and that it is kept fully informed to help ensure that the department's budget is maximised and key priority areas are funded to deliver effective outcomes across the justice sector. Just turning to some comments in an individual capacity as an MLA. Members have spoken so far in the debate about the financial pressures right across our public sector. Colleagues have spoken of the pressures in education upon infrastructure within our economy and the support that needs to be provided to our businesses. And so the pressure on the Finance Minister isn't just one that's exclusive to him, it's exclusive to all of us. We all have that collective responsibility to identify the issues that face our people, and we need to find solutions, as Mr Moore talked about earlier, rather than just identifying all of the problems that exist, and there are many. Mr McCrossan rightly highlights, and I agree, the pressures upon our health service and the waiting lists and the hurt that's being caused to people on those waiting lists, and people literally are dying, is shameful, and that is our top priority that needs to be addressed. I'll give away just shortly, Linda. Just calling for additional funding, however, for the Department of Health isn't going to solve the problem. All of us can point to the financial pressures in every single department, and those ministers will seek to defend the allocations that they have been given and want more. And so when people say more money needs to go into health, there's not many ministers saying, I'll volunteer X amount of tens of millions and pass it on to health. So I don't see that as a viable solution in addressing the Department of Health's financial difficulties. So I do support the calls for a health summit. It's one that I know the Party Leaders Forum talked about, and I know it's one that the Deputy First Minister has spoken about, that we do need to have a health summit, and we need to apply our collective efforts in order that we address that. And there will be many solutions. Mr Carroll spoke about some concerns around the private independent sector. They have to be part of the solution, but so too does more recruitment into the National Health Service. The increasing numbers of staff that we're losing, the inability to retain them, and the dependency now upon the bank nursing system and the extra costs that go into that. So why are people leaving the health service? Why is it more attractive to be on that banking system, or rather than run a GP practice, it's more attractive to be a locum because of the flexibility that attracts? So there are systematic issues that need to be addressed by the Department of Health, but there is also issues that we do need to utilise by way of the private independent sector. So I support the call for that health summit. It would be a priority that I do feel that this executive needs to take forward. I'll give way to Ms Dillon.
Thank you very much. I thank the member for giving way. Would you agree with me, and I agree with what you've just said in relation to health, and I think it's not just the executive ministers who have to take responsibility as to the fact that money will have to be taken out of departments to go towards health. But you're right, it's not just a financial problem, it's a much bigger issue. But you can't say we have to prioritise and continuously throughout your speech say we have to prioritise and then put out a shopping list that means nothing is prioritised. If we're talking about prioritising health, then that's where the priority will have to be put.
I thank the member for that contribution, and as always in her own way makes very important contributions, not just in this chamber but has done over the past 12 months on the Justice Committee and has demonstrated her ability in that role. She gets to the point that we all have to face. Difficult decisions need to be taken. This executive is under considerable pressure. There is a limited time frame left in this mandate, but decisions have to be taken not just on the basis of the next 9 months. What's good for the next 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? And we won't see the transformation across our public sector before the next election in 9 months' time. It is something that needs to be based upon what is good, not just now, but in the medium and the long term. So we do have that responsibility to collectively work together. It is a 5-party coalition, and I understand members will come in from their own individual parties. They'll have a rattle at the wider executive and the different parties that exist within it. That's part and parcel of politics. It's certainly not fluffy duck politics that Mr Crossan referred to earlier. That's par for the course. But we are all in it together because we all represent our people, and it's important that we seek to get the right processes and decisions for them. So there are big decisions that this executive needs to take, but I'm of the very clear belief that we are by far best placed to take those decisions through our devolved arrangements. Yes, we'll have differences. Yes, we will have different community backgrounds, and we seek to reflect the different identities that we come from, but we are best placed, not in England at Westminster, not in some kind of duality of governance between East and West, but here in this Assembly. And we need to find that common ground to do that. When devolution fell, our waiting list stood at around 100,000, and now they're at almost 350,000. We were on a trajectory of those waiting lists going down and down and down before devolution fell, and then they have been on an upward trajectory, and that has accelerated at great pace during the last 12 months as a result of COVID. I look at the legislative programme that this Assembly is taking forward. We've got the Health and Social Care Bill, which is part of that Bengoa transformation, and then that legislation has to be rolled out and changed. I look at the protection for the stalking behaviour, and that all needs funding, Principal Deputy Speaker, in the financial allocations that flow from this budget. I look at the legislation around domestic abuse, and that needs funding for over the next 12 months. And there is other legislation that has to flow from that in order to provide the protections to do it. So let's make this place work. Let's make politics work, because that's what the people who elect us expect us to do. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Mr Declan McAleer.
And I welcome the opportunity to speak today on the budget. During the supply resolution motion yesterday, when I was speaking in my capacity as chair of the Air Committee, I made reference to the challenges with planning future budgets in the context of COVID and Brexit, and how important it is that our public bodies and rural communities are supported to recover and modernise in this next financial year. And in recent weeks, we took evidence from the Department on the budget plans for 21-22 and the plans for June monitoring. And we're very pleased with the investment of £9.8 million in 21-22 to support the agri-food sector, and the rollout of the new surveillance scheme co-led by DAERA and the Belfast Trust to facilitate early detection of coronavirus in wastewater outlets, and the £2 million investment of green growth in strategies in rural areas. And of course, one of the things that certainly we as a party welcome as well is the £7.5 million contribution off the department towards Project Stratum. And this is absolutely vital, and any of us who represents rural areas will know that this is a hugely strategically important project, because connectivity is a massive issue in rural areas, particularly, I will say, in the West, which has a very disproportionate number of nut spots, which of course increases levels of isolation and prohibits people's ability to work from home. And that's something that is really crucial as we emerge from the COVID pandemic and perhaps look at new ways of doing things. And we also welcome the planned capital investment of over £90 million for improvements in research, development, ICT and rural development, and of course the planned investment in the Caffrey College network as well. However, in looking at the impact of funding on agriculture and rural affairs, we have to look at the impact of Brexit, because there's no sector of our community has been impacted as much in terms of the budget and the financing of those initiatives. And we are very concerned about the £19.5 million shortfall in DERA's budget this year as a consequence of Brexit. And this has been compounded by the British Treasury's decision to net off £34.4 million from the EU funding. Had we remained in the EU in accordance with the democratic wishes of the majority of people here, we could have rolled over that £34.4 million under what's known as the N.3 rule. We could have spent that £34.4 million, which we had in the Rural Development Programme, we could have spent that up to 2023. But because it's been netted off, that £34.4 million has now been deprived from rural projects. And this, had we have been able to keep that, this could have directed to support innovations and developments in our rural communities. But unfortunately, it has effectively been pinched off us by the British government. On the topic of Brexit, as I said previously, there's it's not an understatement to say that Brexit has driven a wrecking ball right through agriculture and rural affairs. Not only has leaving the EU created a policy void, as we left the CAP Pillar 1 Basic Farm Payment Scheme and Pillar 2, which is the Rural Development Programme. And this has deprived our communities for investment and development. And whilst we do have some certainty for the year ahead in terms of for the farmers, we have no certainty beyond next year. And in terms of, by way of comparison, in the south of Ireland, on top of their own national contribution, they have secured a £10.7 billion chunk of the EU budget for their farmers and rural communities.
The member just to resume his seat briefly. I have with me the advice that was given to me by the clerks before this debate started. In relation to the issue of Brexit, EU funding is separate. This is the advice that I've been given. EU funding is separate from the consolidated fund, so lengthy debates about EU funding or on Brexit more generally are likely to be beyond the ambit of this debate.
Okay, well, I thank the member for that, the last hearer for that, but it is extremely difficult to desegregate the issue of lost EU funding from agriculture and rural affairs, because it has been so crucial here. And indeed, it's left a difficulty, because of the lost EU fundings and indeed the British Government's Treasury review. It's difficult, it's impossible to bring forward a multi-year budget that would enable us to plan ahead on a more strategic basis. Yes.
I think I'm right in saying what the member is trying to say is the removal of the EU funding is adding further financial pressure on the budget for the department.
Yes, I thank the member for that intervention, and yes, on this occasion, Mr. McCrossan, I do agree with you. It is, but he's right in what he says. It is having it because of the loss of EU funding. It is putting a greater strain on the block grant budget here, which is already under pressure. So it is a fair point, and I thank him for making that there. And indeed, just maybe to address that there, we had been told that by the British Government that they would introduce this UK Shared Prosperity Fund to replace pound for pound the lost EU funds. But this so far has not materialised, and as the Finance Minister stated a few weeks ago, our annual EU funding contribution was approximately 70 million, but the replacement fund, the UK Community Renewal Fund, has an 11 million budget for here, leaving a £60 million hole in our budget this year as a consequence of Brexit. So we can see the direct impact the pressure is having on our block grant and our budget here. And then to add salt into our wounds, the UK Community Renewal Fund isn't even administered through the Executive. The British Government will oversee the project and stipulate that bids should be submitted to the Ministry for Housing, Communities and Local Government by Friday the 18th of June. And again, this is another example of the British Government acting, I have to say, in a high-handed way. And we've seen more evidence of this recently with the appointment of the US Special Envoy over the heads of our local executive. And as for the rhetoric of leaving the EU and taking back control, at least when we were in the EU, we received our multi-annual allocation from the rural development projects. The leader approach was implemented through the formation of local action groups comprised of local councillors and social partners. There's probably members in this chamber who are members of those LAGs. And they identified a local strategy, identified projects, a grassroots approach. Now Westminster has disempowered these communities and this executive, courtesy of a Brexit decision that was supposed to be about taking back control. So in terms of June monitoring, the failure of DAERA to bid for June monitoring is deeply disappointing, and unfortunately I feel a sense of déjà vu here. Back in January, when the DAERA did not make bids either, when the Finance Minister invited bids for the additional £200 million that had become available at that stage, and when we quizzed the officials back in January and again, we got the excuses it was too late in the financial year to develop any schemes, and the department could not run the risk of underspend, even though many other departments, all our departments, had made bids for this year. And despite the fact that on behalf of Sinn Féin I actually had made suggestions to the department for schemes to support farmers.
For forgiving way, would the member agree with me that councils have been very successful in developing schemes in a very short time frame, and other departments have used councils in order to spend this money at late notice, and why could the DAERA Minister not do the same?
Well, yes, you sort of backed up the point that I was making there. We were told that it was too late to develop schemes, have it all spent by the end of the financial year, get out the door, but there were options available which unfortunately weren't taken up. And last week we heard from the department that they don't intend to make any bids for June monitoring, as it has sufficient budgetary allocation this year to cover its expenditure, despite the pressures, which includes the huge loss of EU funding. And certainly at this point, I'll take this forum here now to urge the department to actively horizon scan for areas where additional funding could address need and create opportunities for economic and social development in rural areas. And I will also add that as a rural dweller and someone who has been heavily involved for years in the community sector, I know many local groups who have clearly identified needs, they have matched funding in place, and the necessary statutory approvals in place, making them shovel-ready to implement many capital schemes. And there were many groups that I have met hoped that following Brexit that rural development opportunities would continue to exist through a successor fund such as a UK Shared Prosperity Fund. So I propose here now that the DAERA Minister should make a bid for June monitoring to implement, for example, a rural basic services scheme similar to the scheme that we had in the EU Rural Development Programme and similar to the pilot scheme which actually he has at the moment in his draft rural policy. And I will say that taking an overly cautious approach may make it easier for the department to balance the books at the end of the year, but an approach that lacks ambition also deprives local communities of investment and development. And the situation has been compounded by the fact that the DAERA has been dragging its heels in introducing a new rural policy. As I said previously, courtesy of Brexit, we have been forced to leave the EU Rural Development Programme, which has left a void. But the development of a new replacement rural policy actually began in November 2018, and this began with a stakeholder event in November 2018, and further engagement since then to map out a new policy. But despite my questioning the Minister and writing to him last year and getting pledges that the draft policy would go out for consultation at the end of last year in the autumn time, it is still not out for consultation, although I do expect for it to be going out soon. So I do believe that had the Department, and I'm aware that within the draft policy there are a number of schemes which look good around website development, tourism, micro-businesses, social economy, micro-food and the Rural Hall scheme, which closes on Friday for any areas that want to apply for it. The application closes on Friday. These are pilot schemes, but had the policy been developed sooner, these wouldn't be pilot schemes. They would be actual schemes with a good level of funding attached to them, and that would have a better impact in the communities. So I do believe that had the Department moved sooner and finalised the rural policy and engaged in a public consultation exercise before this, we would be in a better place to introduce schemes and make better use of the available public money instead of passing up on the opportunities to bid in June monitoring.
Mr. Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. And I rise to support the budget bill here today as the Alliance Party's Finance and Infrastructure spokesperson. To be fair, today really does feel like Groundhog Day. The budget process as it's currently structured is desperately in need of reform. Repetitive, convoluted and an opportunity for some members, until the Speaker or Deputy Speaker intervenes, to try to depart on some amazing tangents. Reform is desperately needed. The sooner the better, as I really don't feel a good proportion of all our time is well spent on proper scrutiny. In fact, it's wasted so often for members, the Minister and civil servants alike. Just because it's been done this way doesn't make it right and not in need of real reform. Turning to the budget, throughout the 2021-2022 budgetary process thus far, the Minister for Finance has presented a challenging budget, as he's described, in a standstill position in cash terms. Yet, as the Ulster University Economic Policy Unit noted in its consultation response to the draft budget, this sits oddly in comparison to the table within the document, which showed an overall increase of 4.7% to departmental baseline resource budgets, and which in the final budget has been revised to 5.7%. There is a large discrepancy between departments, with, for example, the Department of Communities receiving a 12.1% increase, whereas the Department of Economy merely a 2% increase. In the interest of making the budget more accessible to members, particularly for those not on the Finance Committee, which is myself and others, and indeed to members of the public, I've suggested this needs looked at. I understand the story about other adjustments and allocations, particularly around COVID-19 funding, but when a key table in the final document doesn't reconcile with the overall narrative, it obscures the entire picture. We all know that pressures identified by ministers far outweigh the amount of funding available. That is for sure. This is the sort of issue, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, that the Fiscal Council should have a hand in addressing, and I note that it's contained in the Budget No. 2 Bill, financing for the Fiscal Council. An independent, well-resourced Fiscal Council for Northern Ireland will assist in providing greater financial transparency on how the Executive makes its financial decisions and in informing the debate about long-term sustainability of our public finances. Indeed, with that Fiscal Council up and running, I would hope debates like today will be much more better informed. I am disappointed, however, that the Fiscal Council has not been established to contribute to this budget process, the last full budget process of this Assembly mandate. Whilst we fully accept that COVID-19 has been a priority for all ministers since the return of devolution, there is a notable disparity between those ministers who have managed to make significant progress with the policy agenda and those who have not. The fact that the Fiscal Council and Commission was not established until March of this year and not on a statutory footing, may I note, was a major disappointment. I think we are all in agreement across this Assembly that this budget's greatest shortcoming is that it is another single-year settlement. Whilst we continue to support the Finance Minister in pressing Treasury to make good on its commitment for a multi-year budget from the start of this financial year, it is important to remember that multi-year budgets are a means to an end rather than to an end themselves. Multi-year budgets enable better strategic spending decisions in order to target an agreed set of priorities and goals. The Northern Irish public will only see the benefit of the former if the leading parties in the Executive can agree and work towards the latter. A multi-year budget, informed by the work of the Fiscal Council and in due course the Fiscal Commission, could identify actual solutions as to how we are going to fix our broken healthcare system, rather than simply repeating how bad things are. A multi-year budget could set out how we plan to grow our economy and thus increase the income we receive in taxes, while at the same time boosting employment, rather than simply lamenting the inadequacy of this year's funding envelope from Westminster. A multi-year budget could identify the savings to be generated by tackling the cost of division, estimated between £500 and £800 million per year, and how this money could be better utilised in our education system, our communities, our roads network and our healthcare system, bringing solutions rather than problems to the issue. And a multi-year budget could be used to deliver a Green New Deal, something this House unanimously backed in a motion just last month, tackling the climate emergency in a positive, socially just and fair manner. A multi-year budget could be used to do all of those things, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, but there is no guarantee at all that it will. It could just be easily used by the leading parties in the Executive just to perpetuate division, the politics of a battle a day, and continue to see our public services live hand to mouth. We must make that change, otherwise, like in the Groundhog Day movie, we will be back here again and again and again, repeating the same problems, the same issues, same outcomes, same long speeches, the same issues. As Bill Murray asked in the movie Groundhog Day, what would you do if you were stuck in one place and every day was exactly the same? I know what my response would be to that. It's to fight hard for change and break the cycle of Groundhog Days. That's what we must do, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Mr Pat Sheehan.
And I intend to be fairly brief, and I'll do my best to stick to the subject. I don't want to be chastised like some of the other members. I want to commend Mr Muir on his speech. I thought it was a very good and very welcome speech. There's been a lot of hot air spoken in here today by many members, and it's unlikely any of it will get into the media at all, because there's only one news story today, and I don't think it's the budget. So, in any event, I'm speaking here in my role as Sinn Féin's education spokesperson, and the Finance Minister has demonstrated his commitment to children and the young people, and in a challenging context of a standstill budget, he has funded all the pressures that were identified in this academic year by the Education Minister, and I'm hopeful that further investment will be forthcoming for the next academic year when the time comes. Education received 18% resource of the resource budget and 108 million of COVID funding to deal with the impact of COVID on the well-being and learning of children and young people. And that's going to continue to be a problem in the time ahead. The mental health champion, Professor Siobhan O'Neill, told the committee some months ago that she expected a tsunami of emotional and well-being issues among our young people and school children because of the effects of the pandemic and the lockdown and so on. So it's an issue that's going to have to be dealt with in the time ahead. And supporting children with special educational needs has been a priority for Sinn Féin, and I welcome the additional 10 million the Minister has made available. And prior to the pandemic, holiday hunger was a priority for Sinn Féin. And I've spoken on this issue a number of times here in the Chamber about Marcus Rashford, the Manchester United footballer, who was lionised by the media in England, eulogised I don't know how many front-page headlines he got in the tabloids and column inches in the broadsheets for the work he did in forcing the Tory government to make funding available for school children from disadvantaged backgrounds for food during school holidays. And the praise he got was entirely justified. And I'm still waiting on the media picking up the fact here that the Finance Minister made £30.6 million available for holiday hunger, and there was hardly a word about it. And the media are very quick to paint the Executive and the Assembly as dysfunctional, and they never get anything right. But when they do get something right like that, the media practically ignores it. And so the Finance Minister is to be heartily congratulated for making that funding available, and the Executive as a whole also should be congratulated for making the decision to allow that money to be made available for holiday hunger. I'll give way to Mr. Story.
And no one will be surprised that I find what he's saying as much hot air as some of the rest of the hot air. Does he not read the Northern Ireland Audit Office, which is a damning indictment of this Assembly? £900 million of funding, and we haven't addressed the needs in socially deprived areas. There's a crisis, throwing money at it hasn't worked. There's a real problem. So how are we going to address the Northern Ireland Audit Office, because £900 million since 2005 hasn't done it?
Well, I mean, I don't disagree with the member, but I'm making the point about the difference of the media response to a footballer across the water and a decision by the Executive here. We didn't need a professional footballer to come in and force us here and the Finance Minister to make a decision about providing funding for food for children during school holidays. In terms of disadvantage and deprivation and poverty, those are issues that have to be dealt with in a joined-up way, because the member will know, and he spent a long time on the Education Committee, so he knows the problems that face children, and the biggest impact on educational outcomes is the socio-economic background of the children, and those who come from a disadvantaged background are more likely to have poor educational outcomes. They're more likely to live in poor housing, that aren't heated, that have poor insulation, and as a result, children will have more illness and miss more days at school and fall behind in their learning. So, you know, we can't deal with issues like that through education. The communities has to be involved, finance has to be involved, health has to be involved. So if we're going to deal with poverty, we need to deal with it in a joined-up way. And so therefore, I don't disagree with what the member's saying. But in any event, I live in hope that at some time, even at this late stage, and given that we're dealing with the budget and the funds that have been allocated, that maybe some of the local media will pick up on the fact that holiday hunger was dealt with here before Marcus Rashford even began his campaign across the water. So last week we had the publication of the Fair Start report, which investigated links between educational underachievement and socio-economic backgrounds. And the report concluded that £180 million would be required over the next 5 years to address educational underachievement. And I understand there's a collective agreement in the Executive on implementing the action plan. But that's a lot of additional investment when dealing with a British government that continues to plunder the block grant. And I know my colleague Daniel McCrossan you know, and we all understand what goes on. People come in here and play politics. People look at opinion polls and say, we have to do something to get our ratings up a bit, you know, so who will we attack? And that's what people do in here, and that's okay. I mean, we all understand that. But we can't ignore the fact that the Black Grant has been plundered by this Tory government for over a decade now. And we're operating on reduced budgets. Another important point from the report was the fact that due to the austerity agenda over a 10-year period, spending per child here was cut by around 10%. And in Scotland, spending rose by 5% to become £1,500 a year higher per pupil than here. In Scotland, £7,300 goes to a child's education. Here, it's £5,800. And I give that information out because surely it galvanises the argument for the devolution of fiscal powers so that we can fund our own public services and invest further in our children and young people. And we also need to see the realisation of another NDNA commitment, as Mr Muir pointed out, multi-year budgets. Departments need this certainty and stability to develop long-term policy and deliver on strategic outcomes. Certainly, yes.
Just today in relation to wait lists and the need to fund that to address that issue because it's having a massive impact upon our citizens. But a policy issue is multi-year budgets. How on earth can you recruit people and you've only got a budget that takes you to the end of March? No wonder we're having a workforce crisis. So that's why the multi-year budgets is a key issue to address the finances to allow the recovery of the health service.
Before I call Mr Sheehan, I could just remind members in terms of the budget process more generally, whilst members may wish to consider the budget process more generally, lengthy discussions on the wider process are likely to be beyond the scope of the bill. Mr Sheehan.
Thank you, and I thank the Speaker for that information. And I absolutely agree with the member, and thank you for the intervention. And just to conclude, Ceann Comhairle, the forthcoming independent review of education will also no doubt flag up issues such as area planning, investing in our school estate and infrastructure that can't be dealt with efficiently or effectively within your budgets.
Thank you. I call Mr Roy Beggs.
Principal Deputy Speaker. I stand here yet again and I hear others indicating their discontent with the budgeting process, and it is important that we do improve it. And I remind you again, Minister, you were that chair of the Finance Committee who said that you were going to improve it. There's been a Sinn Féin minister now in post at least 2 full years, certainly 3 budget processes, and I don't see the improvement. So please take that one and move forward. In the past, there would have been an initial discussion. I'm thinking of the early assembly. There would have been an initial discussion about September. There would have been some detailed publications about October, and it had to be finished in December so that subsequently all the non-departmental bodies would have their budgets well in advance of April.
I ask the member to resume his seat. Whilst members may wish to consider the budget process more generally, lengthy discussions on the wider process are likely to be beyond the scope of the debate. Mr Beggs.
I bow to you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I have obviously overstayed that area. Turning to the Department of Infrastructure's specific budget, the overall sum looks very healthy. Certainly, there is a very significant increase in capital funding. But one of the biggest issues that is experienced by my constituents is potholes and the poor state of our roads. And as I was indicating earlier, potholes can be repaired by 2 means, one by the resource budget and one by the capital budget. If you resurface an entire road, that's long-term maintenance, that's the capital budget. If it's an emergency repair, it's resource budget. It's more expensive to do it that way. It's temporary repairs, and that's currently been set at 50 millimetres before any action has to be taken generally on our rural roads. So it's clear in my mind that we're not committing enough to our capital budget for road resurfacing, and I would ask the Minister to take that on board about how we maintain our infrastructure throughout all departments rather than concentrate on the shiny new road where someone gets to cut a ribbon. It's important that we're able to maintain all our infrastructures going forward. Certainly will.
Just on one point about cutting a new shiny ribbon, and then 6 months after you have a utility coming in and digging up the road. So there is an issue also not about finance, but also about the legal framework in terms of what some would describe as the very draconian way that utilities, after having spent money to resurface a road, fix a road, within 6 months they come around and destroy what was already there and have been repaired.
I agree with the member, but I get a sense that the Principal Speaker doesn't want me to go there, so I'll move on. So. It's clear in my mind that we need an independent set of eyes looking at how we spend the public's money. This is the public's money, and I am encouraged with others advocating for a fiscal council to look about the wider expenditure, perhaps look at how we might have to raise some funds, but also that there is also a need for an infrastructure commission to assess how we prioritise how we spend that money, because clearly we're not spending enough on the very basic maintenance, and that's an issue which I believe needs to be addressed. Again, I would ask the Minister in terms of all capital expenditure in this budget, but I am thinking particularly of infrastructure. Where is our Green Book process, the appraisal system to go through and identify whether or not a sizable capital project is appropriate or not? We are getting some very significant sums in this budget to go towards investment in capital infrastructure, but I have to say I am concerned that it's politics that's driving many decisions and not common sense and proper appraisal. And in particular, an issue that's continually raised is executive flagship projects. Now, I have to highlight the fact that executive flagship projects were often created as a political deal, not because they actually should have been prioritised. The other aspect is many have come out of NDNE, which was unfunded. So in order to deliver some of these unfunded projects, I can only assume that many other projects which would have been higher in any appraisal are being overlooked. There are choices when we set a budget, and I am concerned about the process that we have in how we reach our choices. Turning to the A5, you'll not be surprised that I come to it. I understand that a dual carriageway would normally be developed and be capable of taking a basic dual carriageway between 11 and 39,000 vehicles a day, and a basic road could take up to 13,000 vehicles a day. I have to say I'm shocked to an answer to a question that I posed that the Minister for Infrastructure indicated that there was less than 6,000 vehicles a day at the A5 at the Tully Bog area. Now, here we have an environmental sensitive area, and we're meant to be committing to climate change and all that, and we're committing to building a dual carriageway when there is no need for a dual carriageway. Is it any surprise? And that's just one example. There's also the example of the area below, an area of Auchnacloy, where, again, I haven't got the exact figure, but I know it's less than 8,000 vehicles a day, where there's a plan to build a new road. Now, this is a choice. I certainly will.
Does the Minister, first and foremost, accept that there is a regional imbalance in terms of infrastructure? And does he accept that during the course of the last 100 years, whilst his party was in government, closing down the railways in the west and only building the motorway as far as Dungannon and Toome, that is probably the main reason that why we have such a severe infrastructure deficit in the west, which is impeding our growth and development, and it's the duty of in this generation to address that?
The member is right in saying there needs to be significant investment to improve the infrastructure in parts of the West. It is vital that that happens just as it happens in other places. But where I am concerned is that where political decisions are being made and where capital infrastructure or limited funds are going towards destroying the environment, considerable climate change activity unnecessarily, so that you can have your dual carriageway, which is not needed. And I will actually, it's actually worse than that, because to date I understand it's over £80 million have been spent in developing the A5, and it's now got to the most recent situation where the Planning Appeals Commissioner in their interim report has given a very clear steer that section of it cannot be justified, and indicating that there should be prioritised sections such as, in my mind, the bypasses around Omagh and Strabane. And if there is this continual assistance by this executive to go for their flagship project in its entirety, they're likely to deliver nothing because it is unjustifiable. And they will waste even more funds in consultancy fees to deliver nothing, because at some point a judicial review will come along and it cannot be justified. How can you justify building a dual carriageway over a bog when there's only, at this minute in time, estimated some 6,000 vehicles a day? How can you justify building a road when there's a perfectly good road that was recently improved south of Ballygawley during the last major upgrade, where a huge roundabout was built, which will all be bypassed as per the A5 scheme? There are choices. I go back to this issue. There are choices to be made when you spend capital money. And when you choose to spend them where they're not needed, they're not available to spend in other areas which actually are needed. And that's why I've asked, where is our process of appraising and deciding how we do that, and expressing my concern that in prioritising some schemes which are not even funded under NDNA, and again on the A5, originally the Republic of Ireland were paying for 50% of it. It was going to cost 800 million, they were going to pay 400 million. Now they're paying 75 million, and the scheme is up to 1.2 million. They're not paying 600 million, they're paying 75 million. So aside from being environmentally undefensible, it is actually economically undefensible, and it's tapping funds from other areas. Yes, I will.
I appreciate you taking the intervention. Thank you very much. Can I just say that in light of what has been said by Mr McAleer and by yourself, where you said there is not need for this infrastructure, let me tell you, in Mid-Ulster there is need for this infrastructure. But the answer that we get from this place to businesses in Mid-Ulster that need infrastructure, that need roads, that need electric, is if you need to grow your business, move to Belfast. That is not the response that we should be given to any business where they have built up their business over many, many years, and that was against the odds. That was against the fact that they didn't have the infrastructure. They've built up the skills base in Mid-Ulster. They have built Mid-Ulster. The people who live there built it. They didn't get any foreign direct investment. They didn't get any jobs from government or public service jobs. They did it themselves. And you're saying that they deserve nothing in return. They pay £2 billion into this economy every year. They deserve the infrastructure that they have never had.
2 points. Firstly, all remarks go through the chair. I appreciate the lady is speaking on behalf of her constituents. She feels passionate about it, of course, but all remarks should go through the chair. Secondly, whilst members may wish to consider provision and funding allocations on topical issues which have come up for discussion, such as a language provision, confidence in supply, victims' pensions, etc., dare I say it, a road, the allocation of funding, prolonged debate on specific projects is likely to be beyond the scope of the bill. Mr Beggs.
I agree to what the Principal Deputy Speaker is indicating. I'm wishing to highlight the fact that there is when you make a decision to prioritise flagship projects generally, whether it's the A5, whether it is the Narrowwater Bridge, where there is not a Green Book justification for it, you're making a choice where you cannot spend monies elsewhere. And indeed, I'll turn now to an area where there is an obvious need for financial infrastructure investment, and that is Northern Ireland Waters, as others have indicated. The funding of Northern Ireland Water is unstable. There were, I think it was up to about 160 different water treatment works, sewage water or wastewater treatment works, which were not up to standard. And as a result, development in the surrounding area was being blighted. But there is not a long-term fix there. I am pleased that some additional funds have been provided in this budget to enable some more to be addressed. But this is actually quite key to improving our economy. If we do not have the right infrastructure, new homes cannot be built. Indeed, new social homes cannot be built. I hear some members talking about social houses. We do need social houses, and indeed I can think of particularly in the Riverdale area of Larne, where the third of the multi-storey flats is to come down, and there's now a small application for some social houses. I fear they will not be able to be built because we don't have the adequate sewage infrastructure, and the application to build them has not been joined with the demolition and the rebuild. It is a separate standalone application. So it is important, if we're going to address social housing need, that we actually have water infrastructure. And indeed, in terms of our economy, if we're going to allow businesses to develop, they have to be able to get bigger. But will they be able to do that? Will they get planning permission? I fear not in many cases. What is actually most concerning of this? This is actually stopping additional infrastructure investment coming from the private sector. So this has a multiplier effect. If we do not have the right infrastructure in place in terms of our water infrastructure, the private sector cannot invest to improve our economy. It cannot create those construction jobs. It cannot create the subsequent long-term employment that could result, and it cannot create the homes that are badly needed for people. It is an important area, infrastructure rebuilding, particularly at this time, to develop the economy, to allow infrastructure investment to occur. But the failure to address long-term funding of Northern Ireland Water is a millstone, and we need to improve that. I also asked the Minister in terms of creating other funnels of funding which will help us improve our infrastructure. What is happening in terms of enabling Northern Ireland Housing Executive to re-emerge in its new form, so it will have that degree of independence, so it too can draw in additional funding? We need to think smart. It's not just about how we allocate our money, but it's also how we can enable additional leverage of additional resources to benefit our citizens and the economy. Like others, I have to mention some of the school estate in my own constituency, and in particular Larne High School. Frankly, 1957, leaky roof, a few coats of paint during the intervening period, and that's it. It is frankly a disgrace, the standard of the schools, our infrastructure. I can think of Carrickfergus Academy, again an older school, having to operate in 2 sites. Some of the older primary schools in my constituency, Green Island and White Abbey, these were built decades ago, I suspect 60, 70 years ago, and they're not modern layout, designs, spacing, light levels, and clearly there is a need for investment there. But like others, it is the health area that gives me greatest concern. Clearly we have unacceptable waiting lists. Clearly there is a need for reform. We need to do things differently, which will enable perhaps the quality to improve and become more efficient as well. We have to think how many operations a day can happen at each site, and that's why I'm very pleased with the development of elective surgery in some sites. It is widely known that this will result in additional patients getting treated, but also with the experience that's built up, frequently it also results in higher standards. So we do need to continue to reform our healthcare and bring about improvement. But there also does need to be funds to enable some of that to happen. I'm conscious a number of years ago there was the health transformation funding to try and assist. It was not largely directed towards that. It ended up, much of it being used in firefighting. But it is vital that we do fund today new systems, new processes, which will enable more patients to be treated and our unacceptable waiting list to be addressed. I would also highlight the need to improve local health and care facilities so that more patients can be treated locally, away from the hospital setting, and certainly in terms of my own constituency, we have elderly health centres that need improved in Carrickfergus and in Larne. But by investing in proper health and care centres, and also have to say Newton Abbey, a huge urban area which would be ideal for a health and care centre, we can actually take some of the pressures off our hospitals. We are experiencing pressures in our hospitals today, relatively in the middle of the summer. Now that ought to be concern for us all. We need to ensure that we improve our health system, that we provide the funds that will enable that to happen, that we provide the long-term certainty to enable staff to be trained and recruited, so that those waiting lists can be addressed. I think it's obvious that long-term planning produces better funding. I think a key element of that will be a spending review at Westminster, because we need Westminster to give its 3-year funding allocation to us, give an indication, and at that point we too need to plan further ahead. But I go back to what I say, there are choices in what we do, and the only choice that I've seen in this budget has largely been to replace what was there last year with something very similar. We have not been making choices. We have not been deciding to invest in important areas in terms of where we direct our infrastructure investment. And we are developing flagship programmes which are unaffordable and which are likely to waste more money during a bureaucratic process which is unlikely to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Mr. Patsy McGlone.
Thanks very much, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Initially, I want to set out the SDLP's position, the budget allocation for the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, but inevitably I will touch upon other issues, some of which Mr Beggs has very good of him referred to. As a party, we remain concerned about the failure of the budget to address the impact of Brexit on the available funding for agriculture and rural development. 15.3 million has been lost from the funding to support the bovine TV programme, and 34 million has been lost from the previously available funding for rural development. Now, that rural development funding was crucial for many of us who represent rural areas where the small businesses are the backbone. In fact, not only the backbone, but those small businesses historically have been a key part of the development of business in the likes of Mid-Ulster, where you have very important indeed businesses which grew from small acorns, often in the backyard of farms. Many of those indeed, and we'll refer to this later, many of those are presently those engineering works, big engineering works, which grew from that motivation, are now feeding into the $2 trillion plan that President Biden has announced for infrastructure in the United States. So it just shows you that stimulus in one area is having beneficial impacts and the domino effect essentially of that right across the world, right to East Tyrone. That's proof of what can happen. What we also need, and I did notice that last year the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, and perhaps the Minister will have a deeper insight to this than humble I would have, he did announce a new deal, and that in fact they too were going to develop a new deal. Mr Beggs referred to it. Unless we have significant infrastructure investment in sewerage, water, in our towns and villages, we're going to be crippled, because we'll not be able to move to deliver the social housing, we'll not be able to move to deliver the additional factories, we'll not be able to move to deliver the schools. So we can have all the money set to the one side for the schools estate, we can have all set there for the factories, we can have all set there for the social housing. If we don't have that underpinned by the infrastructure, we're really living, it's a hypothetical situation. You have lots of money, or you potentially could have lots of money, and just be working in a hypothesis. However, to move back to the, as I referred to there, there's 34 million had been lost previously from the Rural Development Project, the programme, and there's a shortfall of some 19.5 million for the next year alone, all as a result of Brexit. That funding hasn't been replaced, and there's still been no allocation for the New Decade New Approach commitment for the establishment of an independent environmental protection agency. And furthermore, what we need as well is funding earmarked to implement the, wherever it comes from, whether it's private members or whether it's departmental Climate Change Act. Because unless we have that transitional support for those sectors that may be affected by it, we too will be in a difficult situation, as will many of our constituents, which is worse again. So the farmers will need to get that support to make that transition. We still don't have, by the way, any sign of the benefits for the agricultural sector promised by the Brexit cheerleaders. Indeed, recently, and he's quite right in doing this, the ERA Minister has warned of the impact on farmers of the free trade deals that his party's former friends in the Tory party want to negotiate with the rest of the world. We've seen that with Australia, where no tariffs will be imposed upon those trade deals, nor will there be any caps on the amount of beef or sheep that can be, or lamb that can be brought into GB. That will have its consequences for our farmers here. There's no doubt about that. And that'll only open up a further floodgate for those from the likes of, say, Argentina and Brazil. Now, why I say that is that too will have implications for the support for our farmers that's delivered from the department and the supplement that there should be for the basic payments. At the same time, some complain about the Brexit protocol that will actually protect the markets on this part of the island from the worst effect of those trade deals. At least when Canute tried to stop the tide, he was deliberately trying to make the point about the limit of his powers. But this budget and its failure to meet the challenges that we have is crucially important. The one-year rollovers presents us with, I'm sure the Minister would agree with this, it leaves a very difficult situation. It doesn't allow departments, it doesn't allow agencies to plan strategically the way it should do. And the lack of any sort of urgency in addressing this, I'm not quite sure, and I would hope that the Minister would be able to inform us just how plans are developing with the British Government around development of that ability to roll over funds and to carry things through, and to make sure that those issues are dealt with, and strategically that building programmes, which inevitably will have been held up this year as a consequence of the pandemic, how in fact the money can be rolled over, carried through, and those programmes can be continued with the haste that's needed. Because we're having a growing problem with housing, affordable housing and social housing, and that needs to be addressed. Now, all of us, and there's a huge challenge for all parties, and we have to accept this. The issues of waiting lists for people waiting for health treatment is just at record level, and it would be extremely remiss of me if I didn't say that. Any of us who are at all active in our constituencies are bound to be hearing this from constituents. People waiting for referrals, people waiting for care packages, domiciliary care packages, people who are not able to get the treatment that they require. Now, for all of us, it should be not only an honour-bound duty to see through that to our constituents, because those constituents are our neighbours, our friends and our families. That there has to be an injection, and cash just won't do it, because I've had an Assembly question response about the levels of funding that have been ploughed into agency nursing. It is awful, the amounts of money that have been overspent there on agency nursing. Good luck to those who can avail of it when they're doing that work, but We're all getting the emails at the moment for our health service staff, and particularly nurses, to be paid a proper wage. It is awful to have a nurse walk on the wards, an NHS nurse to be walking the wards, standard pay, standard rate of pay, I don't know what it works out at, 14, 15 quid an hour. And someone who has been flown in from Scotland, whose overnight stay is paid for, is getting 50 quid an hour for doing the exact same work on the exact same ward. There is something just wrong with a situation that allows for that to happen, and that there isn't a method of dealing with people so that people can be incentivised to come into the NHS to work and get a decent pay, rather than walking the wards with someone who's getting maybe 4 or 5 times the amount that they are receiving. That really has to be addressed. Every year, year on year, we see this. And year on year, the more you look at it and the more it's increasingly been spent, that money, it really is beyond being embarrassing. It's amoral. It's not immoral, it's amoral. So that's but one aspect of the health service that needs to be addressed. Those waiting lists, that money which is there, which definitely could be better managed, needs to be dealt with, and I leave that to the professionals to do that, but I sincerely hope that they, with the impetus and thrust of the Executive, address that problem. The economy has been severely hit in some areas by the impact of the COVID pandemic, but, as I'm sure the Minister will know, other areas can't get workers. They cannot get workers. Now, I raised this with the Minister for the Economy, and I do hope that the Minister, I'm sure he will, because he's pretty astute at these things. The Minister, in regard to, there are certain sectors, and I'm speaking, I'm sure you are too, certain sectors, be they engineering, be they building, be they other elements of services of construction, they cannot get employees. Some of those employees have left to go back to their homes in mainland Europe, maybe where the economy has improved and flourished. Others have moved from the post that was furloughed. Now, the key to that is, as the Minister outlined, the skills and training and investment in skills, so that our young people and those that need reskilled are properly skilled to move into those sectors of the economy which need support and which are seeing huge deficiencies. Now, those deficiencies are also an opportunity for our economy to grow. But when employers are telling me the difficulties that they're having getting employees, at a time whenever most of us this time last year would have thought that couldn't be possible. It not only is possible, but it's very real. So I would please emphasise to the Minister, if he could, in his investments or in his the monies that he does expend with the Department for the Economy, that he be very, very aware of that situation on the ground. Brexit does continue to disrupt our trade in agri-food products. The uncertainty caused by the failure to resolve problems arising from the Brexit protocol has hampered in some way our attempts to recover from the economic impact of the COVID pandemic, in some ways. And at the same time, I'm speaking to others in InvestNI who see the growth in trade that they have in certain sectors. They see that. Not, I have to say, as a consequence of Brexit, but probably in spite of it. Rural communities in Mid-Ulster and other constituencies want to see more evidence that the joint heads of government in the north have a plan for the future. We may be somewhat adrift in a sea of crises, and the Minister, I'm sure, feels that he's treading water at this stage. Yep, sure.
My colleague for giving way. Would he agree with me just on rural communities and farming communities? Would he agree with me that there's real concern in local farming communities about, we've talked about long-term budgeting, but there's real concern about the long-term security of farm payments now that we're outside the EU, and London has not guaranteed the long-term future of farm payments, and that's something that's causing real concern to farmers and their families?
Before the member answers that question, the advice has been given to me that as EU funding is separate to the consolidated fund, lengthy debates on EU funding or on Brexit more generally are likely to be beyond the ambit of this debate. Northern Ireland Budget Bill.
Thank you for that. Thank you indeed, and thank you for your tolerance of me, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, as I did highlight those points. I'm sure you will accept I do feel very passionately about them. In regard to the point that my colleague has made, the issue there is, and this is the issue facing it, and many farmers here best be aware of it, the policy of GB government is about low food price. It's not about the support for agriculture, as we have here in this country, north and south. Its agriculture and agri-food sector is a key employer, upwards of 100,000 people here in the north. So that's the big issue, and that's what's driving some of these trade deals. It's about votes in key constituencies and providing cheap food. It's not any concern for the farming community and agri-food sectors. Minister and members, thank you for listening to my contribution on this. A lot of these issues are very, very important to our constituents as we try to work our way through this and work our way through it together, because that's what the community wants to hear, that people come in here, they can have a battle a day if they like, but we come back to the exact same issues, and those are the key issues, the key bread and butter issues, the key health, economy, education, infrastructure, the issues that many members have already referred to here. In conclusion, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I would like to say that I do appreciate the comments from other members, and the same thematic issues are occurring right throughout this debate, and I appreciate those members for it as well, and indeed their support on the respective committees that have served. Thank you indeed, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Mr. John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. And I rise to support the bill and make some brief comments in addition to those made earlier by Alliance colleagues, and in my case relating to justice matters. Before I begin, I should declare, as I've done before here, my membership of the Northern Ireland Policing Board. I'd like to briefly, Principal Deputy Speaker, commend the Justice Minister on the work of her department in fulfilling new decade new approach commitments, including the delivery of a Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Act, and members will know that there are further bills planned. On the outstanding NDNA commitment, however, to increase police officer numbers to 7,500, there has been a significant challenge due to budget constraints, which has led in turn to a fear that we could end up with a reduction in numbers rather than an increase. Principal Deputy Speaker, you and members might already be aware that there's been an announcement of an intention to increase numbers to 7,000 and shortly thereafter to 7,100. But the funding package accompanying the NDNA document falls well short of the amount needed to deliver this priority, and the delivery of additional police officers to 7,500 is therefore largely dependent on the availability of executive funding. Absolutely.
Would the member agree with me that it's ironic that we had over almost £16 million in Brexit funding for PSNI whenever we didn't have Brexit, and now we have Brexit and all the challenges that the protocol bring, that has been reduced by over £9 million?
Thank the member for the intervention, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I do agree, and I agree that it brought additional challenges to that also, and that these are matters the Policing Board, in conjunction with the Chief Constable and the Minister, and of course the committee, will need to look at very closely as they emerge. As we said, the finance package accompanying the document falls well short of the amount required, but the Department's bid for additional funding towards the NDNA commitment is welcome. But we know that around £40 million would be required per annum in the budget to allow the Chief Constable to recruit the number of additional officers that he requires. This would also take time, so it would not be an immediate panacea for police numbers, but there should be a commitment to fulfil NDNA agreements and commitments. It will be a matter for future budgets to ensure that this is baselined and built upon. We are also aware of progress made through the Department of Justice on the victims' pension issue, but there remains budgetary concern that the appropriate support from the UK Government is still awaited. Principal Deputy Speaker, with these matters in mind, I support the bill today, and I'm hopeful that the Minister will be able to reflect on some of these concerns when he responds.
Mr Blair gets a gold star. Every word related to the budget bill from Northern Ireland, so well done. Mr Jerry Carroll.
Third Deputy Speaker, you'll be glad to know that every single one of my comments will relate to the budget as well, and I'm sure you'll keep me right if they somehow aren't or perceived to be that. Mr Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I rose yesterday to speak about how difficult it was to get an understanding of why certain departments' requests for resources this year was significantly less than the previous year, and I did not get an answer from the Minister, apart from to say that he couldn't provide the answers. A budgetary process that is rushed through without an explanation as to why certain decisions are made. And last night we were presented with a document of block figures, again with no rhyme or reason as to why decisions are made. And in yesterday's debate and today around the ever-mounting and unacceptable situation of our health service and its waiting lists, we are effectively presented with two options. We continue as normal, or we implement Bengoa and gut our health service. What about this radical idea? Why don't we invest properly in our health service? Why don't we end the conversations about there not being any magic money trees or never-ending pots of money or begging bowls? COVID showed that governments can intervene, even if belatedly, and not to support everybody, but they can intervene to provide some protection financially and for people's health. And if they could intervene then, why not now? The wealthy have amassed fortunes in this pandemic, and the executive should be leading the calls for them to be taxed to the hilt. Why aren't they? A record number of billionaires in the UK, 24 new in the last year, new billionaires. It's not good enough, in my opinion, Mr Deputy Speaker, to just complain about the big bad Tories. We know how rotten they are. But the question has to be asked, what is the Finance Minister and his executive colleagues doing to put up a wall of resistance to the Tories, to defy them, rather than do the bidding for them? Where are the efforts of the Finance Minister to use his resources to build grassroots opposition to their meagre budgets and allocations? In truth, that's the only way that real change has ever happened in this place. LGBT, women's rights, as limited as the latter are, have only came about through relentless activism and struggle from the grassroots. But where is the plan here to join with Welsh and Scottish finance ministers to press urgently for a COVID wealth tax? I don't hear it, and I certainly don't see it. This is something not just this socialist MLA is calling for, but even the IMF, that well-known radical socialist organisation. But the executive cannot bring itself to break out of the stranglehold of neoliberal politics and philosophies that leave the wealthy untouched, which is really, really shameful stuff given the year we've been through. They did say all in together, but we never were, and we definitely are not all in together right now. Not when you see what is happening to workers from this budget and previous budgets. Despite some extra money being made available to cover historic and NDNA pay arrangements that workers had to stand out in the freezing cold and picket lines to fight for, there is no new money to cover an increase for the pay for our brave and valiant healthcare workers for the tremendous work they did during COVID. And let's not forget that whilst we and the public were clapping our NHS staff, these workers were stuck in ICU units for 12, 13, 14-hour shifts, exhausted and crying as they went back to their families. I want to pay tribute to all of them who have worked through hell and high water over the last year. And I also, Mr Deputy Speaker, want to thank the many people, health workers in my constituency. I'm sure others got the notification from Unison members who contacted me to highlight and call for a pay uplift of at least £2,000, something they fully and absolutely deserve. An email to me, and I'll briefly quote it, Mr Deputy Speaker. The email stated to me and other members, now more than ever, HSC workers like me need to feel valued. We need to see strong investment in our services. We need to boost recruitment and retention of staff by making HSC employment better rewarded. No truer words spoken, but unfortunately this budget doesn't meet those demands. Other unions who have demands for pay increases need to see their demands met as well, and I pay tribute to them and the work of their members, particularly over the last year. And this budget doesn't allocate any extra money as well for civil service workers who, despite working hard through a pandemic, are being offered, or rather forced, to accept a 1% pay offer from the Minister. And I know these workers are challenging this poor imposition, and to them I would say you have my full support. And to look at what the Hovis workers did, they were told they had to accept a pay cut, they refused to accept it, they organised against it, they saw it as a slap in the face, rightly struck, took action against it, and in the end they won a significantly improved pay offer. Hovis workers have paved the way and they have shown that the money can be found. And if civil service workers take similar action, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm sure then the money will be found as well. This is, of course, not to mention the complete inaction around the minimum wage, despite the promises in the NDNA to increase it. And I know the new Economy Minister is here, and he'll set out his plans shortly, but we need to see urgently an increase to eradicate an increase in the minimum wage to eradicate low pay and uplift these workers. Otherwise, promises about learning for COVID will just be hot air, to use today's phrase. And what does it say about our society, Mr Deputy Speaker, if we can allow billionaires to grow and increase their wealth during this pandemic, but ignore and insult those who provided services, kept people alive and protected them during this pandemic? To me and many, many others, that is the diagnosis of a truly sick society. And my message to all those workers and unions is to keep going, keep pushing, and let's build a long, hot summer of union and workers' mobilisation against this state of affairs. Workers, Catholic, Protestant, neither, and all our migrant brothers and sisters standing together, united against pay misery that people are faced with, and this budget does not do anything meaningful to change. Yesterday, Mr Deputy Speaker, I referred to the reductions or the gaps in the Department for Communities funding, and again received no explanation as to why they have been made. Despite us having rising levels of poverty, around 400,000 people living in poverty, there's absolutely no evidence presented in the budget documents that these issues will be tackled in any strong or serious way. People are forced to wait on waiting lists, as we have said and I said, but they're also forced to wait for the Executive to eliminate poverty in our communities. Totally unacceptable state of affairs. People are dying 7 years younger in areas of this city because they live in a deprived area compared to other wealthier and more affluent areas. A massive level of health inequalities, as the Chair of the Health Committee talked to as well. And with the 2-child limit on welfare and the benefit cap still in place, these issues will not be addressed with this budget. And I can't, just in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, I can't speak for others here today who may make sound and good criticisms of this budget but go on to endorse and vote for it. For my party's part, we have been consistent opponents of austerity and meagre budgets, which this one is. This budget bill absolutely fails people here. People who have sacrificed and lost so much over the last year need to see a fundamental shift in the normal order of things, a break from the status quo. And unfortunately, this bill today doesn't do that. And for that, that is one of the main reasons that I will be trying to vote against it, and I certainly do oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now call the Minister, Mr Conor Murphy, to respond to the debate. Minister.
Well, and my thanks to the members, chairs, deputy chairs who have contributed to the second stage debate of the budget number 2 bill today. It's very useful to hear the views of the committees and the views of the other members on the important financial and economic issues that face us as an administration, particularly in these unprecedented times. And I know you did your best to keep them on track throughout the course of the debate. So I've noted down some of the issues, and hopefully we can address at least some of them. I know people will. I was going to say people want to get home, but I understand with more legislation to go through this evening, so I don't want to hold back my colleague, the Minister for Communities, any longer than needs to be. In relation to the committee chair, had made a number of points and asked a number of questions, and of course, as I had said yesterday, and I've said a number of times, that we have, in relation to victims' payments, given the commitment and the reassurance and confidence to victims that payments will be made when they fall under the terms of the scheme, regardless of where the funding has come from. We've included a headroom in the main estimates to accompany the bill to make sure there's no delay. And of course, we will continue to discuss that issue with the Government in London, whose responsibility, in our opinion, is to fund this issue as they drafted the proposals, legislated for them, and put them in place, and departed from our previous agreement in relation to it. He asked a question in terms of accruing resources. The legal authority for the budget vote, the budget bill votes the limit of accruing resources. Any receipts over and above these voted in this bill cannot be retained by departments and must be returned to the consolidated fund. And he also asked about the legal authority for capital spend. That's voted through the cash figures that are voted in the budget bill, which includes the cash to fund capital investment. Planned capital expenditure is also shown in the estimates document which accompanies the bill. The review of financial processes, which others have spoken about, attempts to make the process more transparent, and as part of this, capital will be voted on separately. This has been discussed with the Finance Committee during the briefing on the financial reporting bill. Some other points were raised. The incoming Minister for Economy, should we get to that point in our politics, he raised questions, of course, in relation to centenary celebrations, and perhaps the good news for him is that there's nothing to stop ministers from using their own departmental budgets to cover these matters if they wish. The NIO were the people who were providing the funding for that, and they didn't accept bids. They decided to allocate the funding themselves according to how they saw fit. Militia McHugh raised a question in relation to Job Start and expressed his support, and we agreed to allocate £26.9 million to labour market interventions for the Department of Communities as part of the final budget, and of this £20 million has been allocated to the Job Start employer incentive, and that obviously aims to create 6-month work placements for young people aged 16 to 24. I understand that the Department of Communities have achieved funding agreements for over 350 jobs across 154 employers, and over 1,800 potential opportunities submitted and are being assessed, and those figures are expected to ramp up in the time ahead. He and a number of other speakers raised the issue, particularly those who were referencing education, in relation to the holiday hunger. No, Pat Sheehan spoke to it as well, and Militia McHugh, and I think Chris Little, when he was in, and indeed perhaps Daniel McCrossan as well. The Executive allocated £50.8 million to the Department of Education to fund free school meals during school closures and for the holiday hunger schemes in 2020-21. And this budget has provided the Department of Education with additional £32.8 million for the provision of free school meals during the 21-22 financial year. I think Matthew O'Toole's here still. He talked about the notion of a robust challenge and scrutiny. Absolutely welcome. That's what members are here for. That's what we're all here for. That's what ministers are here to be accountable to. But the question is around reprioritisation. And I outlined yesterday why reprioritisation was collectively not adopted by the Executive. And so when people come to criticise the budget and say all the things are wrong with it, my point back to them is that there were opportunities, either in the Executive or when the budget first came here, for people to vote against it or to make propositions within the Executive to change it, and none of those were taken up. So when they criticise it now, as I'd say they are entitled to do, I am entitled to point out that the opportunities to apply actual change to the budget were not taken up by parties, and they have voted for it accordingly. I suppose a common theme in all of this, and I have referenced it in terms of the legislation that we will be bringing next week as a start to the process, and Roy Beggs continuously reminds me from our experience together on the Finance Committee that it was a key issue for me when I was chair of the Finance Committee. An exercise did begin in 2016, and the unavailability of executive ministers then after that prevented legislation being taken forward. It did pick up again, and the pandemic has knocked it sideways, but it is intended to follow through, and I think 22-23 is now the targeted end for significant improvement in trying to straighten out the approach to all this, which I would welcome. Even as Finance Minister with a team of people advising me, I would welcome that clarity and consistency and simplicity as much as that can be achieved when you're dealing with significant financial matters. Chris Little, the chair of the Education Committee, had asked a question in relation to the overcommitment within the DE budget, and that's obviously a matter for the Education Minister to make decisions. The items for which the member explained overcommitments had been made referred to funding from the British Government, which had not been confirmed at that time that the Executive's final budget was being finalised. And these allocations have now been confirmed by Treasury as part of the Westminster main estimates process. And that means the Executive will be able to confirm those allocations as part of the June monitoring, so the overcommitment issue shouldn't arise. He also raised a concern about the in-year monitoring guidelines that have been issued by my department and has impacted on the ability of the committee to scrutinise the budget. Just to clarify the Assembly, the in-year monitoring guidelines refer to the in-year monitoring rounds, which will take place during the course of the 21-22 financial year, and this does not impact on the budget bill, which is written to the opening 21-22 position. He also raised questions in relation to allocations, laptops for teachers. We did announce allocations on the 20th of May, which included a total of 32.7 million and 19 million capital, 32.7 million resource and 19 million capital, specifically for the rollout of new laptops, which the member asked about. And he's correct, it's not included in this budget bill, as it was only agreed on the 20th of May, but it will be picked up in the supplementary estimates. A number of the members raised, I think Robin Newton and Chris Little-Apache here also, about the special education needs and their very strong desire, and I understand that very much, very strong desire to make sure children who need that provision are provided for. £22 million has been allocated to help schools prepare for the new SEN framework, and this will be allocated directly to schools by the Education Authority. I understand that the Department of Education is in the process of final terms of reference for the review for commissioning of the external consultants in response to recommendations of both the 2017 Audit Office report on SEN and the 21 PSE report. The other issue, I think, was raised by a number of the speakers in relation to children's mental health, and both Minister Swan and I imagine now it will be Minister McElveen, a framework for children and young people emotional health and wellbeing, alongside an implementation plan, was launched recently. And I understand the Education Minister allocated £5 million from his department to support mental health and wellbeing within the education sector, and an additional £4.05 million to support nurture provision in schools, and the Health Minister had added an additional £1.5 million to that on a recurrent basis onwards. Obviously, not surprisingly, health featured quite some from most people's, I suppose, contributions in relation to that, and that's where the huge challenge is. A huge challenge for the executive is, and there's nobody ducks that. Daniel McCrossan told us that the tough decisions needed to be taken in relation to that, but he didn't actually itemise what those tough decisions were. So I look forward maybe to him or his party elaborating on what they consider to be the tough decisions that need to be taken to provide support for that. He did, I suppose, come forward with a speech which was not unexpected, and he's entitled, obviously, to make complaint of all the issues he feels need to be addressed. But it was one of those: here are all the things that are wrong, and somebody needs to do something about it. But I can't quite identify who or what needs to be. And so I think, you know, he talked very long and hard about prioritising, and then he proceeded to present, I think, at least, and I lost count after, housing, health, infrastructure, farming, communities. I lost count of the number of prioritisations he had. And so it's one thing to tell us all that has been doing wrong. It's another thing to actually come up with some proposed solutions. And I did make this remark yesterday when we had a much more shortened debate in relation to budgetary matters, that if there were propositions to be brought forward from those who were criticising the budget, and knowing the circumstances that found us in a late allocation, standstill budget, no time for reprioritisation, then I asked people to bring those forward today. In fairness, he brought forward one. He was unique among his party colleagues in that, and he said that the voucher scheme, I think he suggested the voucher scheme should be done away with. So I think he probably is at liberty to look at some amendments when it comes to consideration stage of the budget, if him or his party want to see the voucher scheme was funded under COVID money, but they can see if they wish to bring down the voucher scheme, of course, with the full list of priorities that he mentioned need to be addressed, would way exceed the money that would be allocated to the voucher scheme in 1 year. And I don't think it would do the job in the time ahead. But nonetheless, as I say, he did in fact bring forward one proposition which was unique among all of the speakers today for bringing forward a proposition. I'll give way.
Thank you. I appreciate the Minister giving way. Just in the spirit of looking for propositions in terms of revenue raising and spending saving, I wonder, are there any particular taxes or areas of revenue raising the Minister will be asking either the Fiscal Council or Fiscal Commission to look at, particularly given his own party's reticence to support property tax on millionaires in Dalkey and Killiney?
Well, I have to say, on the one hand, the member wants me to appoint independent commissions to bring them forward. On the other hand, he wants me to try and dictate to them what they will do. And I have to say, I will defend our consistent approach across all 32 counties of this island. We don't have a foot in every single camp of an all-party that himself and his own party have with Fine Gael, Fianna Fáil and the Labour Party. They have that many sister parties. I'm not sure how they manage at birthday time. I have to say that if people, as I say, have some propositions, and Mr McCrossan at least had one, which was fairly unique, of doing away with the voucher scheme for the high street, he's entitled to make that proposition. As I say, there is a consideration stage coming up, and people can obviously consider whether they want to bring forward that. But we have received no other propositions in relation to changes in relation to the budget itself. And so all of the points in relation to transformation and what's required for health were well made, all well understood, all a matter that the Executive gets very much, and there is, I think as others have referred to, an agreement to do a specific Executive focus on the issue of waiting lists. That may well lead to some reprioritisation, which will alter this budget, and if departments and the Executive wish to do that, then of course I will be happy to assist in that process. It's not up for me to dictate. A lot of people here, when they speak about what I have done, it's as if I've taken all. I wish that I had the power to take all these decisions myself. It might be a different outcome, but I have to bring it through a five-party Executive and manage all the politics of that in order to get a budget process and a budget paper through. I have no wish to keep people longer than they wish. I know the Fair Start issue in relation to education was raised by both Robin Newton and Pat Sheehan, and that report has been shared with the Executive. I think the cost in relation to it was about £73.1 million per annum by year 5, and the decision only to provide a single year spent review has meant the Executive has only been able to afford a single budget. So therefore, rather than fund it over the 5 years we have. But if we get into a multi-annual position, then I would hope that a report as important as that will receive Executive support for the funding through the length of time that it will take to implement it. And there were other debates in relation to other issues. I know the Speaker's patience was stretched, so I don't propose to respond to things that you deemed not within the ambit of the debate. One thing I will, I suppose there was a debate with both Mr Beggs and Mr McCrossan in relation to road maintenance and the DFI budget. The DFI budget, as I've said before, is an increase of 29% on the previous year. That's a record level of investment in infrastructure. It represents about 41% of the total capital funding. The investment in roads, structural maintenance, that's resurfacing, is one of the areas for the Infrastructure Minister to consider when she's prioritising her capital budget. And as Mr Begg says, you can resurface roads, and in many ways that leads to a much better longer-term outcome instead of jet-packing potholes, which will reappear within a couple of weeks. And of course then that can lead to a reduction in the need for the spend in resource money. The resource budget of the Department of Infrastructure was also increased last year by 9% and again by 3% this year. And again, as I say, it is a matter for the Department to consider how to prioritise that. Mr Beggs made an impassioned plea in terms of our spending on the capital programme, and I wish he had been here 60 years ago and made the same speech. We may not have had a M1 that turned the wrong way and headed for Dungannon, or a university that went to Coleraine instead of Derry, where it should have went to. Quite a lot we're doing, and I know a number of members did intervene. The consequence of decisions taken years ago, which were wrong decisions, has led to decisions taken today to try and rebalance things. And much as he may rail against it now, I'm afraid his party didn't rail against it at the time, and that's why we're in the place that we are. Last Concordia, there was a number of other, I think, John Blair had asked about the NDNA policing commitment, and of course he's right. Quite a lot of what was proposed under NDNA was not met. We did have engagement, and from the initial first budget we produced to the second one, we did manage to find additional money that allowed additional recruitment within the PSNI, which has been welcomed by the Justice Minister and the Justice Committee indeed. And we will continue to press with the British Government on meeting those NDNA commitments, but it's unsurprisingly the ink wasn't dry on the NDNA document until the funding that had been committed to underpin it was withdrawn by the British Government. Can I just say I agree with Jerry Carroll in relation to the Government can intervene to support health, and that's exactly the point that the Deputy First Minister put to the Prime Minister last week. that the government have been able to find wealth and money to intervene, then they should be intervening to support the health service. There's not much point in standing applauding them from outside 10 and 11 Downing Street and then reverting back to type. I have made many joint requests with Scotland and Wales in relation to Treasury to change their approach over a range of issues to try and give us more resource. And of course on the issue of civil service pay, I have moved to address the minimum wage issue, and we have departed from the approach taken in Britain, which was to freeze pay. And the last time civil service pay was frozen here, it didn't unfreeze for a number of years. So we have undertaken to give a pay rise over the next 2 years, as I say, to depart from the approach that was taken in England. And I absolutely accept that that is not all that civil service wanted. It's not all that I wanted to give to them, but we have to manage with what we have and getting these agreements, as they will impact on every department, through a five-party executive as well. Last Concordia, I will now draw my remarks to a conclusion. You'll be pleased to know I've tried to respond to as many of the relevant issues raised as possible. As always, the debate's been useful, with many significant points raised, and I'm thankful to members for that. It's imperative that the legislation debated here today continues its passage through this Assembly so that the public services here can continue to be delivered to our citizens. In conclusion, Mr Speaker, I ask members to support the bill, thereby authorising spending on public services by departments for the 2021-22 financial year.
Thank you, Minister. Before we proceed to this question, I would advise members that as this is a budget bill, it is established practice and custom that the motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the second stage of the budget number 2 bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. No. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. No. Mr Carroll and Mr Allister are the noes. I'll ask one more time. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. No. Very good. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. I would remind you that we should continue to uphold social distancing and that members who have proxy voting arrangements in place should not come to the chamber. Order. Order. Members will resume their seats. Before I put the question, I would again remind those members present that, if possible, it would be preferable if we could avoid a division. The question is that the second stage of the Budget Number 2 bill be agreed. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. No. Do we have tellers? Order. The tellers have been appointed as follows. The tellers for the ayes are Martina Anderson and Karen Mullen. The tellers for the noes are Jim Allister and Jerry Carroll. Before the Assembly divides, I want to remind members that, as per Standing Order 112, the Assembly currently has proxy voting arrangements in place. Members who have authorised another member to vote on their behalf are not entitled to vote in person and should not enter the lobbies. I remind all members of the requirement for social distancing while the division takes place. I ask you to ensure that you retain at least a 2-metre gap between yourself and other people when moving around in the chamber or the rotunda, and especially in the lobbies. Please be patient at all times. Observe the signage and follow the instructions of the lobby clerks. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order, members. I ask the clerk to please read the result.
85 members voted, of which 80 voted aye, 94.1%. 38 nationalists voted, of which 38 voted aye, 100%. 37 unionists voted, of which 35 voted aye, 94.6%. 10 others voted, of which 7 voted aye, 70%. The motion is carried by cross-community support.
Cross-community consent has been achieved and the Budget No. 2 Bill second stage has been agreed. If I could remind members that amendments to the bill can be made to the Bill Office up to 9:30 tomorrow morning, Wednesday, the 9th of June. Unfasten the doors, and if I could ask members to take their leave, or their ease rather, for a change at the top table. Thank you.
Okay, members, can we resume the sitting, please? Thank you. Could I just make a couple of remarks before we do start into the consideration stage of the licensing and registration of clubs amendment bill? And that is just to say that tonight's debate and passage of this particular piece of legislation tonight has all of the hallmarks of taking us well into the early hours of the morning, and maybe some of you have driven to drink afterwards. But could I just urge people, if they could, try and stick to the core topic of the. That includes Ms Sugden as well. Yes, you're laughing. But I do want people to try to stick to the agenda, because it will run quite a significant period of time, which is appropriate for the business that we're dealing with. But I would just ask people to remind themselves of that, the time scale. So, consideration stage of the licensing and the registration of clubs amendment bill. I call the Minister for Communities, Derry Hargey, to move the bill.
Thank you. I beg to move that the consideration stage of the licensing and registration of clubs amendment bill be agreed.
Members will have a copy of the marshalled list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. Amendments have been grouped for debate in the provisional grouping of amendments selected list. There are 4 groups of amendments, and we will debate the amendments in each group in turn. The first debate will be on amendments 1 to 6, 47 to 50 and 63. Which will deal with the extension of permitted hours and the size of licensed premises, including clubs, and opposition to clauses 2 and 4 stand part. The second debate will be on amendments 7 to 34 and 61, which deal with additional numbers of licensed premises, including local producers and cinemas. The third debate will be on amendments 35 to 44, 51 to 57 and 62, which deal with minimising alcohol-related harm in society. The fourth debate will be on Amendment 45 and 46 and 58 to 60, which deal with the implementation and review of the bill and the licensing system. And I remind members intending to speak that during the debates on the 4 groups of amendments, they should address all of the amendments in each group on which they wish to comment. Once the debate on each group is completed, any further amendments in the group will be moved formally as we go through the bill, and the question on each will be put without further debate. The questions on stand part will be taken at the appropriate points in the bill, and if that is clear, members, then we shall proceed. Clause 1, stand part. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 1. The question is the Clause 1 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Does the member wish a division? Okay, no, that's fine. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Okay, thank you. The Group 1 amendments. So we now come to the first group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 1, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 2 to 6, 47 to 50 and 63, and opposition to clauses 2 and 4 stand part. Within this group, Amendment 5 is mutually exclusive to Amendment 4, and Amendment 50 is mutually exclusive to Amendment 49. And I call the Minister for Communities, Derry Hargey, to move Amendment 1 and to address the other amendments in the group. Minister.
Thank you. I beg to move amendment number 1, and if I briefly could just at the start record my thanks to the Committee for Communities, the Chair and the Deputy Chair, for their assistance in progressing this bill to this consideration stage. Their scrutiny has been robust and diligent, and the amendments we have agreed will, I believe, result in a better bill. On Amendment 1, following the evidence presented to the Committee by leading hospitality representatives, the Committee asked that I accept an amendment to bring the additional opening hours for pubs and hotels on a Sunday, which are currently restricted to 12 midnight, into line with those permitted on weekdays. I acknowledge that Sundays are a day of religious significance, but this amendment does not extend to the permitted opening time for premises on a Sunday. It simply extends the already permitted hours in the evening by 1 hour into Monday. Sundays can be busy times for some premises, with family and sporting events taking place. There are professions too who require people to work on a Sunday, and for which Monday is a day off. Sunday nights for those people are the equivalent of a Saturday night for most. In terms of tourism, it is understood that visitors here for long weekends find it frustrating that one of their nights is cut short. This is particularly the case for visitors whose culture involves eating later in the evening before moving on for entertainment and drinks. There are a number of other articles within the licensing order where Sunday permitted hours are restricted. I see no policy reason why additional hours in these circumstances should not be brought into line with those on other nights also, or why it should not be extended to all licensed premises where alcohol can be consumed on the premise. I also believe that a small increase in permitted hours across all licensed premises where consumption is permitted on the premises will result in a cumulative increase in revenue which will be welcomed by the industry, who has suffered so badly over the last year. Therefore, I propose Amendment 1, which will introduce a new Clause 1A to remove the restrictions on late-night permitted hours on a Sunday for premises licensed for consumption on the premises. Clause 2 introduces provisions for public houses and hotels to apply to the courts for an order for further additional permitted hours to 2 a.m. up to 104 nights per year. Amendment number 2, tabled by Kelly Armstrong, proposes that a number of days in any year which can be specified in an order for further additional permitted hours for public houses and hotels should be increased from 104 to 208. This is a significant increase, double the number of nights in any year, and I have not heard a compelling reason to justify such an increase. The committee in their deliberations were content with the maximum limit of 104 nights. The police also raised concerns about the impact of resources if 2 a.m. opening was granted for weeknights. With 104 late nights, it is reasonable expectation that these nights will be used at the busiest times and usually at the weekends. The police confirmed that this was the case. There would be no significant impact on its resources. 208 occasions, however, would result in late nights being granted on weeknights, with a resulting impact on resources and other agencies and organisations involved in the nighttime economy. I do not therefore support this amendment. In the course of progressing the bill, my officials identified what appears to be an anomaly in the licensing order in respect of the application process for Article 44, additional permitted hours orders when they are made to the Magistrates' Court. In this process, although the opportunity for any person owing or residing in the vicinity of the Presidents to object to the late opening order exists, there is no requirement for the applicant to notify those people, and therefore is unlikely they will have or be aware of the application. I believe it's vitally important that the impact on local residents is taken into consideration and that the bill is an opportunity to ensure this. I am therefore proposing Amendment number 3 to clarify the position in relation to applications for late night opening until 1 or 2 a.m. Clause 4 introduced was to increase the number of occasions pubs, which are not structurally adapted to also provide food and/or entertainment, can apply to the police for late opening from 20 to 85. Based on the evidence presented by representatives of private members' clubs, the committee determined that the number of times registered clubs can apply to the police for a late night authorisation for special occasions should increase from 85 to 104. Smaller pubs alongside registered clubs have been severely impacted by the COVID restrictions. They have had to remain closed even during some of the periods of relaxed restrictions where larger pubs were able to use the outdoor space. I accept the committee's position that it would be logical and equitable for the maximum number of authorisations for small pubs to be on the same for registered. Therefore, I am proposing an amendment to number 4, which will increase the number of times provided for in the bill that small pubs can apply for late night opening from 85 to 104 nights. This amounts to 2 per week, with the expectation that they will be used at the weekend. The bill already contains a power that the number of occasions can be amended by regulations, and therefore any issues arising from the increase could be addressed fairly quickly. Amendment 5, tabled by Kelly Armstrong, seeks to increase the number of authorisations provided for in the bill from 85 to 208. Again, this would be a significant increase. It would double the number of nights in any year that I have proposed in the amendment in number 4, and I have not heard any compelling reason to justify such an increase. The committee, again, in their deliberations, were content with the maximum limit of 104. The impact of local communities, police resources and other organisations and agencies involved in the nighttime economy could be significant if later nights were granted throughout the week. I therefore do not support this amendment. Given the significant increase from 20 to 104, which is effectively 2 per week, I believe that local residents should be made aware of an intention to apply for a late night authorisation. This is the case for late night opening for larger pubs, which have regular late nights but not for smaller pubs. There is also an opportunity for the police to revoke or amend an authorisation once it has been granted, no opportunity for them to do that. And there is every possibility that a licence holder could apply for most of all the 104 nights in one application. The only option open to the police is to wait until the next application, which could be a year away, in order to reject it. Therefore, I am also proposing an amendment to number 6 to allow complaints to be made to the courts under Part 8 of the Magistrates' Court NI Order 1981, where undue inconvenience is caused to local residents as a result of a late night authorisation. The amendment provides court with the power to revoke an authorisation, modify the hours of an authorisation, or make an authorisation subject to terms and conditions as it thinks fit. Moving on to amendments relating to registered clubs, evidence again presented to the committee highlighted the disparity between the process for licensed premises and the process for registered clubs in dealing with proposed alterations to the premises. A licensed premises is required to obtain approval from the court in advance of any alternative to their premises, but a registered club is not. A court is only notified of an alteration to a club at a renewal of registration stage, and a club could potentially have its application for renewal refused if the court considers the premises are no longer suitable or proper. Therefore, I am proposing an amendment number 47 to address the disparity identified between registered clubs and other licensed premises. This amendment will insert a new clause 22A in the bill, which will introduce a new Article 12A in the Registration of Clubs NI Order 1996. This new article will require registered clubs to apply to the courts for approval to make alterations to club premises. The procedure for such applications is set out in a new Schedule 4A. Further to Amendment number 1, the removal of restrictions for late night opening on Sundays and licensed premises, I propose Amendment 48, which will apply to registered clubs. It introduces a new Clause 23A, which will remove the restrictions on late night authorisations for Sunday for registered clubs. Staying with the registered clubs, clubs are currently allowed to apply to the police for an authorisation for additional hours until 1 a.m. for special occasions, up to 85 nights a year. And as I mentioned earlier, evidence received by the committee resulted in a request to increase that number to 104 nights. Given that bars and restaurants with registered clubs have also been subject to the same COVID restrictions in those licensed premises, I agree with this level of increase, and I am therefore proposing an amendment number 49, which will introduce a new clause 24A to the bill to increase the maximum number of late night authorisations the police may grant to registered clubs from 85 to 104. As with amendments number 3 for licensed premises, 104 late night authorisations is effectively 2 per week, which could potentially have an adverse impact on residents. I therefore again propose that a new clause 24A, introduced by amendment number 49, will include provisions to allow complaints to be made to the courts where undue inconvenience is caused to local residents as a result of the late night authorisation. A court again will be provided with the power to revoke an authorisation, modify it or place terms and conditions that they see fit. Amendment number 50, tabled by Kelly Armstrong, also proposes to introduce a new clause 24A to the bill to increase the number of authorisations, which again can be granted by the police from 85 to 208. I, along with the committee, am content with the limit of 104 set in my amendment number 49, and I therefore don't support this amendment. The member's amendment also does not take into account of the impact on local residents, with no requirement to notify local residents or opportunity for the courts to place conditions on the authorisation following a complaint. Finally, in the group, I am proposing amendment number 63, which adds a reference to Sundays to the replies listed in Schedule 2 of the bill. This amendment is consequential to Amendment number 48, which removes restrictions permitted on permitted hours on a Sunday in registered clubs. These, Mr Speaker, I believe are the amendments in Group 1.
Okay, and I call the chairperson of the Committee for Communities, Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and with your indulgence, I would like to say a few words about the committee's scrutiny of this bill before I touch on each amendment in this group. The committee requested evidence from interested organisations, and 58 written submissions were received from a diverse range of organisations, businesses, government bodies, researchers and individuals, including those representing or with an interest in the health impacts of alcohol and addiction, public health, the wider justice system including the PSNI, safeguarding of young people, sporting and other clubs, the hospitality sector, local alcohol producers, lobby groups representing wider interests, the retail sector and the tourism sector. In total, the committee held 35 oral evidence sessions with interested organisations and also explored the wide range of issues raised in the written and oral evidence within the Department of Communities official through oral briefings, officials through oral briefings and written responses. The committee then considered and deliberated on the provisions of the bill and the proposed amendments at 7 meetings, concluding with its formal clause-by-clause consideration on the 6th of May. The committee specifically devoted a substantial amount of time to deliberations on Clause 8 as introduced, and also on the issue of tap rooms, which was not covered in the bill. Over a total of 8 meetings, the committee devoted at least 10 hours of discussion exclusively to these issues. We will come to those amendments in the later groupings, when I sincerely hope we don't have to debate them for yet another 10 hours. Based on the evidence it took at its deliberations, the committee wrote to the Minister requesting and getting agreement that a range of amendments be brought forward by the Department via amending existing clauses or through a number of new clauses or other ministerial assurances, and we also made a number of committee amendments. At our meeting on the 3rd of June, members were content to then agree the Minister's amendments to our own committee amendments, which we were assured will tidy things up and have been done at this stage to try to ensure a swift passage of the bill. I will also take the opportunity to thank departmental officials Liam Quinn, Carol Reid and Suzanne Breen for all of their help throughout the committee stage, and highlight the good working relationships established between the committee secretariat and the officials. Mr Speaker, turning now to Amendment 1. The committee considered new clause 1A at its meeting on the 6th of May, and members supported this amendment. It was taken forward by the Minister at our request based on evidence we considered from Hospitality Ulster, and it brings the additional opening hours on any Sunday into line with those currently permitted on weekdays for both licensed premises and registered clubs. During our deliberations, the committee wrote to the Department to ask if this issue was covered in the proposed bill. The committee was advised that it was not, and that the Minister would take forward an amendment in the committee's request. This amendment deals with the request to bring the legislating relating to Article 44 permitted hours late licence on Sundays into line with permitted hours for the other late nights granted for premises. Rather than return to the same issue later, at this point I will also highlight the committee supported Amendment 48 for new clause 23A, which deals with the same issue for registered clubs regarding the additional opening hours on a Sunday. In relation to Amendment 2, based on its evidence, the committee remains supportive of the 104 nights provided for in Clause 2. This amendment is calling for that to be in Clause 2, the amendment is calling for that to be doubled to 208, and it was something that was called for by the committee, and therefore I cannot support this amendment on behalf of the committee. The committee did call for a matching number of 104 nights for small pubs and clubs, and that has been taken forward in amendments we will come to later. Turning to Amendment 3, the committee supports this ministerial amendment, which enhances Clause 2 by increasing the requirement on a licensed premises to give notice in its vicinity of its intention to apply for further additional hours under Clause 2. The committee cannot support the opposition to Clause 2, as it was supportive of the clause's inclusion in the bill. The overall economy and hospitality and tourism industry have been hard hit by the impact of COVID and will need all the help they can get in going forward. Clause 2 offers the industry the opportunity for further additional hours. Not every establishment has to take advantage of it, but it is good that the option is there. It is for that reason that the committee cannot support the opposition to this clause. On Amendment 4, relating to Clause 4, members queried where the increase from the present 20 nights of police authorisations for additional hours to 85 in the bill was, as introduced, was originated. The Department officials stated that this was to bring small pubs in line with the proposals for clubs in the bill. Members suggested that given 104 late nights in Clause 2, there was a logic to increase this proposal to 104 nights for clubs and also for small pubs. The committee subsequently asked officials to bring forward an amendment that would increase the number of occasions provided for that small pubs and clubs can apply for late opening from 85 to 104 to allow them a more level playing field with larger establishments and assist with the economic recovery of those premises once the hospitality sector reopened. The Minister accepted the committee's request and agreed to take forward as a departmental amendment, and I welcome Amendment 4. Mr Speaker, in relation to Amendment 5, as I just stated, the committee requested an increase in further additional hours to 104 nights from 85 for smaller pubs. This amendment is calling for that to be doubled, and it wasn't something that was called for in evidence to the committee, and therefore I cannot support this amendment on behalf of the committee. On Amendment 6, the committee was informed by the Department that given the significant increase from 20 late nights a year to 104 covered by Amendment 4 that I have just discussed, the Minister believes that local residents should be made aware of any intention to apply for a late night authorisation, and the committee is in agreement and supports Amendment 6. In relation to the opposition to Clause 4, I go back to what I said on the opposition to Clause 2. The committee cannot support the opposition to Clause 4, as it was supportive of the clause's inclusion in the bill. The overall economy and hospitality and tourism industry have been hard hit by the impact of COVID, and as I said earlier, will need all the help they can moving forward. Clause 4 offers the industry the opportunity to further additional hours, and not every establishment has to take advantage of it, but it is good that the option is there. It is for this reason that the committee cannot support the opposition to this clause. Turning to Amendment 47, providing for new Clause 22A, the committee discussed evidence it had received from the PSNI regarding the issue of clubs wishing to alter their premises, potentially to avail of an extension authorisation, and queried whether clubs should have to apply to the court before any work is carried out, rather than just advise the court when their registration is due for renewal. The departmental officials told us that there was indeed an anomaly here between clubs and other licensed premises, and that the Minister would bring forward an amendment. In addition, the committee highlighted concerns over the use of one-day club membership, which has been used by some clubs to allow access to their bar facilities and not to make use of their sporting facilities, which is the intention of such one-day membership. With this matter also, we were advised that the Minister would bring forward a clarifying amendment. The committee requested these amendments be made. The Minister accepted both requests and has taken these forward as departmental amendments, and I thank the Minister for bringing them forward, and the committee supports Amendment 47. We will come to the other one in Group 3. The committee also welcomes Amendment 49, which will increase the number of times provided for in the registration of clubs Northern Ireland Order 1996, that registered clubs can apply to the police for late night opening for special occasions from 85 to 104. This is again another amendment requested by the committee that the Minister agreed to take forward, as the committee felt it was appropriate to bring clubs in line with the 104 nights on offer to other licensed premises. Mr Speaker, on Amendment 50, I run the risk of repeating myself, but the committee cannot support this proposed further increase from 104 to 208. The committee had requested an increase in further additional hours to 104 nights from 85 for clubs, which I believe is fair and reasonable. This amendment is calling for that to be doubled, and it wasn't something that was called for in evidence to the committee, and therefore I cannot support this amendment on behalf of the committee. Finally, in this group of amendments, on behalf of the committee, I welcome Amendment 63, which adds a reference to Sunday to the repeals list in Schedule 2 of the bill. The committee has been advised that this amendment is consequential to the amendment which removes restriction on permitted hours on Sunday in registered clubs, and members were in support of it. Mr Speaker, I'll now make a few comments as my party's chairperson now for communities. So can I just say that whilst we support as a party most of the amendments in Group 1, I want to draw your attention to Amendments 1 and 48. Following conversations with my fellow Assembly Group, we have agreed not to support Amendments 1 and 48. We are supportive of our hospitality sector and understand fully the impacts of this past year. We also know how key the hospitality sector is in our economy's recovery, and hope they are assured that as we move further through each group of amendments this evening, our genuine support. Our party will also not be supporting Amendments 2, 5 and 50 in the name of Kelly Armstrong. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
And can we now please bring the member from McCann on screen? Can I invite Mr McCann now to make us... Yes, can I invite Mr McCann to make his contribution, please? Can you hear?
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, Mr McCann, we can hear you.
John Collier.
Does sound to be a problem? It appears to be a technical problem. Maybe give him a minute to get it sorted.
John Collier.
We can hear you, Mr McCann. You obviously can't hear us. So we're going to switch off and try to enable you to get the technical problem sorted out. That's all we can do.
Sure. John Collier.
We can hear you now.
John Collier. Just a wee technical mishap. Definitely not at my end. But I would like to speak in Group 1 in support of Amendment 1, Amendment 3, 4, 5, 6, 47, 48, 49 and 63. In opposition to 2, 5 and 50. Chair, I would like to begin by thanking taking this opportunity to speak in this debate today. For the committee, it has been a long road to get to this point, taking evidence and then debating the various elements of the legislation at committee. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the representatives of the Department and the committee clerks for their perseverance, taking us through this bill line by line, clause by clause. I have to say it must be noted, and I am a bit disappointed that the DUP have chosen to vote against two important amendments within the thing. We have been at this point before and trying to bring much needed change to licensing legislation. We did not quite get there the last time, but to be honest, I seem to think that there was more enthusiasm in the chamber and a mood for a change, and I believed a positive attitude that existed on the importance of getting this legislation through as soon as possible. I believe it will be could be a positive driver in our economic recovery post COVID. Being an inner city person, I would have been in Belfast city centre quite a lot, socialising or out for a walk, and it always amazed me the number of people from other countries here on short breaks walking about looking somewhere to go. I would often stop to speak to people who loved the generosity and kindness of people who lived here, but their big complaint was they had nowhere to go on a Sunday or over Easter. Tourism is a big economic generator and deployer for the future. I remember arguing years ago after a holiday in Majorca and reading and seeing about their investment in the cruise industry, which brought hundreds of ships and hundreds of thousands of people and passengers to that city, which generated hundreds of millions of euros to their island. But they worked at ensuring their visitors' stay was memorable and the logistics of making it happen were first class. To be honest, I had that vision for Belfast, which would have a knock-on effect across the north. Again, this past several weeks I've been out walking along the river and through the city, and in these difficult times Belfast was buzzing. But again, on Sundays, people were walking about with nothing to do, but we have it here within this bill the opportunity to begin to bring change. The extension of opening hours and the removal of the restrictions on Easter opening are just some of the clauses within this bill that will be of huge importance in attracting tourists here. Spending time speaking to visitors over the years certainly given me a better understanding of what brought people to the north. What we had to learn was how to not only keep them here, but ensure that they would come back again. I believe by passing this bill, it will allow us to change this. And I believe that if we get this right, it will ensure that we will see an increase in tourist staying, which will only be positive to both our tourism and hospitality sectors. Many clubs, pubs and licensed premises have been closed for a large part of a year. They have lost out on revenue through food, alcohol and other forms of entertainment. This bill has the potential to allow many of these places to get back on their knees and to start to flourish again. I also believe that this bill will allow us to showcase the North to the rest of the world by attracting major events, more tourists and more visitors. It could also ensure that locals stay local as well. We support the Minister's Amendment 1 to bring additional opening hours for pubs and hotels on Sundays, which are currently restricted to 12 midnight, bringing it into line with those permitted on weekdays. This will have a positive outcome for our tourism industry, with this amendment included, and if it passes, it will add to the attraction of visiting here for breaks or long weekends. In terms of the Amendment 2, which is tabled by Kelly Armstrong, which looks to increase the number of days for permitted hours for public houses and hotels to 208 from 104. This is a significant increase and one that was rarely mentioned when debating within committee. It is strange to see why Kelly would decide to table an amendment which also alters so much as it does. Maybe Kelly can explain why this is the case. Cion Corlia, I believe that we have an opportunity to send a clear message to the hard-pressed tourism and hospitality sector and to those thinking of booking a bed and breakfast or hotel that Belfast is open for business.
Thank you. And I call Mark Durkin.
Cion Corlia, I'd like to declare an interest in this bill as well. This is certainly a long-awaited piece of legislation, and our archaic licensing laws are very much in need of an update. The demand for the changes that this bill will make were being made long before even its previous incarnation in 2016. However, that said, our scrutiny of this bill has had to consider the post-pandemic challenges our hospitality industry, and indeed all of us, will face in the months and years ahead. Pubs and the wider hospitality industry are facing a fight for survival. They will need support to enable them to contribute to our job market, our tourism industry and our social lives. The measures in this bill will play a role in that and make these changes to modernise licensing even more pressing than before. Before I touch on each amendment, I must reiterate a point made by the Chair, the Minister and indeed Mr McCann thus far. It's fair to say that this legislation has undergone an extremely comprehensive consultation process. Week on week, we have engaged with a wide range of stakeholders discussing the impacts of this legislation on business, tourism, young people and wider public health. We've considered a significant amount of oral and written evidence from organisations, businesses, experts and individuals, which has shaped the legislation and the amendments before us today, and we're no strangers to the technical blips, actually much worse technical blips than that suffered by Mr McCann earlier. But we've worked very well together as a committee to get through it. And while committee members may not agree on every detail of the bill or indeed of the amendments, we have for the most part reached consensus on the bulk of this legislation. It has been deliberated on at great length and scrutinised to the nth degree, but ultimately it will fall to the House to decide upon certain elements of this bill. The consideration stage of this bill is very technical in nature, and I appreciate both the Minister and Chair have covered much of the detail of these amendments already. Based on the evidence considered by committee, it was clear that amending existing clauses and the provision of new clauses was necessary. It was agreed that the Minister's amendments, in conjunction with committees, would be brought forward to streamline the bill. I must also pay tribute at this point to departmental officials for their expertise, input and unwavering patience, I have to say, throughout this process, and to thank all the stakeholders who have given evidence. Turning to the detail of the bill, we will be supporting Amendments 1 and 48, which similarly entails the introduction of late Sunday opening hours in line with those permitted on weekdays for licensed premises and registered clubs. The provision will be broadly welcomed across the industry, and I know early Sunday closures have been something of a bugbear for both businesses and consumers or potential customers alike, and that's something that's particularly acute west of the ban. This provision marks a significant modernisation of our licensing law and will bring us in line with other jurisdictions. Moving on to Amendment 2, given that committee members were content with and voted in favour of 104 nights, we can't support that this is doubled to 208 nights, and others have referred to the impact on people living near bars in residential areas, as well as the massively increased policing bill to supervise this and ensure the safe return of customers home on their way out of the bars. I support Amendment 3 and its enhancement of Clause 2, requiring licensed premises to give notice of its intent to increase opening hours. In recognition of the hardship faced within hospitality over the past year, it's incumbent upon us to afford every reasonable opportunity for businesses to get back on their feet. The option for further additional hours is a welcome inclusion, and therefore I will not be supporting the opposition to Clause 2. Amendment 4 is an amendment provision which will give small pubs and clubs a fair crack of the whip among bigger players by increasing the number of late nights which they can apply for from 85 to 104. These small venues have been among the hardest hit within the sector and must be supported where possible as they navigate the economic fallout of the COVID pandemic. As mentioned previously, Amendment 5 and its suggestion to increase these late openings from 85 to 208 was not discussed at committee nor evidenced in our research, and therefore I don't support it at this point, but I will listen to the debate, and as I remember, the Minister has said that the number of nights can be changed in regulation. Maybe the Minister will clarify, can that change upwards as well as downwards? As alluded to already, this legislation from its genesis has been highly collaborative and heavily consulted upon. In that same vein, it's important, given the significant rise in late nights provided under Amendment 4, that local residents are informed and consulted on any changes. So I support Amendment 6. However, I can't support Mr Allister's opposition to Clause 4, as we need to give the sector, particularly smaller clubs, a fighting chance to regrow their businesses. Following calls for evidence, it became apparent that a series of new clauses were needed, which have been accounted for in the following amendments and which I will be supporting. Amendment 47 addresses the discrepancy between clubs and other licensed premises by requiring clubs to apply to the court before altering their premises. The option for clubs to apply for late night opening or late opening for special occasions on 104 nights rather than 85 is welcome and brings them in step with similar provision offered to other licensed premises. I feel, based on the evidence submitted to committee, that 104 nights in this instance is sufficient, so to increase it to 208 nights as per Amendment 50, particularly without any consultation, is unnecessary. Bringing my remarks to a close on this first grouping of amendments, suffice to say that Amendment 63 is technical in nature, adding reference to Sundays. So I'll not elaborate any further other than to say I support that change also.
Thank you. And I call Andy Allen.
Mr Speaker, and with your indulgence, I would wish to make some brief remarks on the committee stage of the bill, and I can assure you, given the late hour that we're likely to run to across the various groupings, I will be concise and to the point on the various amendments. Can I thank the Chair of the Committee, or the Communities Committee, for a comprehensive overview of the bill's progression through its committee stage. It was a very fair synopsis of the extensive work undertaken and the time invested by all, which was important in helping further shape the legislation as reflected by the various amendments. I would also echo the Chair's thanks to the Department officials, all those who contributed evidence to inform the Committee and the wider Committee staff team. As the Ulster Unionist Party representative on the Communities Committee, I will progress with our position on the Group 1 amendments. In relation to Amendment 1, we recognise the need to modernise our licensing laws to address the changing expectations of consumers and support our hospitality sector. We therefore support Amendments 1 and 48. I will address Amendments 2, 4, 5 and 50 together. We recognise again the need to adapt our licensing laws to address the changing expectations of consumers, agreeing with the position as reached at committee that the correct extension for additional authorisations in this case is up to a maximum of 104 occasions. We note the important inclusion by the Minister of the ability through secondary legislation to review and amend the maximum number of occasions, but would highlight the seeming omission of this in Amendment 49 and would ask the Minister to clarify the intent of not including the secondary legislation in relation to registered clubs. We cannot support Amendments 2, 5 and 50, but fully support Amendment 4. On Amendments 3, 6 and 49, we fully support the intention of ensuring residents have the opportunity to be better informed of proposed applications and welcome the provision of strengthened mechanisms to allow complaints to such applications to be raised where required. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today, as others have confirmed, we are debating legislation that has the potential to modernise and update the licensing and registration of clubs in Northern Ireland. The legislation around licensing of alcohol hasn't been overhauled or updated in about 24 years. Apart from Alliance's Judith Cochrane's successful private members bill that many in this House can remember, that permitted sports stadia to serve alcohol during matches, there has been little change to the rules around the selling of alcohol. We have the opportunity to bring legislation up to date. As a member of the Committee of Communities, I reiterate the sentiments of our Chair and many others, and I add my thanks to all officials, both from our own Bills Office and the Department, for assisting us in our considerations. You have definitely made a technical and complex legislation easier to understand. Mr Speaker, yesterday we heard in this House how the Minister for the Economy set her sights on the opportunities to grow tourism as we recover from the pandemic. I hope the new Minister for the Economy, Mr Frew, will value the opportunity to develop our tourism offer and work with the Minister for Communities to support our hospitality industry. I met with Hospitality Ulster yesterday afternoon. The industry's plans to come back stronger and better need our support. This is why I've proposed the amendments to Group 1 as listed. Alongside the Minister's amendments to Sunday opening hours, I have proposed both larger and smaller venues can apply for up to 208 licences per year. This equates to 4 days per week. And I think there's some confusion here because I was led to believe that the number of days that are available for operation cannot be changed unless primary legislation is changed. And given the fact that it's been 24 years since the last change, I believe that the operating hours on a day can be changed by regulation, but the number of days set on the face of the bill cannot be changed. That was why I produced the 208 nights that people could apply up to that number. Our nighttime economy needs a boost rather than concentrating late licences to 2 nights per week. Why not allow our hospitality industry the opportunity to open up to 208 nights per year? This will provide more operating hours, provide more opportunity to deliver hospitality to customers, provide more opportunities for employment. I accept that there may be concerns by some who see late night opening as problematic, who believe it will mean lots of drunk people and violence. I don't agree. More late licences are well managed as professional bar personnel manage how much alcohol is consumed and door staff manage crowds through the night as they disperse. Adding more late-night offerings dilutes the intensity of a two-night weekend and could spread the ability to go out over 3 or 4 nights in a week. The hospitality sector contributes so much to our economy, and I believe we should put our trust in them to enable our nighttime economy. Amendment 2, Clause 2, page 3, line 22, asks that we allow larger pubs the opportunity for 208 licences per year. Amendment 5, Clause 4, page 5, line 26, asks that we allow smaller pubs, the type that are spread across my rural constituency, to be allowed to apply for up to 208 licences a year in line with larger pubs. In saying that, I support the Minister's amendments, that is Amendment 1, that brings the additional opening hours on a Sunday in line with what is allowed on weekdays. Amendment 3 and 6, that increases requirements for a licensed venue to give notice to its neighbours of its intention to apply for a late licence. Amendment 47, the new clause that requires a licensed venue to apply to the courts for permission to alter premises before carrying out the work. This fixes an anomaly that was certainly raised by the police. Amendment 48, the new clause which removes restrictions on late opening on Sunday. The Minister's Amendment 49 limits authorisations for special occasions to a maximum of 104. My Amendment 50 asks again that we consider the increase to the number of potential special occasions to up to 208. I ask the members to consider, are we limiting our hospitality sector to 2 late nights a week? We can increase that. My Amendments 2 and 5 extend the number of late licences for our smaller and larger pubs to that 208 times. It also ties in with the proposals that I have made for tap rooms much later in other groupings. And that's why that 208 has carried through in the same way that 104 has carried through from the committee. As the Chair has stated, I also cannot support Mr Allister's opposition to Clause 2 and Clause 4. We should update and modernise our licensing rules. It's been 24 long years. I ask the members today to commit to moving forward by allowing our hospitality sector to be permitted to open late, not just at weekends, but also during the week too. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Alex Eason.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I intend to just speak on Amendments 2, 4, 6 and 47. Mr Speaker, the first issue I would like to touch on relates to the number of late night openings permitted, and in particular I would welcome Amendment 4. We all know that the hospitality industry has suffered greatly and continues to suffer greatly from the pandemic. It is therefore only right that we do all we can to support their recovery, and this amendment is consequently very timely. It brings small pubs into line with clubs in terms of the number of late night openings permitted annually, bringing this number to 104 nights in total for both clubs and pubs every year. The hospitality sector is still operating with reduced capacity despite reopening. Hopefully, the additional late nights permitted for small pubs in this bill will go some way to assisting in their recovery. Obviously, not every business will use these additional nights or has to use these nights, but I am hopeful that this will help out some of those who are struggling at the moment. Amendment 2 has proposed nearly doubling the number of late nights permitted to over 200 annually. Neither the written or oral evidence that we took as a committee called for this number of late night openings, nor did the evidence compel the committee to explore the option of increasing the number of late nights beyond the 104. I therefore support the decision alongside my committee colleagues to reject this amendment. Indeed, I will be opposing all of the amendments that seek to increase the number of late night authorisations beyond 104 annually. The incorporation of the power to change the number via regulations is a sensible inclusion in the bill. This is a significant alteration to the current law, and so any problems that may arise can be dealt with quickly after its implementation. Amendment 6 is another sensible inclusion in the bill. The number of late nights is increasing by over 80 annually, and so it is only right that local residents are made aware of local businesses that are going to take advantage of these changes. I am also pleased that the Minister has brought forward an amendment which will allow members of the public to complain about late night authorisations should they cause undue inconvenience. This means that a court will have the power to revoke authorisations, make them subject to terms and conditions, or alter the hours permitted. I am also supportive of the departmental amendment which seeks to close the one-day membership loophole in which these were used to access bar facilities or clubs rather than sporting facilities. This is obviously against the spirit of such one-day memberships. was not their intended purpose, and so I am pleased to see that clarification amendment has been brought forward. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, sorry. I intend to oppose amendments 1, 2 and 5, and that's me. Thank you.
I now call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak on this bill at consideration stage today. It's been a long time coming, as others have said, and as I've done before, I will begin by declaring an interest, again, both as a frequent visitor to licensed premises, but also that I worked in the industry up until the COVID pandemic lockdown restrictions, and have family and a partner who still work in the industry. But with your indulgence, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I do wish to make some brief comments on the hospitality industry, especially given that I haven't had the opportunity to do so via the committee. So if you'll be okay, it'll be very brief. We do need to recognise the devastating impact of the pandemic on this sector, the business owners and the staff too. The levels of debt, issues with grants, loans, costs continuing to mount despite government assistance is great. Many pubs, bars, cafes and restaurants are open again, but not wholly, as others have said, and some will not have survived the last 18 months. Many of those on furlough struggle to support their families and have left to find other work. And recently, a friend in the industry described trying to find a chef with experience as like trying to find hen's teeth. So we have much to do to support this sector as we emerge from the pandemic. And I fully support the calls made by Unite the Union for a Hospitality and Tourism Rescue Plan, as well as Hospitality Ulster's Recovery Plan. And I would ask the Executive and the new Economy Minister in particular to meaningfully engage and support this sector. And that goes to do with the music industry. And I will touch upon this when my discussion on the amendments in Group 1. The Musicians' Union has said it in Northern Ireland, particularly with the blanket bans on all live music, has left many musicians unable to work at all, and reform of our licensing laws should support them. But we've got logistical issues making this unfeasible, and it's clear that the Executive would need to be mindful of the need for flexibility and dedicated support. Now to the bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and the amendments in Group 1, and I don't intend to speak on every single one, but there are a few worth mentioning, and I will go into some detail in relation to Amendment 2, 4, 5, and also how they relate to Clause 3. Firstly, to 3, I welcome the changes made to the consultations and neighbour involvement. It's very welcome, and certainly having the local papers publish these types of notices will help levels of engagement, but also I hope the Minister and Department would consider also having other means, perhaps through our local councils, of having this kind of information accessible to people online too, because not everyone reads the papers, and granted that is another issue, but it's worth considering in terms of accessing information by a wider amount of people in the local area. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have spoken to very passionate people about this prior to this evening, about their experiences of leaving Northern Ireland, and this is to do with permitted hours and coming back here and seeing the differences from elsewhere. And with their permission for me to speak on their experiences tonight, and one of them said, what I learned in living in Manchester was that there was an opportunity for creatives to put on events that would be well attended because of the distinction between evening and the late night economy. And when I came home in 2013, I found that our music scene is stronger than it's ever been, and the level of professionalism in the industry is staggering. And yet we still don't seem to have the support or progressive nighttime policies to make Northern Ireland the booming cultural hotspot it should be known as. He said, dance floors break down divides and bring people together. So whilst we're debating amendments here tonight on permitted hours, as I say, with 2, 4 and 5, on the number of nights specifically in Clause 4, it's a matter of concern to me that Clause 3 perhaps should be having the effect of curbing the promotion of a booming and safe and responsible nighttime economy, and also the opportunity for our creative sectors. So I would ask the Minister in relation to Clause 3 to either, through an intervention which I would happily take, or in her summing up remarks, what indeed the basis of aligning the entertainment and the liquor licensing was, especially given the majority of the respondents to the Department's own consultation stated that they agreed with the practice of entertainment continuing after the end of drinking up time, and what consideration perhaps directed at the Committee and the Minister, again if possible, was given to the nighttime economy and creative sector in relation to this. And I would like to know in more detail, firstly, on the effect this would have on local council powers to grant entertainment licences. Does this change their ability to grant them to 5 a.m. or 6 a.m? As a practical example for members, I'm a bar manager. I book a band or a DJ, some live music, say, for a Friday night. I have my late licence, and it's been granted to 2 a.m. So my bar is closed to the public at 3 a.m. as we finished drinking up time. But I want my DJ to continue to 4 a.m. and I provide water for people to enjoy the music to that time. Does this mean under Clause 3, with Amendments 2, 4 and 5, that I no longer have the authorisation of the late licence and I must stop serving alcohol at 11 o'clock? In the survey report that was published further to the Department's consultation too, the consideration of entertainment going on past drinking up time and alcohol sales was discussed, but it's not made its way into the amendments that we're discussing tonight. It was, however, debated during the committee stage and mentioned in the recent committee report on page 78 with the line, "Entertainment provided beyond 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. on the occasion of the 104 late licences is not covered by this legislation." But if we're looking at the amendments here to Clause 4, effectively, both are doing the same thing. They're extending the number of times a licensed premises can get police authorisation for additional hours, either 104 or 208. If Clause 3 stands on the face of the bill, when it receives a royal assent, as it is, and depending on how the vote is tonight on these amendments, this could mean that either 85, 104 or 208 times per year that this could be authorised, entertainment would also finish at the same time as drinking up time ends. So back to the band analogy. I'm in a band, the bar I play in drinking up time finishes at 1 a.m, I must finish playing at 1 as well. But as I stated before, in the committee amendment, in the committee report under Clause 3, it stated that the 104 late licences is not covered by this legislation. So now to my question, in a very roundabout way, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like to know what this exactly means for Amendments 4 and 5, one in the Minister's name and one in Ms Armstrong's name. What 104 late licences were the committee discussing? Are these the 104 late licences under Clause 4, of which there are 2 amendments in relation to, or are these 104 licences elsewhere? Back to the band example. Read alongside Amendments 4 and 5, and with what is in the committee report, when do I stop playing? It's worth mentioning here, as others have done already, about, as others will do already, about the review clause that we'll be dealing in Group 4, and in relation to my comments on Clause 3 and on permitted hours amendments contained in Group 1, I believe this review, done properly and with all those that need to be heard in it, can be a way of dealing with some of these issues, if not through this bill, especially those such as the alignment issue that are changing the 2016 legislation and that did not get the majority of support to the Department's consultation. And we can cite numerous examples of why this would be beneficial for Northern Ireland and for the creative industry. We look to European cities, we look to Glasgow, which implemented a scheme similar in 2018. There are numerous other examples about consideration that the committee has given to on those who be impacted, the nighttime economy, on staff, and on public transport and the police. But how does this assist with addressing the bottleneck of people as well, leaving bars and clubs at the same time? And these are in relation again to Amendments 4 and 5. It does nothing. That we're going to have people leaving bars and clubs at the same time, piling out onto the streets with nothing else to open at that later time, without the entertainment's licence being extended on past drinking up time. What of the provision of public transport as well? And again, I would certainly welcome any intervention from the committee members or the Minister in relation to this. But if we are building back better, supporting our local industries here, be they hospitality, tourism, local DJs, musicians, artists or creatives, how does the opportunities afforded to us as legislators in this bill allow for this? And I note from Hansard, which I had a quick look at today, on the 11th of March 2021, an official from the department told the committee, and I'm quoting directly from Hansard, "I do not think that there are a large number of premises that would want to stay open until 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. anymore. But is that the rationale for Clause 3? It doesn't make any sense. So because there are a few entertainment venues that would be seeking or benefit from a later closing time, then we will prescribe in law that all of them must close at a time that corresponds to the liquor licence. What was the thinking behind Clause 3 and in relation to the amendments that we're debating here, specifically 4 and 5? I can see that the officials told the committee, and I quote, "The reason for the proposed amendment is that some premises were abusing the entertainment licence and continuing to operate as pubs, which gave them an unfair advantage over law-abiding premises that were closing at the correct time. But this begs the question, why are we changing the law in response to a lack of enforcement against those who are abusing the licence? Surely we should not be disadvantaging those who want to provide entertainment until 4 or 5 a.m. and are doing so lawfully." So, Mr. Speaker, we will be supporting the amendments in this group, bar Mr Allister's, for obvious reasons. And I do hope that the Minister and Committee can address some of the issues in relation to the entertainment licence that I have mentioned and Amendments 4 and 5 in her name and Ms Armstrong's. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Moving quicker than I anticipated, but that's a good thing, I suppose. One of the current interests as a member of Casement Social Club, whether that's relevant in this part or later part of the stage, I don't know, just to put on the record. Many have obviously welcomed the changes contained in the bill, and for the vast majority of clauses and amendments, I will join them. It's abundantly clear that much of our current licensing law is outdated, and in the case of breweries in particular is completely unfair, as people have said. And I look forward to the Assembly taking a step in the right direction on those fronts, because it's clearly long overdue. Unfortunately, Mr Deputy Speaker, there are amendments and clauses which I'm not content to give support to, because I don't believe the interests of workers has been factored in whatsoever, and in some cases workers' conditions would suffer were these changes to pass in their current form. The amendments seek to extend opening hours, obviously, without reflecting on or addressing the impact that working unsociable hours will have on hospitality workers who are underpaid as it is. These workers are employed in one of the most precarious industries, as the COVID pandemic cruelly proved and illustrated. And in this regard, I want to echo concerns of trade unions in this sector, namely Unite Hospitality, as I think Ms Woods referred to already. There's been no attempt, as far as I can see, by the Minister or in most, if not all, the amendments to extend drinking hours to ensure a premium is paid to those workers who will have to work more unsociable hours as a result of this legislation. There's been no attempt to ensure staff travel home is covered in cost not by the staff but by the employer. Public transport does not run into the wee hours of the morning, as we might see this morning, tonight, and workers have to fork out extra for private taxi fares to get home, or to walk home at a time when it's unsafe to do so. Workers are obviously assaulted on a weekly basis, walking home from bars in Belfast, unfortunately. These concerns have been brought to the Minister and to the Committee, but looking at the amendments today, it would appear the voices of these workers, or certainly the representatives, have not been heard at all, or not listened to, depending on how you view it. The demand from Unite for assistance with travel home and premium pay are not outlandish. Employers are at a local level in Scotland must assist with travel home pay. Why not here? And moreover, workers and Unite have been clear that their job can become increasingly difficult and more dangerous during drinking up time, when they are more likely to be subjected to abuse and violence, and this is particularly prevalent and dangerous for female members of staff who carry far too many tales of harassment, abuse, sexual harassment during this period. Again, this was made clear in both the consultation submission and the committee stage presentation by Unite, yet the bill actually extends drinking up time. And I know that the Minister has been asked, myself, I might have been the previous Minister, the standing Minister, apologies, at the last stage, to justify the extension of drinking hours or to provide evidence that it works, and I've yet to see good reasoning for this, which does not go directly against what the workers and their representatives are asking for, based on their personal and very difficult experiences. Therefore, Mr Speaker, and I may well be a minority on this, has been the case on this issue, but we're not content. I'm not content to endorse clauses or amendments which would force workers to work extended hours, without also extending their rights and conditions which would make it safer and beneficial for them to do so. And to be clear, it's not a foregone conclusion. Their workers and their unions or myself would criticise extended hours under these circumstances. In fact, it is incredibly regrettable that we are unable to give them approval in their current form. Under different circumstances, I might be able to support many of these measures, but without the protections for workers, I simply cannot fully endorse. I do think, Mr Deputy Speaker, it is an abdication of responsibility that the Minister hasn't addressed workers' rights within this bill at all, from my reading of it, which will have the greatest impact on workers themselves. And I hope she will now work to see supplementary legislation brought through this House, which would put those conditions in place for staff who were thrown under the bus during this pandemic and have been allowed to work for measly pay for too long, and who deserve much, much, much better. And I understand they may not be able to divide or win divisions on these points, but I think they're very, very important and have to be stated in this discussion this evening. And to close, Mr Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I recommend that the Minister and all MLAs who will endorse these provisions today take a look at the Unite Hospitalities for Hospitality Charter and endorse it. Thank you.
I call Jim Allister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This issue of extended hours for licensed premises is one that I wish to examine through the prism of public health issues, because it is abundantly clear, and indeed our Health Minister is on record as saying, the harms caused by the misuse of alcohol are a major public health issue in Northern Ireland. And of course, the harms caused by the misuse of alcohol are facilitated by two issues. One, by the affordability of alcohol, and secondly, the availability of alcohol. Now, this bill effectively does nothing yet about the affordability of alcohol. And on the issue of availability, of course, it is headed in the direction of increasing the availability. And therefore, I believe in increasing the public health damage that flows from the misuse of alcohol. In the second stage debate on this, I referred the House to the audit report on addiction services. I asked if members had read it. And I must say, when you get to a stage of a bill returning with no increase, no decrease at all, or no regard to the public health issues, then you do have to wonder, what were those key facts in that audit report of last year? That the estimated cost of alcohol abuse per annum in Northern Ireland is £900 million, almost £1 billion. That 200 of our hospital beds every day, on average, are occupied by those suffering substance abuse, many of them alcohol. That in 2018, 284 of our citizens died from alcohol misuse. And yet, the proposition before the House tonight is that we should simply increase the availability in the certain knowledge that that will increase the misuse. And some of that is done, in the words of the chair of the committee, because the hospitalities industry's had a hard time. Yes, it has. Are we just going to pile more pressure on our health service? as a consequence? Is that the answer? And it's not that the committee was left in ignorance of what flowed from these issues. They had some very stark evidence from the Public Health Agency on the 28th of January. Mr. Meehan couldn't have been clearer with the committee. I want to read this into the record. He told this committee that comes before this House advocating more availability of alcohol. He told this committee, our overall view, this isn't me, this isn't some zealot, this is the Public Health Agency. Our overall view is that any increase in the accessibility of alcohol would put increased strain on health and social service resources on the basis that it would consolidate and further encourage alcohol consumption as a social norm and lead to increased overall population consumption. In turn, that would be expected to lead to increased negative effects on health and well-being of individuals, families and communities. Although increased alcohol availability may support aspects of our economy, such as tourism, we agree that it is responsible to adopt a whole systems approach when considering changes to legislation. In financial terms alone, it has been estimated that the social cost of alcohol-related harm in Northern Ireland is at least approximately 900 million each year. That figure would be expected to increase if policies on the wider availability of alcohol were implemented. There it is, Deputy Speaker. The Public Health Agency couldn't be plainer to this House. Now, do what you want, do what you're going to do in this bill, and you will increase the cost of alcohol-related harm in our community. And that is a time when we all profess great concern about fixing our health service. What are we going to do? Pile on more pressure. Mr. Meehan went on. Let's consider some of the alcohol statistics that relate to Northern Ireland.
Order. Can I remind the member that Group 3 is the specific area where we are specialising in discussing minimising alcohol-related harm in society. There are some related issues, of course, in terms of accessibility, and I've allowed the member a degree of time there, but if you're going to continue to go on to talk about harm, it really would be better in the Group 3 amendment stage. Mr. Allister.
I hear what you say, Deputy Speaker, but I believed, and I was debating in Group 1, the question of the extension of alcohol availability. And I'm quoting, not in some abstract, distant, remote way. I'm quoting directly from the Public Health Agency as to what they had to say about the extra availability of alcohol that clauses 2, which I believe is in this group, and clauses 4 will produce. And Mr. Meehan went on to say, let's consider some of the statistics that relate to Northern Ireland. 31% of adults binge drink at least once a week. 18% of adults consume alcohol above weekly limits, according to the Northern Ireland Health Survey of 17-18. Alcohol-related hospital admissions for primary care and any diagnosis have also steadily increased for males and females. The same pattern was observed for admissions for the diagnosis of alcoholic liver disease. Alcohol-related deaths have increased over the past 17 years for males and females. 40% of children and young people who are on the Child Protection Register and 70% of looked after children have that status due to parental substance abuse. And Mr. Owen went on to tell the committee how significant a gateway drug alcohol was to other drugs. And he said this: alcohol, while pleasurable in moderation, is a very harmful drug when taken in excess. The 900 million social costs, courts, prisons, hospitals, social care, early deaths, and the impact on the economy are stark. And when Mr. Durkan asked him a question suggesting you couldn't put all that down to increased hours, he had a very crisp and a very straightforward answer. Yes, if you increase opening hours, you increase accessibility to alcohol. Sure.
I thank the member for giving way and certainly share his view on the damage caused by alcohol abuse. You've outlined the cost to the economy, which is staggering, but that pales in significance to the cost to families and the social cost of alcohol abuse. The member cites two factors: affordability and availability. It's not for this bill, but we have called in a later amendment on the Health Minister to get to work on the minimum unit pricing, which is something that is essential when it comes to affordability of alcohol. However, later in tonight's debate, my colleague in Group 4 will outline the dramatic decrease in the number of bars in Northern Ireland over the past 20 years. Have we seen any decrease in alcohol abuse and its sad effects in the same time? I would contend it's quite the opposite. And over the lockdown that we've come through, when bars were all closed, did we see a decrease in alcohol abuse and its effects? Because early reports from PHA suggest otherwise. Does the member accept that alcohol consumption is better in a controlled environment, under supervision, than at home alone or at house parties?
Of course, the argument that if you don't have extended hours, you'll have more harmful home drinking is quite a fatuous argument, because if there's logic in it, then the ultimate logic of that is that you have no limitations on public house and hotel alcohol consumption. If you want to make sure, if the answer to people drinking too much at home is to have longer opening hours in our licensed premises, then the logic of that argument, which is why I said it's fatuous, is that simply you have no licensing limits whatever. You have 24 hours a day. And then people won't have the need to drink at home. That's the logic of that foolish argument, with respect. And the Public Health Agency was very clear to this committee, very clear to Mr. Durkan, the harm that is being done. And Mr. Meehan, in answering Kelly Armstrong, was clear. Yes, you're right. There will be an inevitable correlation between later closing times and presentations at alcohol at accident and emergency. You know, it's pretty elementary in that regard. And if the Public Health Agency wasn't a suitable or adequate advocate for the committee, then what about Professor Niamh Fitzgerald from the University of Stirling? This is what she told the committee on the 25th of February. I will deal first with timing. and look at the evidence internationally as to what difference it makes when premises are open later. Across all the studies that have been done, we find there is a clear link between extended late-night opening of alcohol premises and increased harms, such as drunkenness, assaults, injuries, or use of health, police and other services. That link holds true across all the studies that have ever been done. We have looked at more recent studies in high-income countries. We have focused particularly on studies in Norway because it focuses on smaller towns and cities that are more similar in size to that you have in Northern Ireland. In Norway, and I quoted this in the second stage debate, in Norway, studies find that for every extra 1 hour extension to opening times, you get a 16% increase in police-reported assaults at night time. And if you reduce those opening hours, you get an exactly converse 16% reduction in those assaults. Therefore, there is a really clear link in both directions between late-night opening hours and police-reported assaults. There we have it, members. Very clear from an expert who has studied and says every study there's ever been reaches the same conclusion. Increase the hours and you increase the assaults and all that flows with it. Dr. O'Donnell went on with the committee on that same day. One of the proposed measures is additional nights with later hours, whereby public houses and hotels can apply for an additional 1 hour of late opening up to 104 times a year. What difference do additional nights and later hours actually make? To answer that question, let us consider this. Adding an extra nightclub to a city where multiple nightclubs already exist may create extra space for, say, a few hundred additional people to drink and dance for a couple of hours late at night. When you add an extra hour of opening to standard late-night hours, however, that allows everyone to drink for an extra hour. So, the academic studies that don't fit have just been ignored in this House. The professional advice has just been ignored. Is this House got so beholden to the licence trade and the hospitality industry that we're just going to ignore all of that, while at the same time mouthing platitudes about helping our health service? I really think we have an opportunity to do that, and it is by rejecting clauses 2 and 4 in this bill. Dr. O'Donnell went on. The potential impacts of granting an additional 1 hour of late-night opening time up to 104 times a year also needs to be considered carefully in conjunction with the proposal to extend drinking up time from 30 minutes to 1 hour. When you take the two proposed measures together, it effectively means expanding late-night openings, most likely at weekends, by 90 minutes. And he's right, of course, because this bill does both. Extends the drinking time by an hour, extends the drinking up time by half an hour to an hour. Now the longest period anywhere in the United Kingdom. So you're really talking about a 90-minute extension. And you're really talking about people spilling onto our streets on a Saturday, Friday and Saturday night or morning at 3 in the morning. Sure.
For giving way, and he's raised a number of points in relation to the additional hour. So would he have any comments to make on the extension of the entertainment licences, or the combining of the entertainment licences and the liquor licence, as is happening in clause 3 with regard to amendments 4 and 5? So it's not a spillover after entertainment ends, and that actually people can stay on premises not being served alcohol beyond that 1 hour?
I listened to the member's very interesting speech. And I thought she made some very compelling arguments, and I think I follow the logic of what she's saying. But of course, I think the difficulty that might be ensnared in the logic of her argument is that that depends on wholly compliant premises. If the premises are still open, maybe the door is locked, and the music is still playing, what assurance would we have that the rules might not be bent to a point where in fact it extends to actual more drinking, not less? I think that's the real ensnarement in her attractively packaged proposal. So that's where I would have difficulties with it. But I return to the issue. In clauses 2 and 4, this House, that knows the dire state of our health service, is saying, nonetheless, though we have been warned by the Public Health Agency what 1 extended hour means in terms of cost to our health service, in terms of all those things, though we have had professional advice from experts like the Professor, who told us what the international studies show, we know better. And we're going to, nonetheless, extend the opening hours to effectively 3 in the morning. I do not think, Deputy Speaker, that is a constructive or a responsible way to go. And that is why I wish to oppose clauses 2. Yes, I'm about to finish, but I will.
The member for giving way. Earlier, after my earlier intervention, Mr Allister said that an extension of my argument, my fatuous argument, as he described it, would it not be better than to open all bars all the time? The flip side of that is it an extension of Mr Allister's argument that it would be better to close all bars all of the time and ban sale of alcohol entirely? What does the member say to that?
Anything like that from me. You haven't heard any prohibition arguments from me. You haven't heard any ban on licensing hours from me. What you have heard is that what we have is enough. If you can be in licensed premises, and I haven't tabled to oppose the extra drinking up time, if you can be in licensed premises with drinks served to 1 and you have an hour of drinking up, that takes you to 2. Maybe I'm an old fuddy-duddy, but that seems to be quite long enough. And I do say to you that I think this House needs to get a grip of where it is taking this society in terms of the public health implications of what, maybe because it's fashionable, maybe because it appeals and makes you all look so liberal and everything else, that you think, well, let's just do it. Don't let's just do it. Let's look at the health consequences and let's realise enough is enough.
I now call on the Minister for Communities, Deirdre Hargey, to wind this this section on Group 1 debate.
Yeah, thanks very much for that. And again, thanks very much for everybody who's made contributions to this part of the debate as well. I'll try and cover as many of the points as possible. And again, just to thank, I suppose, for the comments that many members have made in terms of the officials in the committee. Again, I would completely endorse those in the time ahead. People talked about tourism and life in towns and city centres, and particularly around Easter Sunday and that, etc. And I do think that has been widely regarded in terms of opening up our towns and city centres more, not just for tourists. I think also, though, in terms of broad public opinion, would be supportive of the changes that we're looking to make here in terms of bringing our 25-year-old licensing laws into 2021. And I do think it's a step in the right direction with protections built in also. I'm not supportive, as was touched on, and I know other members have touched on it, the increase to 208 nights. I've set out that there is no big reason in terms of doing that. And just to clarify on issues that were raised, that yes, the nights can be changed up or down by regulations, and those regulations would have to be approved and filtered through the committee and then by this Assembly as well. So there are those protections built in that once we review, if this House is minded to go on with the legislation to 104 nights, that can be reviewed then to see how that's operating, and those changes, as I say, can be made through subsequent regulations as well. I think, again, many members touched on the issue of the impact and the challenges of the pandemic. And again, there's no doubt about that. But also this is something, that councils, that the sector themselves, that the community more widely have been calling on. These are outdated laws. We do need to modernise them. We need to bring them up to where people are and how people are living in 2021. And I do think that this is a balanced measure of packages in terms of looking at health, but also trying to make sure that we are modernising our laws that we have there and that they're being kept under review as well. I think there's been a lot of concern and, I suppose, endorsement around community consultation and engagement, and that's something that I'm really committed to doing, because I recognise, even in my own constituency, these are issues that would come up on a regular basis for the communities that live in and around these premises. And I do think ensuring that we do work with local communities, that they are notified. It is to clarify that that will also be done through councils. They will be notified, and not just advertisements in local newspapers. There will also be a duty on the public houses as well to make sure that they're putting up notices in and around their premises as well. So there are those extra engagements outside of just the normal advertising for papers as well. Again, around issues in terms of the one-day loophole, I'm glad that members would agree with that in terms of the changes. And again, that was done through the engagement with the committee in terms of closing that one-day loophole and trying to build in greater protections around that. The issue that was brought up around entertainment licences as well, this will be to run the entertainment to the end of drinking up time. And that's what I would be proposing within the legislation that I want to bring through. Again, on the issue of workers and workers' rights, and as somebody who worked in this sector previously, somebody who's been a shop worker for most of my life and a community activist and worker in the community and voluntary sector as well. And obviously the issue pertaining to workers' rights is important. It is out of the scope of this bill, so I can't introduce it into this because it's out of the scope in terms of this piece of legislation. But of course we have engaged with the Department of Economy, whose responsibility and scope it is. They are given assurances that there are protections there under existing legislation, but engaging and listening to trade unions and workers, I recognise, particularly even as the pandemic has raged as well, we know that any shock to the system, whether it was a health pandemic or an economic crash, that it's those low-paid workers and precarious work and those who are, I suppose, doomed to zero-hour contracts are often the ones who feel the impact of these shocks on our society the most. So I will be continuing to engage with the incoming Economy Minister to make sure that we look at what we can do to strengthen workers' rights and also workers' protections as well. And that's something that I'm committed to doing, not just within this bill, but also in terms of my responsibilities around addressing poverty and inequality in the time ahead. In terms of the health issues that was raised within the bill again as well, it is just to reiterate that they haven't been changed in over 25 years. I think there was broad support within the public not just within the hospitality sector, that change needed to happen, that we needed to modernise and bring them into the 21st century, and that's something that I'm committed to doing. That said, I wanted to offer a balance in terms of going forward. Some people feel that we're going too far. Some feel that we haven't went far enough. And I do want to find a balance in terms of the modest changes that we are making. I know, and of course, there's an issue around alcohol consumption. But again, when you look at the statistics, 70% of that alcohol which is consumed and bought is done so within off licences. So they are in uncontrolled premises, which was touched on by a previous member. But again, looking at these issues and trying to find that balance between modernisation and addressing the health implications, we do want to bring forward legislation that tries to do both. And again, in further groupings, some of these issues in terms of the health impacts will be considered by members. Thank you.
Amendment proposed. After clause 1, insert new clause, removal of restrictions on late night for on sales on Sunday. The question is that Amendment 1 be made and the new clause added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. No. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. No. I think the ayes have it. No. I think the ayes have it. I think the ayes have it. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put again 3 minutes. Order, members. Would members resume their seats? And I would remind you that you should continue to uphold social distancing, and that members who have proxy voting arrangements in place should not come into the chamber. Before I put the question, I would again remind members present that, if possible, it would be preferable if we would avoid a division. The question is that Amendment 1 be made and the new clause be added to the bill. Be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. All in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Do we have tellers? Order, members. The following tellers have been appointed. Tellers for the ayes, Karen McKillen and Nicola Brogan. Tellers for the noes, Jim Allister and Jim Wells. Before the Assembly advise, I remind members that, as per Standing Order 112, the Assembly currently has proxy voting arrangements in place. Members who have authorised another member to vote on their behalf are not entitled to vote in person and should not enter the lobbies. Remind members of the requirement for social distancing while the division takes place, and ask you to ensure that you retain at least 2 metre gap between yourselves and other people when moving around in the chamber or rotunda, and especially in the lobbies. Please be patient at all times, observe the signage and follow the instructions of the lobby clerks. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right, noes to my left. Glad you came in. Everybody will agree to this. Yeah.
So once you, on any particular division, once you go through the... Oh no,
once you start... No. What's wrong? Secure the doors. Order, members. Would members resume their seats? Clerk, please read the result.
58 members voted aye, 28 members voted no. One member who voted in both lobbies is not included in these results. The motion is carried.
The motion is carried. The motion is carried. Unfasten the doors. I just wish to pause for a brief moment at this time, in case some members need to return to the chamber before we proceed to the next item. Just a brief pause. Amendment 2 has already been debated, and I call Kelly Armstrong to move formally Amendment 2.
Not moved.
Amendment 2 not moved. Amendment 2 not moved. We now move on to Amendment 3. It has already been debated, and I call on the Minister for Communities, Deirdre Hardy, to formally move Amendment 3.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 2, page 4, line 13. Insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 3 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Before I put the question, remind members that we have debated Mr Allister's opposition to Clause 2, but the question will be put in the positive as usual. So the question is that Clause 2, as amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Where's the form? I've been advised by party whips, in accordance with Standing Order 13, Part 5b, that there is agreement that we can dispense with the 3 minutes and move straight to the division. So I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers? Order: the following tellers have been appointed. Tellers for the ayes, Karen McKeelan and Nicola Brogan. Tellers for the noes, Jim Allister and Jim Wells. Again, I remind all members of the requirement for social distancing while the division takes place. Please ensure that you retain at least a 2-metre gap between yourself and other people when moving around in the chamber, the rotunda and especially in the lobbies. Clear of the lobbies, the Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order, members. Clerk, please read the result.
86 members voted. 84 members voted aye. Two members voted no. One member who voted in both lobbies is not included in these results. The motion is carried.
The motion is carried. The motion is carried. Again, I wish to pause for a brief moment until some members may wish to come back into the chamber. Order, members. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 3. The question is that Clause 3 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 4 has already been debated. I call on the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 4.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 4, page 5, line 26, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 4 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I think the ayes have it. Aye. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Okay. Yeah. I will not call Amendment 5 as it is mutually exclusive with Amendment 4, which has been made. Amendment 6 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 6.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 4, page 5, line 34, insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 6 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Before I put the question, I would remind members that we have debated Mr Allister's opposition to Clause 4, but the question will be put in the positive as usual. The question is that Clause 4 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 5. The question is that Clause 5 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 6. The question is that Clause 6 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 7. The question is that Clause 7 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the second group. Just pause. I'll get started. We now come to the second group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 7, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 8 to 34 and 61. Within the group, Amendment 9 is mutually exclusive to Amendments 8. Amendment 29 is mutually exclusive to Amendment 28, and Amendment 31 is mutually exclusive to Amendment 30. In addition, within Group 3, there are a number of amendments to amendments. Amendment 15 is an amendment to Amendment 14. Amendments 20 through to Amendments 32 all seek to amend Amendment 19. The Amendment 34 is an amendment to Amendment 33. Members may also wish to note that Amendment 13 is a paving amendment to Amendments 21 and 25. I now call Claire Sugden to move Amendment 7 and to address the other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I beg to move Amendment 7. Currently in Northern Ireland, patrons can purchase alcohol at theatres such as the Opera House, the Lyric and the Mac, but not at cinemas. Live show theatres do provide a similar experience to cinemas where both adults and children are welcomed. I appreciate that theatres do tend to attract an older audience, but children can and do attend. Indeed, a visit to a theatre can be as much a family experience as going to the cinema. Yet, theatres can provide alcohol to their patrons in the presence of children and families. Cinemas cannot. We are the only region of the United Kingdom and Ireland that does not offer customers the opportunity to buy alcohol and bring the drink into a cinema. I am not aware of any criticism of this position in any other jurisdiction. I am not aware of any attempts to reverse the policy or legislation since it was made available in England, Scotland, Wales and the Republic of Ireland. If anything, I understand it has enhanced the customer experience in those regions and strengthened the businesses that provide it. Removing it would cause more issues than any suggestion that it should not have been there in the first place. There is already a model in Northern Ireland where alcohol can be purchased and consumed while watching a film. Queen's Film Theatre. This has been happening for 8 to 9 years. All ages are welcome there. I quote from their website. Not just yet. QFT is open to all. Certain films will be age restricted in line with the BBFC age restrictions. If you look under the age of these restrictions, i.e. under 15 or under 18, you may be asked to show ID. We operate the Challenge 25 policy at our bar when serving alcohol. If you look like you could be under 25 or under, we may ask to see ID to prove you are over 18. So not only is this happening already, but it can also be demonstrated that it can happen within a controlled, safe environment to dissuade of any concerns. And cinemas already provide the environment where they can put these controls in place because of classifications on films. They manage age-appropriate situations, so I think this is a safe environment where we can consider this amendment. I have considered the view that cinemas are a family-oriented environment. An introduction of purchase and consumption of alcohol could disrupt that, but I do think this is unlikely. And there are currently comparable examples where families are welcome despite sale and consumption of alcohol on site. A licensed restaurant, for example, a teenage concert at the Odyssey Arena, a pantomime at the Opera House. In my constituency, Movie House Theatres operates within the Jet Centre complex. Within this complex is a children's jungle gym, a bowling alley, and amusements as well as a cinema. Also in the complex is a licensed restaurant. Consumption of alcohol is obviously contained within the restaurant, but it is a wonderful, family-oriented restaurant where many will go before the cinema or to bowl. They will drink alcohol, mere metres away from the same places they are not currently permitted. My point is that family-oriented environments already sell and permit consumption of alcohol. Therefore, I see no rationale not to allow the same in cinemas for this reason. Yes, okay, go ahead.
You will be aware that we as members have received a huge amount of correspondence from individuals both in the licensed trade and in entertainment. Little of any of those suggested there was a demand for the sale of alcohol in cinemas. Indeed, the first time I'd heard it mentioned is through her amendment. Where does she see the demand for this type of additional provision of alcohol?
I have approached this amendment because I was approached by the cinema within my own constituency to see if it's something that they could provide. Just because the demand doesn't exist within Northern Ireland to ask for it, it doesn't mean that it couldn't exist, and it doesn't mean that people wouldn't want it if that offer is presented. Having listened to the evidence provided at committee, cinemas do not intend on selling alcohol in the afternoon, and nor are they expecting a significant consumption. I really cannot imagine anyone going to the cinema to consume large quantities of alcohol. There are other places for that, not least private homes, because of how cheap alcohol can be purchased in supermarkets. But this is about offering a choice for adults to enjoy the experience that is enjoyed in every other part of the UK and Ireland. And if we look to GB in Ireland, consumption is relatively low. And I do also think that it's important that we visualise what this is rather than what it's assumed to be. When you walk into a cinema, it's a darkened room with adults What people have in their hand could be a Coke or could be a beer. It's not a bar, it's not a club. It's a contained environment where people can enjoy something that as adults they have a right to do. Interestingly enough, cinema businesses themselves suggest that the ask here is not about demand for this particular service, but is more about widening their offer to provide a luxury element, which is a growing trend both nationally and internationally. There is also an interest in relation to providing conference and events. Cinemas have technology available that maybe isn't available in hotels, and they can provide a very unique service, which is something that is needed. I understand the Department has suggested that including cinemas as a place of public entertainment would only increase the number of licensed premises. Well, of course, but by no more than 24 across Northern Ireland, and that assumes that all cinemas will want to provide alcohol. Many will not, but this amendment provides the choice for these businesses and customers. I do not accept the Department's need to publicly consult, which they have described as a short, focused exercise over the summer months, and I am keen to hear the Minister's view as to why she thinks this is necessary. Indeed, during the committee stage, members heard from witnesses, and the idea was publicly presented by cinema owners. It was also discussed in the media at that time, and at that point it did not give rise to any significant concerns, or indeed any concerns that I am aware of. I do appreciate that this is not a public consultation, but suggestions of significant concerns to justify a very specific, focused public consultation are unfounded. Let me say this as well, Deputy Speaker. This is not a controversial amendment. Had the Department not convinced the committee otherwise, this amendment would have been tabled by the committee and not me. It was written for the committee. Indeed, I actually held back tabling this amendment because it felt obvious to me that the committee would support it. It has cross-party support, so this idea is fully supported. But for some reason, the Minister and/or her department are seeking at minimum to delay, or at most to obstruct the process of licensing cinemas. I'm a very deliberative politician, and I do try to see all sides of the debate. However, I cannot understand what the rationale is here. Unless the Minister can provide a compelling reason, again mindful of the minimum risk here, I do implore the committee and other members to reconsider what you had intended to do from the outset. I appreciate the committee is saying that they are content that the Department will progress the intent of the amendment over the summer months towards a potentially positive outcome in the autumn. Subsequently, I have now presented the House with an opportunity to effect the same outcome today as what is hoped for in the autumn. And sadly, at this point in my tenure as an MLA, it is experience more than cynicism that makes me believe that we should progress this amendment today. If we delay this opportunity, we may lose this opportunity. These institutions are politically unstable, and anything that happens thereafter is uncertain. I sincerely hope the Executive remains until the end of the mandate, if only to salvage any legislation, but I do not trust that it will. So I do not think that we should leave anything to chance that we can do now. Further, I have no confidence that the Department will actually lay their regulations. And this comes from, again, experience rather than cynicism. For example, I am trying to convince the Department of Health to lay regulations that they have held for over 5 years to prevent school children from purchasing e-cigarettes. They still haven't done that. Subject to persuasion of other contributions, I will move this amendment. And unless there is unanimous support, you will be asked to vote. If you intend voting no, I ask you to consider why you're voting no, because I know you agree with this. If you're voting no because you have concerns, or are you voting no because the Department has asked you, despite minimal risk? Deputy Speaker, I will now speak briefly to the other amendments in Group 2, tabled by the Minister for the Communities, the Chairperson of the Communities on behalf of the Committee, Ms Kelly Armstrong and Ms Rachel Woods. Amendments through 8 through to Amendment 18 seek to amend Clause 8 of the current draft. The Chairperson of the Committee and the member has tabled these amendments. Generally, Clause 8 of the original bill relates to alcohol producers. Committee amendments seek to revise 52B, local producers' licence sale on own licensed premises. This is to increase the quantity of alcohol that local producers may provide as part of a tour from one sample to not more than 4 samples in one measure. Secondary legislation making powers to prescribe the content, amount or strength of the intoxicating liquor in each sample and measure. Secondary legislation making powers to alter the number of samples and measures to be provided. limited permitted hours for consumption of samples in the premises from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m, opening hours for off-sales remain unchanged, and to provide a definition of a tour. I am quite content to let the Chair and the Minister speak to the details of these particular amendments. Amendment 19 introduces a new clause to the bill, Clause 8A. This clause seeks to cover tap rooms in the legislation which was not included in the original draft of the bill. The issue of tap rooms is a significant one which has led to many contributions from various stakeholders. I myself support this clause, subject to other amendments, which allows local alcohol producers to apply for a new licence to operate a tap room during limited hours. This new clause provides an opportunity to enhance our tourism offer as well as support local producers. Yesterday I spoke in the Assembly of the strength of food tourism in Northern Ireland. Microbreweries such as Lacata in my own constituency are very much part of our growing food industry. Tap rooms will enable producers by opening up new markets to sell their produce, and I would encourage other members to get behind this one too. Amendment 20 through to Amendment 32 seeks to amend Amendment 19, the new clause just discussed as above. I think the amendments and the back and forth between the committee and the department reflect the divided opinion of tap rooms, not only amongst members but also those who put forward their views. While I am generally content to support Amendment 19, I will listen with interest to hear the discussion from both the Chair and the Minister relating to Amendments 20 through 32. Notably, Amendment 28 and 29, tabled by Ms Armstrong and Ms Woods, are very similar in their intent, except for an additional hour provided by Ms Armstrong. These amendments extend the provision in Amendment 19 of 4 p.m. to 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. I think this is a practical consideration and roughly brings into line with other licensed premises, but I am keen to hear from both members about the rationale before I would make my decision on this one. Ms Armstrong has tabled Amendment 31 and she is seeking to double the number of days when local producers can sell for consumption in their own premises. I'm not sure if this relates to earlier amendments also discussed. I suppose in some sense it does seem excessive given that it doubles that amount. However, I am mindful that this is an up to figure rather than a maximum. So I'd be keen to hear from Ms Armstrong's contribution, even to put me over the rationale of that again. Amendment 33 by the committee introduces a new clause, Clause 8B. The Minister's Amendment 34 seeks to amend this new clause. In summary, Clause B, to restrict the use of occasional licence for those who hold a taproom licence. I expect this is directly as a result of provisions in Amendment 19, but again I will let the Chairwoman and the Minister speak to the details of these amendments. And lastly, Amendment 61 seeks to amend Schedule 1. This amendment feels connected again to other clauses and amendments, so I look forward to the rationale by the Minister to help me join the dots. Many thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I now call the Chairperson of the Committee for Communities, Ms Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Aside from Amendment 7 regarding the inclusion of cinemas, all the amendments in this group relate to the provisions of the bill regarding local producers. The issue of importance to local producers has become more and more to the fore since the 2016 version of the bill, and particularly the issues of tap rooms. Therefore, the committee specifically devoted a substantial amount of time asking specific questions on the issues in its oral evidence sessions from all who could be impacted by any decisions it made in that regard, including from the hospitality and tourism sector, from those representing public health, and from a range of local producers, distillers, brewers and cider makers. But before I go into detail on the amendments relating to local producers, I will cover Amendment 7. In relation to Amendment 7, due to the evidence the committee heard from the sector, Ms Sugden is absolutely right. The committee had in fact considered its own amendment on this issue and requested the Minister consider including cinemas in the list of places of public entertainment in order that they could serve alcohol. However, over a number of discussions with departmental officials, we considered a range of matters, including the increase in the number of licensed premises that would occur, concern that no public consultation had been done on the issue, and the fact that cinemas here, aside from QFT, are one of the few entertainment options for families or people who prefer not to be in the presence of alcohol. The Department sought legal advice on including cinemas with the definition of a place of public entertainment via regulations and confirmed that this could be done. The committee then agreed to support the Minister's proposal, receiving in writing that a public consultation could be carried out on this specific issue over the summer months. And providing the consultation raises no serious issues, the committee understands that regulations can be made in a relatively short timescale in the autumn. We fully expect that a member would bring an amendment for the inclusion of cinemas, so it will now be up to this House to determine if Amendment 7 becomes part of this legislation or not. The committee continues to support the Minister's proposal, as I have just outlined. Mr Deputy Speaker, turning to the remaining amendments in this group, Amendment 8 to 34 and 61, before I get into the detail, I would like to reiterate the in-depth nature of the committee's evidence and deliberations on Clause 8 as introduced, and also on the issue of tap rooms, which I will come to shortly from Amendment 19. The matters were discussed over a total of 8 meetings, and we devoted at least 10 hours exclusively to these issues, and it is worth repeating that the taproom issue was the only issue on the bill in which unanimity in the committee could not be achieved. Although the committee tried its very best to come up with a fully agreeable, workable solution, I think it's fair to say that all committee members had a genuine desire to support local producers and tourism through the bill without causing harm to other sectors of hospitality. It just came down to some very balanced and difficult decisions. Our committee report perhaps does not quite do justice to the in-depth discussions that took place around Clause 8 and also on the taprooms issue, as much of the discussion had to take place in closed session in order for progress to be made. We worked closely with the Bill Office over a number of weeks to flesh out amendment proposals on the thorny problems that we were working through. A very considered approach was taken by all members to the issue, and lengthy debate and discussion took place in closed session to allow all members to take time and space to consider all of the evidence that we've been presented. Turning to Amendment 8,
just a moment, please. There are conversations taking place, and members might wish to do business, but it is becoming quite audible up at this top table here. So my advice is, if members wish to do business, I'm sure their presence here for a minute or two isn't that imperative. If they want to do so, please, I would advise to do so outside the chamber. Ms Bradley, please continue.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And now, turning to Amendment 8. The majority of the committee did agree that Clause 8, as introduced, gave local producers more scope to market and sell their product than ever before. However, we did feel that the clause would benefit from further enhancement from local producers, and we proposed through Amendment 8 an increase in the number of samples and quantity of alcohol that local producers may provide as part of a tour, in order that customers could taste a wider variety of product, with the detail being covered in secondary legislation. But as a counterbalance to that, to limit the permitted hours for consumption of samples in the premises from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m, a definition of a tour was also included. However, at its meeting on the 3rd of June, the committee agreed not to move Amendment 8 and to support the Minister's alternative amendments for Clause 8, which are 9, 13, 15 and 16. During deliberations, the Department had advised that the sample issue could be determined in regulations. However, the committee was not convinced that Clause 8, as introduced, did allow for more than one sample to be provided, so proceeded with its own amendment. However, the committee agreed that the Minister's Amendment 9 now reflects that matter. By supporting Amendment 9, this means that the committee is not moving Amendments 10, 11, 12, 14, 17 or 18, which are consequential to Amendment 8. Mr Deputy Speaker, moving on to Amendment 19. This is the committee amendment which proposes new Clause 8a, sales and consumption of liquor in local producers' premises. Clause 8a provides for local alcohol producers to apply for a new licence to operate a tap room during limited hours, 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. for 104 days in any year, and the sale of alcohol is restricted to that produced in the production premises only. The suitability of the premises must first be determined before the licence can be granted. The committee divided on this clause, 6 ayes and 3 noes. The Bill Office had made the committee aware that if this amendment passed, the Minister would likely make amendments to improve the drafting at further court consideration stage. However, due to the short timescales we are working with to recess, the Minister has chosen to make these in advance of this stage. At its meeting on the 3rd of June, the committee considered the Minister's amendment to Amendment 19 and agreed to support these various technical, consequential and drafting improvement amendments numbered 20 to 27 and 30 and 32. If I stood here and talked for the next 24 hours, I am not sure I could do justice to the amount of consideration the committee gave to the evidence and range of amendments it considered with regards to tap rooms. And I am sure other committee members will say the same in their speeches. Some members felt the committee amendments did not go far enough to support local producers. Some felt that it was going too far. A balanced proposal had been found, and that is what the majority of the committee finally agreed on, with the mitigations of limits on hours of opening and only alcohol being produced on the premises being allowed to be sold. The committee was mindful of concerns that the licensing of taprooms could have wide-ranging implications, some of which related to additional competition to existing licensed premises. Members were concerned that although taprooms had been an issue since the proposed 2016 legislation, the Department had not included in bill consultation or done any of the extensive research which the officials then advised the committee would be needed before the Minister could consider recommendations or legislation in this area. This was a key driving factor in the making of Clause A and this amendment. The issue for local producers are now years old, and all our neighbouring jurisdictions, albeit with different licensing regimes, provide for tap rooms, and by all accounts these are popular and successful for the wider economy and tourism. Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee knows that the local brewers in particular, and perhaps the tourism sector, will not feel that this goes far enough to support them, and some in the hospitality sector will feel that it goes too far. The committee felt it really could not win on this one. As the committee is supportive of its own Amendment 19, it cannot support the changes proposed to opening hours for tap rooms in Amendments 28 and 29 and changes to the number of days per year in Amendment 31. Moving on to Amendment 33, new Clause 8b, the committee is aware that currently local producers use occasional licences to run tap rooms. As part of the balanced approach to support our local producers in Clause 8a, the majority of the committee was supportive of those local producers who gain a taproom licence having restrictions placed on their use of occasional licences. The committee divided 6 ayes and 3 noes on this amendment to the bill. The committee also supports the Minister's related technical amendment 34 and 61. Mr Speaker, to draw my comments on this group to a close, the committee recommended in its report that should the amendments in relation to taprooms not be successful in becoming part of the Act, that the Department proceeds to implement the commitment given to the committee to carry out the relevant research around taprooms and produce a report on the issue in the Assembly as soon as is practicable. At this point, I think it's only fitting that I pay tribute to the amazing work and patience of our Bill Office officials, particularly Claire McCanney, as we called her back week after week to provide us with a range of options on this issue. She and her colleagues rose to the challenge every week. Mr Deputy Speaker, I just want to make a few comments as our party spokesperson for the Department Communities, and it's in relation to Ms Sugden's proposal, or her clause, or her amendment rather, and I understand absolutely where she's coming from. I think it was myself that encouraged our cinemas to respond to our consultation. They came in, they gave us a very valued witness session, and the committee did get to the point where they did want to make an amendment for our cinemas, because I think our cinemas are probably better regulated than many other of our industry and institutions that sell alcohol. But I have to say that the Minister gave the committee and myself, and I'm honouring that, the commitment to the committee that she would do a consultation, a very swift consultation during the summer period, and if no major issues arose, then this could be slotted in very quickly in the autumn time. So I would call on the Minister again when she is getting up to reiterate that she will give us her word that that will go ahead, and I will give my word as committee chair that whenever we come back after summer recess, that I will ask where that is, and I will ask for that to be presented to our committee, because I do understand the issues that are the concerns that our cinemas brought up, and I do understand actually the product that they have to offer as well. I mean, we have the likes of QFT that offer private birthday parties, maybe that be 50th or 60th birthday parties, where they show a movie and they provide alcohol and food and everything else, and our cinemas are missing out on those opportunities, as well as conferencing. And I do absolutely agree. Our cinemas may not all avail of this. It's only some of them that have said they will avail of it. So I look forward to the Minister bringing this consultation and then bringing this back to the committee, and the committee then making those decisions as to how we go forward with the cinemas. So again, I just ask, would the Minister again in the House give her commitment to that? Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Éireann Sir Sinead Dennis on Cancha. I call Sinead Dennis.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak broadly on the amendments listed in Group 2. Like the Chair has just done, I want to put on record my thanks to the Assembly staff, the clerks, particularly the Bills Office and Claire McCanny for her invaluable assistance throughout the committee's deliberation of this bill. I also want to recognise the departmental staff, such as Liam Quinn and Carol Reid and Suzanne Breen, who have been on hand as and when the committee needed and provided a good sounding board and a good link between the committee and the department. I think it's important for other members tonight to understand the scale on which the Communities Committee consulted and engaged on this bill, and it's been outlined by the Chair and by other members as well. As the Chair has outlined, we took 58 written submissions, we took 35 oral evidence sessions over 30+ weeks, and we devoted no less than 10 hours over 8 or more meetings deliberating and scrutinising the evidence we received, and the majority of that time, I have to say, was taken up with the issue of local producers. So before I make comment on the issue of the local producer's licence, I want to touch on Amendment 7, which relates to cinemas and whether they should be listed as places of public entertainment and therefore permitted to sell alcohol. We heard evidence from cinema operators on the issues facing the industry, and I have to say there was sympathy from the committee. However, there was also a very compelling public health message too. And I would ask members to bear in mind that obviously the passing of this bill, its intention is to relax the licensing laws and provide greater opportunity for people, if they so wish, to socialise in venues that serve alcohol. But I think it's important that we're cognizant of the fact that we need to provide people, and more importantly families and children, with venues such as cinemas that are alcohol-free. And we heard compelling public health advice, as I've said, to this effect. And we cannot forget our responsibility to look after our young people, in particularly in that regard. But I want to just say, and I want to put on record, that that is not to say that there is no case to be made in terms of cinemas, or that cinemas should be ruled out, in fact, in the future. And as the Chair has alluded to, and I'm sure the Minister will address this, the Minister has already committed to carrying out the consultation on cinemas. So I urge members to bear in mind that the committee unanimously decided to support the Minister in that endeavour, due to the fact that cinemas were not included in the original consultation. And it is only when we have all the necessary information to hand on the consequences and the possible unintended consequences that we will be able to make an informed decision on cinemas. So turning to the amendments relating to local producers. As I stated in my opening remarks, I mentioned our 58 written submissions, our 38 oral evidence sessions, and the hours and hours that we deliberated this issue over many meetings, scrutinising the evidence that we received. And I make this point to lay it out for members this evening, because I feel that it's important for them to know and important for them to understand the importance that we placed on this issue and how the committee attempted to find a balance between the asks of local producers and the needs of the hospitality industry as a whole. The level of detail we received and considered was vast, and I'm entirely confident and satisfied that we as a committee gave this the attention that it rightly deserves. Mr Deputy Speaker, Sinn Féin believe wholeheartedly that local producers should be afforded the mechanisms and the opportunity to grow their business. There is huge potential for them to play an important role in our economic recovery and also helping to grow our tourism product. And that opportunity, I believe, has been afforded to them in the form of the Minister's Bill. Mr Deputy Speaker, of course any member is entitled to bring amendments to this bill, including members of the committee, and that is their right. But I have to say that I would question the motives behind some of the amendments brought through by the likes of Kelly Armstrong, who's a committee member. And I have to wonder, has the unintended consequences of some of these amendments and the impact that they could have on traditional pubs and bars really been considered at all? Is it more about grabbing individual headlines at the expense of achieving a fair and balanced liquor licensing bill that gives everyone, local producers and the hospitality sector, a fair crack at the whip? What will traditional pubs and the wider hospitality sector, which has struggled greatly over the past year and a half due to the necessary COVID restrictions placed on them, what will they make of the amendments that have been tabled this evening? And how will they feel if some of them, which are listed in Group 2, pass tonight? I'm not sure that shoehorning amendments into this bill without having an understanding as to what the unintended consequences will be is the wisest thing to do. And if some of these amendments in Group 2 pass tonight, then I am of the opinion that we will need to build in protections for our traditional bars and pubs, and particularly those in small rural places, such as some of the places I represent in Southdown. Sinn Féin believe that more evidence gathering and consultation needs to be carried out around the issues of tap rooms, given that the fact that it wasn't included in the original consultation and no impact assessment has been carried out in terms of that. And I think it's good to hear that the Minister has stated her intentions to do that at a later stage. It is clear, obviously, that local producers will, and through the mechanisms in this bill, add great value to our tourism and hospitality sector, and we must accommodate them in doing that. But we also must ensure that the right balance is being struck to ensure that our pubs are not being put at a disadvantage also. This is why we would support the Minister's amendments and call for greater evidence and research to be carried out, and I know that there will be an opportunity to revisit this issue in due course. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is great. I'm so enthused to see that there's such positivity and enthusiasm around this bill, and it is clear to see that the majority of the House want to see modern, fit-for-purpose licensing laws. This is my first piece of legislation, the first piece that I've had an active role in advancing, and I'm proud to have been involved in it, and I'm proud of the overwhelming positive impact that it will have on our hospitality and tourism sectors. It is exactly what we need, particularly at this time as we try and build back from COVID.
Excuse me, members, if you wish to have a conversation, I've already said it, please conduct it outside. It is audible here, Mr Wells. Continue, please, Ms Ennis.
As I was saying, the extension of opening hours and the removal of restrictions around Easter opening is appropriate, and it is what the industry has been calling for a very long time. I want and I hope that this bill will pass through this Assembly as quickly as possible. It is long past time our liquor licensing laws were brought into the 21st century.
I call Mark Durgan.
I think it's fair to assert that this section of amendments has been eagerly anticipated by local producers. It marks a set of provisions which deals with the rise of local producers throughout the North and the notion of tap rooms, an issue which has gained traction and come to the forefront since the first iteration of this bill. It's important that any piece of legislation can evolve and adapt with the change in economic climate and shift in consumer habits. Evidently, this is an area of the industry which continues to grow and therefore must be provided for under this bill. This is an exciting and potentially prosperous inclusion which could provide a wealth of opportunities for tourism and hospitality alike. However, following engagement with distillers, brewers, cider makers and public health, as well as the added context of the pandemic on the wider hospitality industry, it soon became clear that this must be managed in a fair and balanced manner, a cautious manner at that. Moving on to Amendment 7, Ms Sugden's amendment is one that interests me, and she has certainly put forward her case very well. The committee did receive evidence from a number of cinema owners, and as I recall, all members were sympathetic to their asks. This would allow them the ability to offer something new. We talk a lot about the tough time that businesses have had. Tonight we're hearing about the tough time that hospitality has had, not just over the pandemic, but in the many years that preceded it. But it's hard to think of any or many industries that will have taken the same hit as cinemas, as we've seen the development of Netflix and Amazon and God knows how many other apps that allow people to watch even the latest releases from the comfort of their own home. We were deterred from putting in an amendment to the effect of Ms Sugden's following assurances that cinemas could and would be added as a place of public entertainment through regulations following a short consultation that would take place over the summer. I think it's only fair that cinemas and cinema goers here should be afforded the same opportunity as those in other jurisdictions. Now, I heard a clip of the Minister on the radio this morning, and it was only a clip, Minister. I didn't hear the full interview, but I did wonder if maybe you were backtracking, if the Minister was backtracking a wee bit on this. I heard and shared the Minister's view that it is important to have places of entertainment where alcohol isn't prevalent, but I can't envisage circumstances where cinemas would jeopardise their family friendliness, their biggest selling point, by not having strict policies on when, how and to whom alcohol is served. And I think of cinemas in my own constituency and the lengths that they go to make sure that people are coming in and everything is run ship-shape. I don't know what the detriment would be or the unforeseen circumstances, because they are unforeseen, I suppose, that Ms Ennis referred to, or what damage it would be done by having this amendment on the face of the bill, and I would ask the Minister to clarify that, certainly.
Detriment, the honourable member should realise, is that there are many people, families, who want to take their children out to an event or a situation where they'll be guaranteed that alcohol will not be present. Now, I encourage my children not to consume alcohol, and I'm glad to say they generally agreed with that. We're trying to encourage our grandchildren not to take up the consumption of alcohol, simply because of the enormous social problems that sometimes can engender. Surely we must have one venue that we can take our children to, confident that we won't have to see the consumption of liquor.
I thank the member for his intervention and respect entirely his point of view, and the family friendliness that I referred to, that these venues pride themselves on, isn't something that they would want to compromise. I don't think we're talking here. In fact, I'm fairly sure that we're not talking about, Toy Story 4 cocktails and things like that. There will be specific viewings of specific films where they would envisage the sale of alcohol being allowed. It enables them to manage to manage things better. Interestingly, when we were getting the evidence, I'd asked a couple of the cinema owners, had the issue ever arisen of people smuggling alcohol into the cinema, as law currently prohibits the sale of alcohol in cinemas. And two separate owners gave two different answers as to films that had caused them the most difficulty. I'm sure that the member will have seen both of these. One of them was 50 Shades of Grey, and the other one was Magic Mike. You might need a drink to sit through them. The remainder of these amendments deal with local producers and tap rooms, and contrary to the old adage, it has proved extremely difficult to organise anything in a brewery. Nevertheless, this section has proved a wee bit divisive among committee members, and despite devoting substantial time for debate and consideration, we couldn't reach overarching agreement. However, if we don't deal with the matters in this bill and take a holistic view of the whole industry, then it's highly likely that we will have to return to this issue again, and sooner rather than later. Having engaged with producers within my own constituency pre-pandemic, it was clear that current legislation had hindered their business. The previous version of this bill failed to make provision for on-site sales of their beer, which is allowed in Britain and increasingly across the world. We have witnessed across the water and across the border just how popular brewery tours and tap rooms can be, and Northern Ireland has been certainly a step or two steps behind in that regard. Having listened to proposals from local breweries and from pubs that stock local craft beers, I support Amendment 8, which provides more scope for producers to sell their product. I spoke earlier of the need for this to be dealt with in a fair and balanced way. Therefore, while committee agreed to increase the number of samples and quantity of alcohol that local producers can provide as part of a tour, we also agreed to limit the hours for consumption of alcohol on the premises. So I support Amendments 9, 13, 15 and 16 brought forward by the Minister, which now supersede Amendment number 8, I think. I support Amendment 19 and the new clause 8A, which relates to the sale and consumption of liquor on local producers' premises for reasons already outlined, and I support further amendments or improvements, even from the Minister, detailed on Amendments 20 through to 27, 30 and 32, which will essentially tidy up existing clauses. As the Chair has referenced earlier, striking the balance here proved to be difficult, and while committee did reach a majority vote on tap room-related clauses, we didn't reach a unanimous decision. I support the requirement for the suitability of premises to be determined prior to a licence being granted, as well as the limit on opening hours and 104 days restriction for the sale of alcohol. I recognise this is a lot less than many of the brewers want, but it's also a lot more than a lot of the publicans did. But I do think that this is fair and balanced, to keep coming back to those words. The Chair referred to one of the concerns from publicans as being that of additional competition. I don't think it was even that. I think it was the fear that this would be unfair competition. I therefore will not be supporting Amendments 28, 29 or 31, which seek to extend this provision. Tap rooms certainly offer potential here for the local economy and tourism. However, we must be mindful of the landscape in which the outworkings of this bill will be felt, and the implications, indeed competition again, this will impose on other licensed premises, namely wet pubs, who have been among the hardest hit in the past year, many of whom have not been able to reopen their doors at all following the extended period of closure. Bearing this in mind and considering pleas made by local publicans, I could not justify extending the opening hours for tap rooms, which would place these premises in direct competition with severely struggling businesses. And in recognition of the challenges facing those within the hospitality sector, I support Amendment 18, which imposes a system of penalty points and fines on tap rooms which breach sale of alcohol beyond the permitted hours or the permitted alcohol. Likewise, I support Amendment 33 and the restriction of use of occasional licences. Lastly, I support the Minister's technical enhancements to this bill under Amendments 34 and 61. I appreciate that the conclusions made here today will not be welcomed with open arms by all elements of the sector, probably not by any of them. However, I must reiterate that committee was tasked with a particularly challenging and convoluted piece of legislation which forced us to consider the wide-ranging impacts of these changes. I have no doubt some local brewers will be left feeling a bit shortchanged, but in the interest of fairness, certain sacrifices must be made, and I do believe that we've been as balanced and as meticulous as possible in our considerations. Thanks.
I call Andy Allen.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And it was remiss of me during the Group 1 debate not to place on record my thanks to Claire McCanny and the Bill's Office for their support, dedication and guidance throughout the committee stage. In turning to the Group 2 amendments, Mr Deputy Speaker, we are not minded to support Amendment 7, as we are supportive of the Committee's approach to support the Minister's proposal to carry out a short, sharp consultation over the summer months regarding the inclusion of cinemas as places of public entertainment, which would enable them to serve alcohol. The consultation will provide a clear understanding of the public opinion on serving alcohol in cinema settings, and as detailed by the committee chair, the Department have indicated their ability to designate by way of regulation, and as echoed by the chair, as per the Chair's comments, I would ask the Minister to reaffirm that commitment, and we'll be listening closely to those comments. On the remaining amendments, the Ulster Unionist Party recognise the growing importance of our local producers and the wider provision of tap rooms. We support this important step in legislating for the provision of tap rooms as an additional opportunity for those local producers who wish to offer this service. To this end, we will support the Minister's amendments 9, 13, 16, 20 through to 27 and also 30 and 32. These are all technical, consequential and drafting amendments to the Committee Amendment 19, which we also support. However, in addition to this amendment, we are minded to support Amendment 28, providing for additional hours beyond that which are provided for in 19, as articulated in the committee and detailed in the committee report. Due to the reasons I have already provided during the Group 1 amendments, we will not be supporting Amendment 31, but would again highlight the Department's ability to bring forward changes to the number of occasions by way of regulation if deemed necessary. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. As we turn to Group 2 in this debate, I would like to clarify my position and the Alliance Party's position on local producers. Allowing a brewery or distillery to sell their own products does not constitute a quasi-pub. Tap rooms are the norm across the world, where visitors to a brewery can relax, build a connection to the brand without the confines of limiting their stay to a small sample after a tour. Given that local breweries only wish to be able to sell their own products, this is not competing with a pub who can sell a wide range of products. Breweries are generally located in industrial estates or farms and are primarily manufacturing companies. The experience is totally different to sitting in the comfortable environments of a pub. A brewery requires infrastructure that makes it very difficult for them to open in town or city centres. The planning process is designed to allow opposition to any proposed development at council level, and this is not something that should be legislated for, and is the reason we have council planning departments. Alliance agrees that the situation where tap rooms use occasional licences is far from ideal. This is why we believe local producers need their own licence to ensure that all the regulations and requirements of selling alcoholic produce can be monitored and measured. That is why I am supporting the new clauses that will allow a local producer's licence, that is, a licence that will allow those who want to sell their product in a closed container to be consumed off the premises, and who want to be able to provide visitors a tour with the chance or the opportunity to try a sample. I also support the taproom licence, where a local producer can sell for consumption in their own premises their own products for a set number of days per year. I'm aware if we put on the face of the bill the hours that a taproom can operate, that number cannot be changed by regulation, only by primary legislation. I thank the Minister for bringing forward a taproom licence. The committee had considered how we could bring forward a taproom licence, and we are very thankful that the Minister decided to include in her consideration in this bill the taproom. I would like to pay, as others have done, tribute to Claire McCanny of the Bills Office. Claire, you'll be loving us. Claire, your attention to detail and patient approach with each of us, especially me, has certainly enabled us to consider how to provide an opportunity for tap rooms and how they could have a place in the market, so thank you. During committee debate, I did confirm that I didn't think we had gone far enough for tap rooms, and that's included in the committee report. I have been a supporter of tap rooms for a long time, so it wouldn't come as anybody who knows me to know that this is not just headlines that I am grabbing at the moment, but something that I'm actually working on for the past 5 years. But we'll get to that later. I cannot agree with the limits proposed that excludes tap rooms from being able to apply for an occasional licence. While it was something the committee considered, with further consideration and upon reflection, I believe this is wrong. Why should tap rooms be excluded from occasional licences when they're already limited by the number of days they will be permitted to open and the hours that they can operate? As members are aware, I have included amendments to ask that tap rooms be allowed to operate 208 times per year. There's the Kelly, 208 days, which is the equivalent of 4 times per week, and that operating hours are changed from 4 to 10 to 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Not just at the moment, thank you. The reason I have put forward these amendments is because after speaking to a number of local producers, after the 104 was brought forward and the 4 to 10, they confirmed that the proposal that has been put forward, that's the number of days and hours, is financially problematic for them. The proposal means that their tap room could only be allowed to sell their products for consumption on premises 12 hours a week. Local producers asked me, how many people does the Assembly think will apply for a job that can only provide 12 hours a week of paid work? As the Economy Minister stated yesterday, the potential growth in tourism is directly linked to food and drink tourism. If we want to develop the local producer market, then we have to allow that market to grow, and to do so, local producers need to be able to sell their products. Many pubs and hotels do not stock locally produced Northern Ireland craft beers or ciders because they have a commitment to stock international producers' brands. Indeed, in the second stage I confirmed, and nobody argued against me, 99% of beer sold in Northern Ireland is produced elsewhere. A taproom licence provides an opportunity for our local artisan distillers and breweries to sell their own product for consumption, generating an income to help them to develop their brand. As people get more opportunity to enjoy those drinks, perhaps we will see more pubs and hotels then stock Northern Ireland produce. Look how amazing Bushmills is as a brand. Imagine what could be achieved if we enabled our local producers the ability to grow and develop. I will indeed.
I would ask the member, can she help this House understand how she arrived at the figure of 208? Why was there not an alternative figure?
I have to go back to our considerations at committee stage. 104 was brought forward, but there was no consultation with local producers after that. The producers themselves asked me if they were going to be forced to operate from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m, which is 6 hours a day, then they would need to be open at least 4 days a week in order for them to be able to employ someone to work in that tap room. I will.
The member will be aware of the extensive lobby from Hospitality Ulster, which represents a very large proportion of the licensed trade. And I have to say that the information given by Mr Colin Neal, the Chief Executive, is very compelling. First of all, does she not accept that it's possible to set up a local brewery for as little as £10,000? Meanwhile, many of our licensed traders are paying that a quarter in rates, an incredible burden. Secondly, how does she police this? She says that, of course, the only products from the brewery can be sold in the tap room. Who's going to check that? Do you expect the PSNI to go round and say, that's Bushmills, no, that, I'm trying to think of drinks, no, that's Jameson's, etc. Who's actually going to prove that the product being sold is actually the product being produced by the brewery? And finally, why, given the fact that she wishes to promote taprooms, why can that not be done on the lower 108 days a year, rather than her basically doubling it? If they wish to exhibit their product, why can that be done in a lesser number of days?
I'll thank the member. I'll deal with his last point first. 6 hours a day, 2 days a week, means 12 hours. They can't get anyone to work in their premises. And I'll just point to, as the Chair said, the suitability of the premises must first be determined before the licence can be granted. So what we're asking these local producers to do is to amend their premises to be suitable, to be honest, for the public to go in and be able to drink in those premises. You have to make sure that the place is safe, that there are toilets on board. People will be taking alcohol, and we have to make sure that they're safe. But what we're saying to this group of producers is you can only sell for 12 hours a week. And that's why they have come back and have said, double the number of days, please. That will make it financially viable for us to be able to be tap rooms. I will do.
Thank you. Mr Wells pointed to the costs for other businesses. Does the member have any idea what it costs for local producers to set up? I'm hearing figures of £80,000. And further, the suggestion in and around the hours, could that be mitigated if the days were longer? You know, would you potentially accept less days if there was longer hours per day?
I'll take the member back to the way that this bill will go. Amendment 20.